We are live from the land of popes, pizzas and pace. Welcome to Viterbo, Italy, a city where history lines the streets, the pasta is always perfect, and this weekend, so is the racing. Tucked just north of Rome, Viterbo might be known for its medieval charm and hot springs, but right now it's boiling over with karting action at the Leopard circuit here, just north of the main city of Italy. It's a circuit that rewards precision, punishes mistakes, and this weekend it hosts round 3 of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships. Year of opening 2025, I should say, but record set by Christian Costoya earlier on in the weekend in time qualifying, the only driver to dip it below the 50-second marker, 50.913, an astonishingly quick time. No other driver has dipped into those 50-second markers. But can he continue that pace throughout the racing today? That's what we're going to wait to find out. But a closer look at the circuit itself, 1,294 meters in total track length, 270 meters down the start-finish straight, 170 down the infield straight as well in towards turn 12. It is about 9 to 10 meters wide with a 6-meter elevation change to the lowest part of the circuit at turn 1, all the way to the highest at turn number 10. And that brings us very appropriately on to the corners out there. There are 16 of them in total, 10 to the right, 6 to the left, and that does include 2 hairpins out there as well. Each and every one of those corners is a challenge for many of the drivers, but many of them provide ample overtaking opportunities. We see them in towards turn 1, turn 5, in towards 6 and 7 as well, turn 12, 14 and 15, as well as the highly positive cambered banking turn of turn 13. We've seen a mighty amount of overtakes there. Top speed, though, drivers will be reaching down in towards 2 places, in towards turn number 1 and in towards turn at number 12. They reach pretty high speeds in the senior category, around about the 120 kilometre an hour mark into those braking zones. They average around 90 around the lap. It is a fast-flowing circuit, but this time it is a tight and twisty circuit for our drivers to go racing on. Vastly different to rounds 1 and 2 at Campios and Portimao. Here in Italy, it's all about precision. It's all about being on that limit through all of those apexes. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box. Welcome, one and all. We're ready to go racing. I certainly am, Nicole. The question is, are you?
Absolutely, always am. This circuit then, like you just said, a balanced mix of tight corners and twisty sections, which makes for some really interesting racing, as does the temperature out there, the weather conditions, really hot conditions for these drivers, and it's definitely going to highlight who has prepped themselves properly for the 3rd event here in Italy. And we're going to start by seeing our Academy seniors and finding out which drivers have got the right composure under pressure and instinct under traffic. Our first race of the day then, 12-lap heat, and it is going to be led, Anthony Jordan, with Harrison Whitcomb of the Great Britain.
Yes, indeed. A fabulous run for him in time qualifying. There he is on your screen. Harrison Whitcomb from Wales in the United Kingdom. Top lad. We caught up with him after time qualifying, which I think a well-deserved pole position for him.
Harrison Whitcomb, it's pole here in Viterbo. You must be ecstatic with that result.
Yeah, it feels so much better than last month at Portimao, and it's just so nice to get quick again in the kart.
So you just said better than Portimao. You had some bad luck out there, especially in the final. Would you actually say that's really motivated you going into round 2?
Yeah, it's definitely motivated me a lot to do better in round 2, as there's not much, we can't go much worse than Portimao, so just upwards from there.
And tell me then, Harrison, about the circuit, about the driving here in Italy. What's it like out there, especially with these hot conditions?
These hot conditions make it really hard, but the track feels like a UK track, so it's feels like a lot more home for me compared to Portimao. So yeah, I'm just enjoying it a lot more, but the heat's making it very challenging.
Okay then, Harrison, so you said it's similar to the UK track, and maybe that's why you're as fast as you are. What similarities is it? Is it the tarmac? Is it the style of corner? Tell me.
It's a bit of the style of corners. There's a lot more slow corners compared to Portimao, so it's just a lot nicer to drive, and it's just nicer to go through slower corners.
Well, we'll see if those home similarities benefit you going into the heats, Harrison. Great qualifying. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Good to see Harrison so happy there. Hopefully he can keep that hair tucked away out of his eye view during this race. Right then, they're making their way out to the circuit. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup then. It's going to be a busy one for the Academy Senior today with those qualifying heats, and it all starts with Harrison Whitcomb on pole position. He'll be joined by Jules Averill of France alongside Annabelle Kennedy and Gianna Pascal of South Africa. Go from row 2. They'll have Augustine Sepulveda and Mia Uller, the pole sitter from the first round in Portimao on row number 3. Atis Barinci and Kimi Ray go from row 4. They'll have Yuzuki Sato and Arthur Wang on row 5. Bastian Ottentama and Devon Hanglin go from row 6 with Andre Adekin and Amador Martinez on row number 7. Neil Russell and Sirikon Siri go from row 8. They'll have Wojciech Voda and Simas Machuska rounding out the first half of the field on row number 9.
Second part of your grid, and on row number 10 then includes Mircea Marco Patru and Italy's Riccardo Ferrari. Going from 11 we have Women in Motorsport backed Eva Dorotsin with Georgi Samalashvili, and from 12 we have Damien Bays with Vasilis Malamis. Going from 11 is Joachim Askeland with Rodion Janov, and from 14 we have Jotan Rosenberg with Yu Hao Shi. Sat on 15 is Done Namatvolchi with Philip Lenk, and from 16 in Denmark we have Nicholas Vine with Nick Skulak. Going from row number 17 is Simon Bulbarella with Evo Perez, and rounding out your 35 grid for the first Academy Senior Heats this weekend in Italy was Otto Sakala. As we already have drama out there on the track then, Anthony Jordan, that looks like 2 karts are struggling to get going. That includes the 426 of Eva Dorotsin, the FIA Women in Motorsport backed driver, seeing if she can maybe get that one going. And there was another kart struggling to get that 3-step process of the OK engine working. Well, I'm sure we'll find out shortly.
Damien Baez is the driver, unfortunately, who has not managed to get going. So, yeah, big shame for those two. But hopefully they'll get them fired up when this race gets underway. There is a look at race control. Head of race control for the FIA, you've got Chris Lambert in the middle. He is joined by Joanna Falcao and David Manchester. They're keeping an eye on a multitude of cameras out there, in fact 40+ cameras. They're in constant communication with our race control and race directing team as well, in the form of Pasquale Lupoli. You've also got the likes of Gonzalo Planta out there as well. And of course, Nigel Edwards from the United Kingdom. Lights are out. We are racing down in towards turn number 1 for the first race of the day. And Harrison Whitcomb pushes as hard as he can all the way throughout turn number 1. It's a brilliant start for him, continuing his pace of what he saw earlier on today in the morning warm-up. Whitcomb looking very, very strong at the front. Gianna Pascal diving to the inside there at turn number 5 and 6. Gets that early move done. That is nicely done for her. But as she continues to push forward, so is the rest of the field as they climb to the top of the hill. A lot of smoke there pouring out of one of those machines. But crucially, everything looking okay. But at the front, still in control, Harrison Whitcomb leads the way.
I think the kart that you were talking about, some of the smoke pouring out of, could have been Mio Uller, who was our pole sitter in Portimao, come into this competition in 2025 very strongly. Strong starts then from Whitcomb, who really did swipe across the front end of the field early on. Moves coming out of turn number 16 then, that's further back in our pack. That is the battle between Mio Uller and Kimi Ray, which continues through turns number 1 and 2. Back up the hill through turn number 3, and it's still Uller that leads that 4-pack train shortly behind him. Nice and quick breakaway then, Anthony Jordan, from Harrison Whitcomb in that race lead. Half a second now he has raged on from the remainder of the pack, as we've got drama out there on the circuit in turn number 5.
Yeah, Andre Adekin and Nicholas Vine, unfortunately, are those two drivers there, Nicole. And yeah, they tumble right to the back of the field. They are going to try and get it restarted. However, I don't believe they're allowed to. Devon Haglin, unfortunately, technical flag going out to him, the driver of the 419, as, oh dear, there is getting restarted, Nicholas Vine. Oh no, it doesn't fire up, but right, well, it was lucky for him because he's not allowed to do that anyway, because we're technically on the 2nd lap of this race.
Yeah, he would have been given a penalty had he fired that kart up and continued to circulate. So actually, it might be a bit of a blessing in disguise that Nicholas is out of this race and he didn't get the kart fired up. Firing through the order though and trying to chase down drivers in front includes Mio Uller, who's right on the back of Gianna Pascal now, chasing for that 4th position. This is your battle for 4th. It is on between Pascal, Uller and Augustine Sepulveda, who Sepulveda now just looks like he's using all of the tarmac out of turn number 8, down the hill out of 10, 11 and towards 12. Is he going to have a look at Uller Not just yet, but he's right there using all of the brake, really slowing that kart down nicely, getting that traction, getting the run out of that Vortex engine to catch up.
Dear.
More drama out there, and this time it's the 408 of Simas Baciuska. Baciuska then pushing the kart onto the grass, out.
Yeah, that is a big shame. Great work from the marshals as well to get there quickly to assist the driver, but yeah, not the best way to start your first race of the weekend. Eyes on this, and this is quite the intense battle for fourth place onwards. And unfortunately for one, it's not going to go well at all, and that's gone very bad there for Kimi Ray, who needs to try and get that one into a safe spot. I mean, he stood there on the apex. He'll have to try and push that on. And again, Marshall's quick on the scene to assist, and more dramas there, unfortunately, retiring from the race. Devon Haglin, we saw him get a technical flag earlier on, and I think it's that rear bumper that unfortunately has come off on one side.
Bad luck for Kimi Ray then, but should we see a replay? I would have thought he actually outbraked himself into that corner. He looked like he was going for a move, and it just looked like he couldn't slow things down, and that rear end got caught out, but I'm sure we'll find out later on. Finding out really what some drivers are made of include the likes of Whitcomb and Avril, who are leading the way out there. Avril now really chasing down the driver from Great Britain. Harrison Whitcomb, your fastest driver with 2 purples over the previous lap in both sector 1 and 2, but it is Avril that had the fastest lap overall with a 54.215, a tenth of a second faster than the driver ahead, who is now heading down that hill.
Yeah.
Anthony, this is quite a challenging section of the track, turn number 10, where the drivers go up a hill and the kart goes light underneath them. Really makes for difficult work with the understeer, and then puts more pressure on the tyre as they start to come back down the hill and exit the apex. Within the Academy Seniors, at what stage do you think we're really going to see tyres start to affect these drivers?
Well, these drivers have only done a time qualifying before this. This is their first race. These tyres generally have to last them the entirety of the weekend. They're a relatively hard compound, effectively, even for the seniors. It's the option tyre, I believe, that is used for these drivers, or it's the prime tyre. It's one of the 2 options for them. But effectively, it's the same tyre that what the juniors use. So even for the seniors, so it's a slightly longer lasting tyre that they use over the weekend, which means it lasts for a pretty longer time for them. So that is the case of all the way throughout this. So you'll probably find that they won't really die off. They'll be good for the entirety of the weekend. Yeah,
so it is our Academy Seniors that are on the prime, as are our OKJs, and then we have our senior class on the option. But like you say, only one set, they've really got to manage it well, really take care of the rubber, especially in conditions like this where there's so much heat on the circuit, and you're really going to see the several shades of grip on the tarmac get darker and darker as the weekend progresses and more rubber gets put down. This is the battle on your screen though. This is Mia Ula chasing down Sepulveda for 4th position, really going in hard into these corners then and trying to maximise the rev, the torque out of the Vortex engine, using all of the track then out of that double apex of 6 and 7 to really widen things up and get the best out of the situation.
Indeed, right. On the midway point of this race, lap number 7 we are on of 12, and still Whitcomb leads the way, extending that gap now to 9/10 of a second. Avril not able to really attack on this one right now. We're keeping an eye on the battles further behind though, of course. Like you were saying, Sepulveda in a really good position here, holding on to P4 right now, but has got the close company of everyone just behind. I'm going to keep an eye on Annabelle Kennedy, the Australian, the young female who's trying to push forward. They're in 3rd place, is latching on to the back of Jules Avril as well, so they're in a close fight there for 1st, 2nd and 3rd. But this one here is your 4th place battle all the way down. The pole sitter from Portimao, really trying to close in at that top section of the circuit as they climb back down in towards turn number 12.
Not that he's on your screen just yet, but keep an eye on the likes of Riccardo Ferrari, your driver from Italy, who's now broken into the top 10, up by 10 positions within this race so far, and is now chasing down Yuzuki Sato, who finished third at Portimao on the podium for the final. Of course, let's not forget that Riccardo Ferrari is our current championship leader. He's on home soil here in Italy. Not the qualifying he would have wanted, but looks like he's really got some momentum and got some pace to jump into that top 10. Battle still going on there in that mid-pack between the likes of Uller, Pascal, Ate Barinci and Arthur Huang. Out of turn number 5, and Uller really now is chasing down for the 425 in front of him to get himself into the 4th position. Annabelle Kennedy, though, still doing that good job to sit within the top 3. She's not got too much to think about now, has kind of driven off from the rest of the field.
Yeah, at this moment, so looking relatively strong out there. Small Deer closing right in under braking. Uller really piling on that pressure, slightly tighter line, runs nearly into the back there of Sepúlveda, who's holding on still comfortably in P4. This is the 2nd place battle. Jules Avril and Annabelle Kennedy closing in. It is the fight for 2nd place. It is on, but with only a couple of laps to go here, Nicole, is this a case of yes, fight, get this overtake, get it done, or be happy with 3rd place and think about maybe doing something later on? Well,
they've got more heats, more opportunities, and it is a points game. And I think the unique challenge within this weekend for every driver here in Italy is the heat. The closer you get to the kart in front of you, the hotter the tyre and the engine get, and it really does affect the performance, and it makes it harder for drivers to really get on the back bumper and pass. I think if the drivers are going to want to make moves, they're going to have to be a bit braver, put some bravery on 4 wheels, and maybe go in from a little bit further back than they typically would. And it will work on the brakes. They will be able to get the kart stopped because there's enough rubber down on that track to really grip up, get the kart slowed, and make a pass work. A driver that might be able to achieve that type of thing within the remaining laps of this race is Annabelle Kennedy, because she's right now knocking on the door of Jules Avril for that 2nd place.
Indeed, but at this moment, just fractionally not close enough to really pile on that pressure. There's a good kart length or 2 between the 2 of them. The gap's around 4/10. It's when the gap gets down to around 2/10. That's when you're really in that sort of danger zone for a driver where there could be a possible move here. Now, if she can close that in, I reckon she'll be on it. But right now, it's just holding firm at 4/10 of a second, which is a good gap to keep the pressure on, but not enough to really go for that active move. There on your screen, though, continuing to push on, but not quite close enough. As we go on to the last lap of this race, Harrison Whittingham looking absolutely calm and cool as a cucumber right now. No real drama for him compared to a stark difference from Portimao. The stark difference for the start of this weekend, I remember his first practice session out there, chain snapped on the wagon and it all went wrong for him, and I thought, oh no, is this going to be a repeat of what happened for the young Briton in that first opening round? But after that, something came alive in him. They found the setup, they found the pace, and all of a sudden find themselves fighting right at the sharp end. And that trend continued in morning warm-up today, fastest in that session. He has continued that trend now in this first qualifying heat of the weekend, with 1 more to go later on today. Harrison Whittingham out of the final turn, claims the win, checks over the shoulder and sees Jules Avril is 1.6 seconds further down the road. Harrison Whittingham lights the flag here at the Viterbo circuit in Italy. His first time racing in Italy, his first time racing here at the Viterbo circuit, and a brilliant, brilliant show for him. Jules Avril finishing in 2nd place out of Annabelle Kennedy. Mia Allaire finishing in P4 ahead of Augustine Sepúlveda. Gianna Pascal from Ate Barinci. Yuzuki Sato and Riccardo Ferrari having a good race. So we didn't say much about Ferrari. 11 places gained in that one to finish in P9. Arthur Huang rounds out the top 10. Well, relatively solid race for the field there, Nicole, but for Harrison Whittingham, perfect start to the day. No wrong with that. No,
he was like a bullet out of the gate, really did shoot off at the line and did drive his own race completely. We'll see if he can continue that momentum throughout the weekend, but he is your gold driver within the first heat of today's racing. Like we said, followed shortly behind by Jules Avril and Australia's Annabelle Kennedy in 3rd.
Indeed. Well, there's a look at your full classifications there. We've gone over the top 10. Wojciech Woda gaining 6 places to finish in P11 ahead of Silicon City. With his 4 places gained to finish in P12. Neil Russell from Amador Martinez. Michel Marco Patru finishing in P15 with a gain of 4 places. Thanos Malames finishing with an 8th place gain to finish in P16. Otten Salmon from Stulac with a 14th place gain. Bulbarella also with a 14th place gain as well. Really strong performance to them, finishing inside the top 20. Rosenberg rounding out the top 20 with a 7th place gain. Ava Dorenson does recover in that race, back to 21st place. Yuranov finishing in 22nd place from Samalashvili. Ashland from Nathan Wojci finishing in 25th place. Sakala from you. Lenk from Perez round out the 29 finishes. The unfortunate retirements, Kimi Ray, Bachuska, Haglin, Anakin, Vine and Baez unfortunately not getting to the start of that race. Crucially though for Ava Dorenson, with the dramas right at the start, was able to get back into her original qualifying position. Here's a look at the highlights. Solid start for the front row. Crucially for Harrison Whittingham, no real drama there right at the beginning. On the inside line, had the corner, had the pace, continued it on from there. Lights to flag, no real drama whatsoever for him.
No, none at all. Really did drive his own race there. Calm, cool, collected, showing great stuff as he does in the UK. It was all getting a little bit busy between the mid-pack and the early stages. The likes of Lair really showing the drivers around him elbows out moments. Moves completed into the double apex of 1 and 2, and then we saw the likes of Kimi Ray get all involved in incidents through turn number 5. We also had the 408 of Simas Bachuska really get caught out within that one. This is when Kimi Ray lost that rear end of the kart and got spun round through turn number 5, and that did result in a retirement from him, losing 22 places. We also lost the likes of Devon Hagelin. He lost 20 places overall to finish in a DNF spot, a 32 place in the end. Your first place winner though is Harrison Whittingham. Lights to flag, looks over the shoulder to see what the gap to Jules Avril, the French driver, was behind him. No real drama, nothing to really think about other than the tarmac and the track in front of him. Great stuff by the driver from Wales in the UK.
Indeed. We look forward to seeing the Academy Seniors out later on today for Heat 2. That'll be all of them at around 20 past 2 local time here in Italy. We'll turn our attention now to the main categories here this weekend. Not disrespecting the Academy Trophy there at all, but OK Junior qualifying Heat B versus F will be heading out onto the circuit next to their 10-lap race, 13-kilometre race distance. And this one should be an interesting one because it's got the man who won, qualified second overall, and who's had pretty solid results. A P6 and a P2, the Canadian Christian, who'll be starting this one on pole position in that number 204 Tony Kart machine. He is not alone, of course, on that front row. He will have Evan Purcell joining him alongside there. Nigel Edwards, our FIA race director this weekend, on the gantry, primed and ready to start these races. There is the grid itself. And as you can see from that graphic, the pole sitters have decided to switch sides of the grid, which means Eli Christian will now be starting on the outside, going in towards turn number 1.
Yeah, we've seen drivers this weekend already choose to do that. I think it was Iskender Sulfakari yesterday decided to swap to that anti-pole side. But let's see what Eli Christian has to say about his qualifying position yesterday. Ili, another great qualifying session for you, fastest within your group. Can you tell us what really got the lap correct for you?
The lap was in general very good. I saw there was time. I tried to give myself space so I don't get traffic. Then I got good first sector and I kept on pushing for the second lap, and then I tried going faster on the third lap, but it didn't go well, but still second lap was very good.
And this circuit, we haven't done much round here before. I think all of the drivers are a little bit limited experience. But the team you're with, Tony Kart, Italian team, they're on home turf. Do you think that the team feel quite confident this weekend?
Yeah, definitely. We know the team has been working very hard in testing here to find everything that goes well, and the Ortica chassis here is very good. Hopefully the rest of the weekend goes well, but we'll see how we can do it.
And you're really high up in the championship standings. You've had a great run of things so far. Ili, can you tell me, now that we're heading into that halfway mark of the championship, what's your mindset like?
For sure now, I'm not in the top 3. I'll do my best to get in the top 3 in the championship, and then I want to get a few wins.
Great to hear from you, Ili. We'll head into heats later on. We'll see you there.
Thank you. See you soon.
Great to catch up there with Christian, who's starting this one on that pole position spot, but like we say, has switched sides of the grid, so forces Purcell to the inside, keeps Kalijah at bay. This helps out Olivieri-Sini as well. Obviously, Olivieri-Sini, fellow Tony Kart teammate, now right behind him, which means they should get the jump here going in towards turn number 1, but it all depends on how good that start is from the front row.
Well, this is what we saw from the Forzas yesterday in one of the heats, so does this pay off for the Tony Kart team? And it is your front 2 rows that are owned by those OTK satellite and factory teams, so we'll see how this plays out. But watch the likes of Kalijah and Evan Purcell right there. Purcell, a bit of a mid-season team change then for him, has decided to jump over to the LN branded team of Ricky Flynn, and it really is working for him so far because he's right at that sharp end of the field and will be battling it out with Ili Christian on that front row.
He certainly will indeed as engines fire up, drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup then for the first race of the day for the OK Junior category. It is Ili Christian and Evan Purcell on row number 1. They'll have William Kalijah and Olivieri-Sini on row 2. Devin Waltz and Maxim Bobajov go from row number 3. Bobajov caught out with a penalty in his second race earlier on in the weekend. Benjamin Magnac and Daniel Miron go from row 4. They'll have Emiliano Hernandez and Mark Pilapenko on row 5. They round out the top 10. Alexander Lazarus and Alessandro Chouchot go from row number 6. Savolodar Sachi-Solowski of Ukraine and Michelle Orlando of Italy round out the first half of the field on row number 7.
Question marks for the second half of your field on what they can achieve, and it includes Julian Frasnelli and Leonardo Dvorski on row number 8. From 9, we have Fusion and the Great Britons, Jesse Phillips alongside Gilles Herman. And from 10, we have Jagrat Totroja of India with Wenyubo, who was caught out with a penalty yesterday. From 11 is Pietro Baguti with Priyan Bruno. And from 12 is Luke Tal with Daya Islami. 13, female driver Angelina Simmons with Michael Zajac. And from 14, we have Nilas Malik, who was disqualified in yesterday's racing, alongside Marcel Zappler, who did not finish a race. We then have Samuel Delgadio on the 29th spot of your grid, and all alone on that 15th row for the field.
Indeed, and crucially, all of them are out there as well, so that's always a good start. There's a look at your intermediate classification. That's Zulfikari and Turner Brown joint on those points. 100 points to their name, both of them taking a qualifying heat win. We will see those two race each other actually in the next junior race that'll be on your screen, so that'll be certainly one to watch because one of those drivers is about to lose their first qualifying heat of the weekend, or maybe both of them could lose their first qualifying heat of the weekend. We're not too sure. We'll have to wait and find out for that one. But eyes at the moment will focus on this one. Only one driver in this group has won a qualifying heat, and that's in the form of Australia's William Kalijah, who's starting this on the inside of row number 2 in that 206 machine. But let's see what happens in this race, because it is Evan Purcell and Ili Christian on the front row of the grid. Lights are not out. It is a false start. They send them round again.
First false start of the day, then drivers not getting themselves into order and taking that last corner probably a little bit too fast. Will have the opportunity then to line themselves up properly, led by Evan Purcell and Ili Christian. So the question is that anti-pole side switch by Ili Christian going to benefit him? Is it going to benefit his teammate Olivieri-Sini starting right behind him now? Will they push each other into the double apex corner of 1 and 2 for this race start? Heading through and towards turn number 12, then slower in pace this time compared to that false start previously. We have the likes of Gonzalo Planta there, your judge of facts, stood on the track, really just making sure these drivers are staying in order and keeping themselves in line. Yeah,
indeed. That start was purely just a little bit excited on the accelerator for Ili Christian there. Yes, on pole, eager to get going, but sometimes just got to hold back a little bit to wait until the entire pack is primed and ready heading around that final corner, because again, if you go too early, the drivers at the back then have to go flat out around the final corner side by side. It makes it a little bit difficult for them. So right here, keep it steady, keep it slow, get into those tram lines, get it around the corner first. Now start to punch it. It's a bit feisty in the background, and it's another false start because they got a little bit feisty in the background there.
Just had a few drivers in that mid-pack actually going over the back bumpers of the drivers behind. It's lucky that none of them actually got hugely caught out, and it looks like nobody's off the circuit, off onto the grass, but that was almost big moments for some of them, and just question marks now around, are some of them going to have a few bumper penalties because of that? Let's watch. This is in the mid-pack, further back. Watch that.
Oh dear. Well, no, so you've gone around the fourth row backwards there, so that is Daniel Miron. Now, he had Mark Pilapenko go over the rear bumper of him there. So that is no fault to the front there this time. That is the mid to backpack there that just got tangled up with each other, and correct call there. Send them round again. Not what you want to see. They do obviously need to be careful now, because that is 2 false starts out of 2. One more, we might have a spot of bother. Now, of course, keep it nice and slow at the front for the drivers behind, like you're saying. A fair bit of damage. Big check over the shoulder there for Daniel Miron, and a bit of a shake of the head there towards Mark Pilapenko to say, you know, what was that? Let's not do that again. So let's see what happens this time around. Nice and steady into the tram lines. Are we going racing? This looks better. Lights are out. We are racing down in towards turn number 1. It's a good start for the 2 Tony karts as they go 1-2 down in towards turn number 1. It's Purcell, it's Christian and Cini who are now 1-2 as they head down in towards turn number 5. But keep an eye on the drivers behind, because now Evan Purcell will try to fight back. He is not able to do so, and he stays there in 3rd place, and there's drama in the background. Unfortunately, the 246 is going no further. That is Emiliano Hernandez, the driver from Mexico, out of his first race of the day, and that looks like heavy damage to the rear axle.
Rocket launch off the line then for the Tony Kart team. It really was a bullet out of the chamber moment for both Cini and Christian. Cini now having to defend heavily from the likes of Evan Purcell behind him. Going into turn number 13 and 14, it's all going on for this mid-pack of karts. This is the battle for around 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th position. Watch these drivers as they head out of the final turns, and it's almost going wrong. Some of them going out of turn number 16. That's the likes of Drew Waltz, William Kalisha and Benjamin Maniac. Almost big moments for some of the drivers out there. Devin Waltz, I must say, correct myself, that was Drew's brother Devin who is out in this race. A move is on then for that 4th position. This is going on between the likes of Evan Purcell and Daniel Miron. Bobrishov now chasing down Cini in front of him, who is chasing down his teammates of Ili Christian. At what stage will Cini start to think more about his own race and not continue to think about Christian, because he needs to overtake if he doesn't want to become vulnerable to Maxim Bobrishov right behind him. They are chasing down heavily now, Anthony, because it looks like Christian's lead is maybe going to start to reduce very quickly.
Well, okay, so Christian and Olivier Cini are in a good position in the points, as there's someone who's not in a good position at turn 13. That is drama there for the 226 Parallel Motorsport machine of Priam Bruno, who was unfortunately out of this race and will go no further. And well, he's not happy there at all. He's got quite a hefty bit of damage to that rear bumper. Eyes on this one. I'll eat my words. It wasn't Purcell who was in 2nd place and 3rd place earlier on. It's actually Maxim Bobrishov, and it's Bobrishov now who's up into 2nd place of this race. He has got past Olivier Cini, and that's going to bring me back to my next point. Cini was effectively being there a rear gunner to Christian as he pushes through. This is that overtake, and crystal clean down the inside. Turn number 5, no drama there. It's one of the prime overtaking opportunities around the lap.
Absolutely, got all of that work done on the brakes, went in nice and late and hard, held the brake, didn't roll off to create a slide, and just slotted through. We have lost Mark Pilapenko within that instant with Priam Bruno towards turn number 13 and 14 then, so the Fusion driver who started quite far up the order compared to his previous couple of rounds at both Campillos and Portimao is out of this race. Drivers under investigation now for potentially causing collisions include the 219 of Remy Samchek out there on the circuit. Samchek currently circulating in that... where is Samchek actually, Anthony. I believe I've lost him.
He's still in this race, but yeah, he's a little further down in the order. But we'll keep an eye on how they progress in this one. Other retirements from this race. Mark Petropenko, unfortunately, has gone out of this race as well, but we'll keep a close eye on him. But a tough race for his one in those early stages. There's a look at the points right now. Eli Christian leads the way in those points, 128 to his name. Collegiate with 120, Purcell with 117, Olivier Licini with 105. That's what we're talking about with Licini, was being the ultimate rear gunner there to his teammate to try and hold off the attack from Bobajov. Bobajov right now does sit in the top 10 in the points, is down the inside. Nice little change there. That is Collegiate past Daniel Miron. That's a change for P5. Pushing his way through nicely in this order. The rest of the field, though, is closed in behind because you've got the likes of the Devin Waltz there, Benjamin Magnac, who have also closed in. Also, they've got a nice little fight going on in that top 10. But right now, they are all staying firm. I eat my words down the inside. Benjamin Magnac on the move. Devin Waltz down into 8th place.
Textbook stuff by Waltz then to really get that move conceded. Back to this mid-pack section, which includes some of the Forzas chasing out of turn number 16, really being hunted down. Anthony, we're still seeing a bit of a theme there where these drivers actually can't follow that closely. I think that's impacted by the heat out there on the circuit, where the tyres and the engines start to overheat and you can't really hang on to the back bumper for too long. Fastest lap out there on the circuit then is rewarded to your driver in 4th place, Evan Purcell, 53.807. So you do see a theme of when we get into racing, these drivers start to go considerable amount of time slower than compared to qualifying because they've got so much more to think about. We previously had a bit of an incorrect notification for drivers under investigation. It's actually Vsevolod Osachi-Soslovsky sat in 13th place, who is under investigation for potentially causing an incident. No moves lost or gained for that driver, sat there just in the top 15. Biggest hitters within this race so far then include the likes of Luke Tao, sat in 15th. He's up by 8 positions, as is Angelina Simmons. Your female driver sat in 17th place, who has matched Tao's gain of 8.
Indeed, they're pushing through nicely. I'm keeping an eye on that top 4 right now. First place breaking away with Christian, Bobajov, Licini and Purcell. They're all starting to just eke in a little bit more here, and you're seeing Purcell really piling on that pressure now of Olivier Licini, and Licini's checking over the shoulders as well here to try and see where Purcell is, and he's actually gained in quite a lot of time in these opening stages of this race. He might be wanting to go for a lap possibly in these next couple of corners, but nothing so far. If he wants to get the move done, it's going to have to be in these next couple of laps because time very quickly is running out. So over the line they go on to lap number 8 of this race. It is still Christian from Bobajov, Licini from Purcell, but for how much longer? Evan Purcell looks like he's lining something up here out of the turn number 4. Is he going to look to the inside of turn 5? Yes, he is. Down the inside. You could see that coming from a mile away, and Purcell finds himself up now into the top 3.
Textbook stuff then from Purcell, really capitalises off small mistakes Licini made through turn 1 and 2. That is a section of the track that you're really going to see a lot of load get put onto the tyres. Double apex corner, you can even hear how much speed the drivers are carrying through then, how much speed gets scrubbed off, how much pressure I put on those Max's rubber boots. That, I would say, played into Evans' overtake on Licini, really did capitalise off of Licini making tiny, small mistakes through the corner, and now he finds himself in 3rd position, chasing down his teammate of Maxim Potashov.
In the
as
background.
we've got problems now onto the grass, that's the 391 and the 387. You can see the 387 just mounted onto the back of the 91. That is Daya Islami and Marcel Zappala. Drama for those two drivers out of this race in the dying stages.
Yeah, big shame for them, unfortunately. Rear bumper going underneath the front bumper of the one behind, and yeah, locked in that and just driving each other off the circuit. That is a big shame. Eyes on this. Olivier Licini now has been passed by Collegiate, who did manage to close in those last few moments. We missed that moment, and this is that moment. Actually, we got it on camera as well, and oh dear, yeah, that's just looking for your nose down the inside. Very unfortunate. It just hicks up And yeah, it's just, sorry, I didn't mean to do that, but it happened. It's one of those things. Eyes on this then, final lap of the race here, Nicole. Christen's in the lead by just under a second. Bobajov there in second. Purcell though, and Kalijah fighting away, but this is Bobajov and Purcell switching places. The two teammates giving that one up, and Purcell pushing up into P2 now.
We said it in our Academy Seniors, if drivers want to get moves done in conditions like these, they're going to have to be a bit braver on the brakes and trust that they can get the car stopped with the grip that's out there on the circuit. That's exactly what you just saw from Evan Purcell into turn number 5, which is a right-hander hairpin. Really used the brakes to get the car stopped and went in from quite far away on his teammates of Bobrishov, and looks like he could now be finishing in that second place. Driver though that's finishing first once more this season, Ili Christian takes a heat win, meets the checkered flag as your OK Junior race winner here for the first heat of the OKJs today. Nothing for Ili really to think about within that one other than babying that Tony Kart home. Takes another heat win for Tony Kart, and Canada adds to points on the board within the intermediate classification and moves himself up into the leader of the intermediate classification so far. He's then followed by Evan Purcell, who started in second, finished in second, and then it's Maxim Bobashov that rounds out your top 3 for Ricky Flynn.
Indeed. Well, great jobs for those drivers then as they make their way back into Parc Ferme. It's the first win of the weekend for Eli Christian. He'll be delighted with that one. Purcell taking another very strong performance there. His first, second place of the weekend. Bobajov, that's his best result of the weekend as well, with a P3 after that penalty earlier on in the weekend. Kalijah finishing in P4 ahead of Olivier Dicini, Daniel Miron from Benjamin Magnac, Devin Waltz from Leonardo Gorski, Michelle Orlando from Alessandro Tuchot rounding out the top 11. Gilles Herman from Sevolodo Sachi-Sadlovsky, Luke Tal from Jakarta Troja, Angelina Simmons with a good run there, gaining up into the top 16 with a 9th place gain, the same as Luke Tal. Jesse Phillips rounding out the top 17. From Julian Frasnelli, Nilas Malik from Pietro Bagutti, Wen Yabu from Michael Zajac, Alexander Lazarus from Samuel Del Gaudio, rounding out the 24 finishers in that race. Dina Islami, Marcel Sapella finishing in 26th place, Mark Potapenko and Priyan Bruno, Emiliano Hernandez, unfortunately, all retiring from that race. And there you can see the pretty hefty damage he's got on board. The radiator sticking up in the air there for Priyan Bruno. He had quite the heavy hit. But there, Eli Christian really delivering the good results this weekend. That now is his first win. And here is how it all transpired. The start of the race a little bit shaky there for Mark Potapenko. I think that damage there may have caused him to retire later on in the race. The third attempt was the green light. You could see how good the start was from the two Tony Karts, Christian and Olivier Dicini. 1-2 right at that sharp end, pushing their way through nicely. I thought it was going to be a nice little 2-kart fight there between those two. Dicini being the ultimate teammate there, unfortunately, right at the start of the race. Emiliano Hernandez with heavy damage to that rear axle, unfortunately, going no further in that race on the opening lap, which is a big shame for him. He's got a tough day of racing ahead of him here. Battles continued on throughout that one, Nicole. Bobajov was able to close in. He would later get that move done on Olivier Dicini. He would get up into second place, and then we saw Purcell close in. So again, we're seeing those OTK products fighting right at the sharp end of the field, while we see Paralins and Kart Republic slowly tumble down the order. It's a tough weekend for the Kart Republic outfits who have really tried to work on that setup, but this track just seems to be promoting the Tony Karts and the OTK products with the tight and twisty layouts, not the fast, open, flowing circuits that we saw in Campillos and Portimao.
Absolutely, and another driver that tumbled down the order sat within a Kart Republic kart, but for Fusion was Mark Pilipenko, who was caught out through turn number 13 and 14 in an incident. Driver, though, that really, really did work hard within that one. You've got to give it to him, Wav, as Evan Purcell made moves on the likes of Cini and Bobrishov, and this was the stage then that we had karts just mounting the back bumpers of others. That was Kazapla and Islami that just got caught out, gave each other a bit of a lift onto the grass and had to retire from the race. We didn't have too much to report for the likes of William Kalijah, who finished in 4th. He was battling it out between the likes of Benjamin Magnac, Daniel Moron in the early stages, but did manage to overtake Oliveri Cini in the late stages. Ilya Christian, though, driver for Canada for Tony Kart, was your race winner. Stellar stuff, lights to flag, nothing to really report or think about.
No, indeed. A cool, calm, controlled race for the Canadian, which we'll see out later on today. Make sure you stay tuned for that one, but we'll turn our attention now to the senior category this weekend. OK qualifying Heat B versus F heading out next, and this will have the likes of Daniel Kelleher on that front row of the grid, and we'll be joined by Vladimir Ivanikov as well on that front row of the grid. Both of these drivers have had really good results. Ivanikov consistently there holding second place. Daniel Kelleher, though, has been the man to watch, has had a second and a qualifying heat win. Second fastest driver overall in time qualifying. Really been pushing it so far this weekend. Really curious to see how he will get on over the course of today with, of course, the new deployment of fresh tyres. Here's what he had to say, though, after time qualifying.
Daniel, best qualifying result for you for the year so far. You must be happy with that?
Yeah, super happy.
And tell me about the lap out there. It was a bit later on in the session. You know, tell me about the track position. Tell me about what it really takes to get the circuit correct.
I thought I had a quite good track position, but then they started to roll out towards the end, like towards the second last lap. So now I kind of had to get more track position, and yeah, it worked out.
And some drivers have been saying to me that this circuit, when you get caught in the dirty air, it really makes things difficult. But starting further up the field in the heats, is that really going to benefit you?
Yeah, definitely.
Well, great to hear from you then, Daniel. Well done on your best qualifying this year.
Thank you.
Good to chat there to Daniel Kelleher, and like you say, starting this one on the front row of the grid. But like you say, not on his own here. He's got a smattering of names all around him, one of them being Ivanikov, who starts alongside him. But also you've got Kenzo Craigie, last year's OKJ World Champion in the FIA Karting Championships. He starts that on the second row of the grid right behind him. Thibaut Ramekes joining him there as well. Third in the Senior Championship in this one last year as well. That's what you can expect over the next few hours. We've got qualifying heats C versus E coming up after groups B and F for the OKJs and OKs. We then go to groups A versus D. B versus E, and then after groups B and E, that's when we go into the lunch break. We'll be away for maybe about 45 minutes or so. We will be back then with the second half of the day, which kickstarts with the Academy. Groups D and F, A and C, D and E. Then it's A and F and B and C to round out the day. That's where we'll find out who will have the 25 championship points at the end of the day in those qualifying heats, and who will be starting on pole position for those super heats tomorrow, Nicole. Engines are fired up, drivers have made their way out to the track. Let's quickly fire you through the full starting lineup. Daniel Kelleher and Vladimir Ivanikov on row number 1. Kenzo Craigie, who has not had a qualifying heat win so far this weekend. Can he do it in this one from the second row of the grid with Ramekes alongside? Jacopo Martinez had a tough qualifying, came close though in those early stages. The Italian starts alongside the Frenchman Louis Cochet on row number 3. Alpac Soy and Davide Matara had a tough day yesterday at P8 and then a DNF in his second race. Can he recover back today? Lev Krutelov and Scott Marsh go from row number 5. Sky Parker and Emili Koivisto ran out the first half of the field on row number 6.
Part 2 of your grid, and on row number 7 includes Leo Nilsson and Cora Firhand. From 8, we have Chiara Batig, who suffered a penalty yesterday in her heat, alongside Roman Kamyab of Great Britain. From 9 is Paul Androtis with Makar Sevelev. Shortly behind on 10 is Gino Rocchio and Sebastiano Pavan. What can the following drivers achieve? On row number 11, it's Oscar Gala with Jason Bralick. 12 is Rahim Alabai with Amin Kara Osman. And on the 13th row of your grid, all alone, and on 25th, we have Jakub Rajski.
Indeed, well, we look forward to seeing what will transpire in this one. Look at the intermediate classification, as plenty of viewing spots from the side of the hill, but we saw these similar over the course of previous weekends. It is Christian Costoya who leads the way, 100 points to his name. He's had 2 wins out of 2. No one else has managed to match that. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Daniel Kelleher sits second in the points, though, 94 points to his name. Like we say, that second place and a win puts him in close competition with Vladimir Ivanikov, who's had 2 second places. Now, of course, if Ivanikov gets the win, Kelleher finishes second, they'll be on the same points. So they'll be joint in it, which means it kind of puts the ball into Lewis Francis' court, who is there third in the points with 91 points. So we'll keep a very close eye on that. Right, drivers into the tram lines. Are we racing? First time of asking. Answer to that is yes. Down in towards turn number 1. It's a good start for the front rows. Keep an eye on Vanikov though, right round the outside. Where's he going to slot into? Gets into second place. That's a tasty start for the driver who starts in that barrel up machine on the outside of row number 1. But he holds on to that one nicely. Down in towards the braking zone at turn number 5. Hold your breath here as they all try to navigate their way through, and they do so successfully. Then in towards turn 6 and 7 once more. They're still 3 wide in the background, but crucially at the front there, Nicole, it is Daniel Kelleher who leads the way. Looks relatively comfortable, but Vladimir Ivanikov is right there for company on that barrel up machine.
Shooting out of the gate early then is Vladimir Ivanikov, who goes down the inside to take the race lead.
Oh!
Ivanikov then finds himself in the race leader, and we have Jacopo Martinez finding himself in a bit of trouble going towards turn number 13 and 14 and clipped the cones on the side of the track.
Won't anyone think of those poor traffic cones out on circuit that have to deal with these drivers trying to go 3 wide? Marshall's on the scene, they get them sorted out. I'd say it might be a futile effort in case Jacopo Martinez comes back around to take them out again. Eyes on these though, down the inside. Alpac Soy on the charge. Louis Cochet tries to get through, but no, he cannot do that. And now Lev Krutulov gets through as well. The next target for them will be the likes of Kenzo Craig, who's just a little further up the road. But look at this trying to close in. Davide Mataro's there, Sky Parker, Scott Marsh, Leo Nilsson at this fight as well. He's going to go wheel to wheel there with Scott Marsh, his fellow teammate, not managing to do so. 2 Premers here, wheel to wheel as well. This is exciting stuff, but Kenzo Craigie slams the door closed on his fellow teammate, and Alpac Soy cannot find his way through, and Kenzo Craigie lost out on a lot of time there. At the exit of turn number 13 and 14. Sky Parker under investigation for potentially working on the pre-grid, so that's a big no-no in that one. As we look further up the field, Ramekers all over the rear bumper of Jacopo Martinez right now.
Busy stuff from our drivers so far this morning then, Anthony. It looks like they've woken up and decided to get their elbows out. Vladimir Ivanikov still leads the way with a 1.2 second lead over Daniel Kelleher, but is now under investigation for potential starting procedure infringement. How does he respond to that? He's going to continue to push ahead because he's aware he's a fish in a pond of Kart Republics right now, and he's going to be chased down by the likes of Daniel Kelleher if Kelleher has enough time. We've got more drivers under investigation for starting procedure infringements. This is now the 306. Battle is on though. This is your battle for 3rd position between Jacopo Martinez and Thibaut Ramekers. Ramekers then your driver that finished the European season last year in 3rd place. Didn't have the start yesterday he would have wanted, but is now in the sharper end. Let's watch this replay then of Ivanikov for that start. It does look like he's a little bit further ahead, but we can't quite see the angle. And this is the replay then of the move that got him into the race lead. And when Jacopo Martinez decided he didn't like the cones.
No, he didn't like the cones at all. There was this moment here from another angle. You can see, oh, blimey, that is as close as you like it. And that's actually quite risky because they're quite hefty traffic cones there. And actually,
you can see the side pod.
The side pod off there, yeah. So he's really lucky that that is still attached, or is it still attached? That's the question. That was the Cochet moment. That was the Alpac Soy down the inside. Some feisty moves in the early stages of that race, Nicole. A bit of a dent in that front nose cone there for Ramekers as he's going through. I'm just curious to see how the likes of that side pod is. Still looks attached there, so it looks absolutely fine.
I would say it's maybe taken a bolt off. Look, it looks like it's slightly dragging and flapping around there, Anthony. It's still attached.
But it's not flaying out.
They do have 2 bolts on them, so if one is snapped, it could be wobbling around, but it's not come off completely. We see a replay then of Thibaut Ramekers overtaking Jacopo Martinez. Ramekers then, I can't call anything, but it looks like there's a slight dent in that nose cone. Just indicates this racing really has been busy overall so far, and a driver that definitely is busy is Sky Parker. Sat there now in 6th position, up by 5 places.
Indeed. This is an important one for Vladimir Ivanikov because he's managed to break away by 2.2 seconds. Now he is under investigation for a potential start infringement. He needs to open up a gap of at least 5 seconds. He has got that now between himself and P6. But if the race would end now, he would drop down to P6. So he needs to try and push even further in this race, and he, at this moment, is doing that. He set the fastest lap of the race in that previous lap, 52.268. very quick time. He's continuing to push that one along, and he's got all the clean air in the world right now. Is right behind him. Daniel Keller holding firm in second place, and then with that, holding firm in the lead of the intermediate classifications, but joint with Ivanikov.
Now we have moves by Kenzo Craigie being achieved. He's overtaken Jacopo Martinez and is pulling along the likes of Sky Parker around the circuit, who's probably having one of her best races of the year so far. Drivers being signalled out there then.
Yeah, no, I think that might have been Vladimir Ivanikov's mechanic just saying, whoa, lads, you are in the lead, all right? Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
You're 2.5 seconds up the road. And the 5 second, if there was to come for him, would only drop him down to now third place.
Yeah, Vladimir's got to be careful here. He's got to consider if he pushes too hard and gets too much temperature in those tyres, he's really going to start to scrub them in too much, take too much rubber off of them. He's got to consider, if I back off slightly, if I sacrifice a little bit of pace, a little bit of speed, because I've got 2.5 seconds to the driver of Kelleher behind me, I can preserve the rubber for the remainder of the heats today, because of course we've got a long way to go. Watch Sky Parker now then, Anthony, sat in 6th, chasing down Jacopo Martinez. Sky, probably one of the best weekends she's had so far within the OK category. Richard Mill, backed driver from the UK, is part of various different programmes to really push herself forward. The likes of the More Than Equal programme backed by David Coulthard. We now have more drama out there on the circuit. That's an Eli Koivisto who looks like he's gone round. DNF for that driver will not continue.
Yeah, and that's the fastest part of the circuit as well. Of course, drivers reaching around about 120 kilometres an hour into the breakers there at turn 1. And I suspect that is actually an engine seizure, because I can see the Marshall is trying to pull it, but the rear axle is locked, and that means, yeah, definitely mechanical gremlin, complete engine failure there for Emilio Koivisto. Eyes on this one then as I head down, and here's a replay of it in towards turn 1. Just watch the MP cut just coming through. He's tucked in behind his steering wheel. There he is, goes through. Yeah, completely locks up there. Yeah, that is going no further. That's quite a scary moment for a driver. You know, you're going in towards turn 1 as fast as you can, and then it just goes backwards. Sky Parker on the charge has got past Martinez. Martinez is going to fight back though, back down the inside. Alpaxoy goes through, 1 step forward, unfortunately 2 steps backward for Sky Parker, but still, like you were saying, superb qualifying finally for Sky Parker. She's been so rapid in free practice. Finally, she's managed to get that clean piece of track in time qualifying, which put her in a really strong position. She's been starting this one to the middle of the pack, on the 6th row of the grid, but has been delivering the results so far.
Been keeping an eye on Sky over the course of both testing and our previous rounds, including Campos and Portimao. Sky can put in really quick sector times, but sometimes just struggles to put the whole thing together, and then that really is the Achilles heel going into qualifying. But this weekend, in quali, it really looks like she's got it right, and that is helping her within these heats. The further up you start, the less work you sometimes have to do. If you have to start at the back or in that mid-pack where you've got a sea of karts around you, it causes more problems, it causes more incidents. You start higher up in the order, you typically tend to finish higher up in the order, and hopefully she can do that within this one, and maybe she can chase down Alpax Soy in front of her in that 6th place, who is still a shadow to Jacopo Martinez. Martinez, though, when he did overtake Sky Parker once more, it was quite an aggressive move. Moved her on to the rumble strip, didn't give her too much room, and Sky then had to concede the position, probably drop off that throttle cable and give it back to him. And speaking of throttle cables, that is actually why Sky had a DNF yesterday in her first heat. Throttle cable snapped. She had to pull over off to the side of the circuit, lost her a good result within that one, and maybe more good results within this one as she overtakes into turn number 5, gets squeezed onto that rumble strip by Alpax Soy and has to give the position back once more. We've done that twice now, Sky. Maybe that's being caused by rolling off the brake and sliding slightly out of the corner, or maybe just overshooting things slightly, but good attempt, bravery on 4 wheels this morning for Parker.
Yeah, indeed, really piling on that pressure to the drivers on in front. That will give Lev Krutzelov a little bit of ammo, though. he'll be able to close in a little bit with those scrapping for positions. We're on the last lap of this race, Nicole. Vladimir Ivanikov pushing through nicely. Here is that move again. Sky Parker down the inside. Crucially, looks good here. You can see it runs out a little bit wide, gets squeezed onto that grass. I think, yeah, backs off on the throttle just a little bit to keep control of the machine. And then, of course, just right round the outside there once more for Alpak Soy. And you can just see once again on the exit, no contact between the two of them, but hits that grass and has to back out of it.
She, of course, will be going into the following corner then with dirt on her tyres. So, you know, Sky would have had to be careful going into that one to make sure she cleared the dust off and could reach the corner properly. Didn't experience any understeer. Experienced good race then. Vladimir Ivanikov, 3 seconds clear from Daniel Kelleher, was signalled by the mechanic to just slow things down slightly, but it doesn't look like he's decided to do that because meets the checkered flag as your race winner for Birol Art. Great stuff by him, 3.1 seconds clear from Ireland's Daniel Kelleher. Thibaut Ramekers then is 6 seconds behind in third, but let's not forget, Vladimir Ivanikov is under investigation for a potential starting infringement, so we'll update you as the weekend progresses on whether or not he's rewarded a penalty.
Well, if he is, and that does go to his name, he will only drop to second place because he was 3 seconds clear from Daniel Kelleher. He was 6.2 clear from Thibaut Ramekers in third place. So that is pretty good going, but I can imagine his mechanics thinking those tyres are going to be absolutely cooked. So let's see what happens in this one. Right then, drivers get themselves sorted out in this. Let's take you through the full starting lineup. Vladimir Ivanikov from Daniel Kelleher, Thibaut Ramekers from Kenzo Craigie, Jacopo Martinez from Alpak Soy, Sky Parker from Lev Krutulov, Louis Cochet from Roman Kamyab, Scott Marsh from Kenneth Fairhan, Davide Battaro and Gino Rocchio get themselves sorted out in that top section. But let's see what happens to the rest of the drivers. Pavan finishing in 15th place from Leo Nilsson, Armin Kalio Osman from Jensen Bralick, Paul Andriotis from Akar Sabalev, Oscar Gallen, Jakub Rashki, Rahim Alavai running out the top 23, Koivisto and Fatigue, unfortunately, both retirements from that race, Nicole.
Well, bad luck for Fatigue then. She was given a penalty yesterday, didn't have the qualifying that she would have wanted, and of course went into this weekend within your top 10 of the championship standings. So shame to see Fatigue not having the weekend so far she would have wanted. Weekend, though, going well for the Birol Arts camp. They're having success with both Vladimir Ivanikov and Sky Parker, and let's not count out the likes of Noah Wolf in the other group. More coming up though next, and we will be turning our attention back to the juniors, but let's look at the best moments of this race. This is the moment that Vladimir Ivanikov is under investigation for. You can see him going into the tram lines, and our team maybe not happy with when he crossed that line, when he broke formation. Maybe he jumped the gun and was a little bit too early. Here we go then. This is the move where Daniel Kelleher was really at the front end of the field and being chased down by Ivanikov. This is the point. Ivanikov, textbook stuff, right down the inside, almost allowed the likes of Kenzo Craigie through, but Craigie had to defend from Jacopo Martinez, who then clipped the cones and they went flying off the side of the track. Yeah, indeed. That really kick-started a chain reaction there for the drivers. Great work from the marshals as well to get those cones back into position. But yeah, for that moment there, it all started really kicking off behind them. So Ramekers obviously managed to get up into third place. Kenzo Craigie dropped down to P4. Martinez held firm in P5 after, losing out on that overtake from Ramekers, who managed to squeeze his way through. Then that started the Alpak Soy, Sky Parker battle as well. That then raged on for a good few moments in the background. This was the dramatic engine failure for Emili Koivisto at turn number 1. Big shame for him, and that was hard work for the marshal to clear that out of the way, because of course that rear axle being locked up. There, Sky Parker getting the move done on Jacopo Martinez, would lose out then on the second section, just left that door open on the entry. That then promoted Alpak Soy to get back through. She tried it again on the next few laps, and this one down the inside of Alpak Soy. Just a little while on the exit, got squeezed there, had to roll off, dirt on the tyres, like you mentioned, Nicole. Just had to back out of that one, but it's still a solid drive and really gaining those places there. 4th place gain to finish in P7. Across the line, Vladimir Ivanikov taking the win.
potential of a start infringement. He knows he's heading to the stewards, and a shake of the head as well, because I think he knows something that we don't. And yeah, unfortunately with that one, he's still clear by a good chunk of time. 6.2 seconds clear of third place Thibaut Ramakas, 3.1 seconds clear from Daniel Kelleher. But like we say, those juniors will be coming out next. OK Junior qualifying heat C versus E will be the next one to grace its presence onto the circuit. This one will be a keeper, Nicole. We've got two drivers in this who have not yet lost a qualifying heat. Iskender Sulfakari and Turner Brown are in this race. They're going to be the ones we will need to watch. And beautiful shot there. You can see right through Iskender in the foreground, Turner Brown in the background there. But we caught up with Iskender Sulfakari after time qualifying as he set the third fastest time.
Iskender, fastest driver in your group, great qualifying result for you. But can you tell me, what was it like out there on the circuit? How did you get the lap correct?
I mean, it was a stressful weekend, but just a clear track and give your best and the results automatically comes.
And Iskender, the time wasn't quite quick enough compared to Noah Baglin in the first group. He is still fastest overall for our juniors. But can you tell me, heading into the heats, what challenges do you think there are going to be?
I mean, throughout the weekend we were not so fast. We're still working on it because we couldn't try in the warm-up for some technical issues, but it's all right. I think I'm happy for having P1 in the qualifying. It was hard, but we did it. I think throughout the groups it's gonna get slower and slower because I think the track is going to overgrip, but we will see in the heats.
Good to hear there from Iskender Sulfakari. Will be starting this one on pole position and will be joined by Dan Aleman alongside. A second and a third for Aleman, not having that qualifying heat win just yet. Dean Hugendorn and Turner Brown go from row number 2. They'll have Antonio Pitonia and Sebastian Eskandari rounding out row number 3. Lucas L and Bruno Blanco go from row number 4. They will have Juan Garfiase and Casper Reipold on row number 5. Endo Arata and Mateo Rivals round out row number 6. Row 7 in the first half of the grid will see Lucas Bonhomme and Giori Girardello.
Who will pull some tricks out of their hat on the second part of your grid? It includes Roland Nagy on 15th place, and it was supposed to be Enia Pizzuto on 16th, but I believe he is missing. Row number 9, we have Mika Runitz with Asher Oshtein, and shortly behind on 10, we have Zhang Hojie with Manuel Miguez. From 11, we have Jarlath Sayer, who had a 15th place yesterday in a heat with Egon Pedrotti. From 12, we have Remy Samchek and Tony Cacciafero. 13 is Henry Constant Kumpen, who had DNFs yesterday with Nathan Kappen. Going from the 14th and final row of your grid, 28 karts, we have Santiago Diaz de la Vega with Georgi Fomishev.
Well, again, looking forward to seeing what these drivers can do in this one, and really crucial to look forward to seeing what Iskender Sulfakari and Turner Brown can do. The main thing that we have seen from both of these drivers, Sulfakari has looked calm and controlled at the front end, starting on pole position. For Turner Brown, he's been the one to watch in those race starts. He's been able to get to the front of the field right at the word go, but this time that might be easier said than done. But we will figure that one out as it goes on, as drivers make their way into the tram lines. You saw the very briefly the points. It is Christian who leads the way with 128, but at the end of this race we might see a driver with 150 points to their name. Into the tram lines we go. Our lights are out. We are racing down towards turn number 1. They're 3-1 in towards T1. It's Aleman who leads. It's a terrible start for Iskender Sulfakari. He did not have the power there over the start-finish line. There's drama going over the grass. They all get back onto the circuit there. It is a good start for the field. I think that may have been Egon Pedrotti who had gone off the circuit. The 389 rejoining. But albeit a little further back in the field, but crucially at the front, as it's all going to go Pete Tong on the exit of turn number 6 and 7. We've got drivers facing the wrong way. It is a Forza kart that goes no further. It looks like it's the 247 that's going no further in this one, and that is Roland Nagy.
Now we have Dan Aleman being challenged for that race lead. Almost incidents out there on the circuit between our top 3, really getting too close for comfort. They could almost trade paint how close they are going towards turn number 13 and 14. Not the start that Iskender Sulfakari would have wanted, and now he heads out of turn number 16, really having to chase down the Fusion driver of Antonio Pizzonia. Dan Alleman, Turner Brown and Dean Hugendorn, though, still chasing each other down into turn number 5, and Dean Hugendorn down the inside of Turner Brown to take that second place. The next person he's going to be thinking about is Dan Alleman, and he signalled to Turner Brown to say, come with me, let's overtake him together.
Well, Turner Brown is obviously going to be the one who wants to make sure he gets the win in this one, so I think he will do whatever in his best interest to get that done. This was the moment for Roland Nagy on the exit of turn number 5 and 6. Unfortunately, just too many karts in the same part of the track, and unfortunately gets the power down on the exit on the grass, and unfortunately just finds himself rotating and facing the wrong way, and unfortunately not able to get that restarted. Big shame for him. Other drivers also got caught out in that one. Giorgio Giardello, Egon Prodotti and Zhang Jose all getting caught out in that incident. Right, eyes on this field, keeping an eye on the drivers. Jarlis Seyer is up on a 10th-place gain here, Nicole, and is up just outside the top 10 as a change to the lead. Dean Hugendorn sends it down the inside of Dan Alleman and gets into the front. Brown now with the chance of getting involved in this fight, but he has to be careful. Who's right behind him, though, in P4? It's Iskender Sulfakari, his current points rival.
Dean Hugendorn then driving his own race for Williams, for Prema, but like you said, Anthony, he's writing an invitation for our previous pole sitter of Iskender Sulfakari as Turner Brown gets it wrong going into that double apex corner, clips the grass and gets dust all over those tyres. Still sat there in second position, but that has allowed Iskender Sulfakari to jump back into third place. Battles going on then out of the final sector, and for one of the first times, Anthony, this really is turning into a massive train of karts within the junior category, all pretty much between second and about 10th position. But in second, it is still Turner Brown that is racing on. Incident sent through turn
number 5, and it's a big one. And there's one driver, Pizzonia, Endo Arata and Bruno Blanco have come together, and there's a significant hit into the wall. Now that looks to me like that's Endo Arata and Bruno Blanco walking away. No, it's Pizzonia walking away. I think it's Blanco's the one who's unfortunately gone under the wall at turn number 3. Now the rail marshals on the scene, and slowboards have come out. The race has been neutralised. Now effectively we're under a slow procedure right now, so the whole field has to reduce the pace right down now. Racing has stopped for the time being. No overtaking permitted as these drivers get themselves all squared away over the start-finish line. So that is now 3 drivers involved in that incident there. Antonio Pizzonia, Endo Arata and Bruno Blanco at turn number 5, under the watchful eyes of the race directing team. Nigel Edwards watching there from the gantry to see how that all unfolded, and that was a significant one there because that was 3 karts, I think, vying for the same part of the track in a fast, heavy braking zone.
Well, in a hairpin section, you're always going to anticipate overtakes, especially from overtakes far away, because you are able to go in from a little bit further back and trust the grip, trust the brake, but sometimes it does cause big incidents like that, hoping all of those drivers involved are okay. But the 3 drivers at your front, though, Anthony, as we're under this neutralisation stage, Hugendorn, Turner and Iskender Sulfakari, we questioned. Turner, 2 wins out of 2. Sulfakari, 2 wins out of 2. But currently it could look like both of those are going to break that streak of wins from each other, because Dean Hugendorn, of course, is your current race leader. But within your intermediate classification, it is Brown that leads the way with 144, Sulfakari in second with 141, and then Dean Hugendorn with 135. So moves made by all 3 of those drivers so far. But within this one, if we can get going again, will that winning streak for both Brown and Sulfakari be broken by Hugendorn in that Williams Prema car?
Oh, well, that'll be the question. We'll have to wait and see. But at this moment, still under slow procedures with that incident at turn number 5 between Pizzonia, Endo and Blanco. Can report Blanco is the driver who is currently being seen to by the medical staff out there on the circuit. He's got the finest that Italy have to offer all around him, and he's under the watchful eye of the FIA officials out there as well. So he's in the best of possible hands. The marshal's doing a brilliant job as well to help clear the circuit also, but we'll keep a close eye on how this one progresses. But right now, still under slow procedures, and drivers keeping that pace nice and slow as the teams work tirelessly out there to try and get the race back underway. Well, we'll keep a close eye on that one, and we'll send our best to Bruno Blanco out there. As you can see now, just being put into Marshall post 3 with some of, like we said earlier, Italy's finest. Right, so we will wait then to see what is going to be happening at this part of the race. We are still under slow procedure. We are on lap number 7 of this race. Now, of course, when we're under slow procedure, the race continues. It doesn't stop in any way. So they keep counting down the laps. They keep going forward. So they are losing out on a little bit of race time here. But it does mean that we get a little bit more of a sprint between these drivers. This is a great opportunity for Turner Brown now to get the jump on Hugendorn. This is a great opportunity for Sulfakari to get the jump on Brown. Now, the lights and the flags, they have gone static now, which means at the end of this lap, Nicole, we'll be back in racing.
We will be back in racing indeed, but this phase of the race has done good things for Dean Hugendorn because, like you said, the clock still ticks, the laps still go on, so he is your race leader currently, and he has had less work to do. But he's got to think about, he's got to spring off of that line. He cannot be caught asleep because Turner Brown, Iskender Sulfakari are right there. And of course, because of this stage of the race, it has turned our entire field into one long train of karts, and it brings the likes of Dan Alleman back into things. Sell will be right there, and will be Sebastian Eskandari also.
Yeah, indeed. Right. Well, I can see on our screens up here that Antonio Pizzonia is under investigation for potentially causing a collision there at turn number 5, and we'll keep an eye on that one though. As Hugendorn
backing everybody up
is backing
now.
Everyone up. Yes, indeed. It's a smart move. He'll get on the power nice and early. Is it too early though? We'll have to question mark that one, but he gets going again. Green flag waving, and we are back underway then in OK Junior. Qualifying Heat C versus E, and Brown was not able to get the jump on Hugendorn, but crucially, neither will Sulfakari on Brown as they head in towards turn number 5 for the now 9th time of this race. But let's see how this all transpires. But crucially, staying in single file, no changes between those top drivers.
Dean Hugendorn then clipping the curb of turn number 8, really to get the run up the hill, controls that Kart Republic kart as it goes light on them through turn number 10. Really have to control the understeer. Through turn number 12 then, and we'll head back up into that bowl section, which these drivers are saying is really difficult to get correct. You really have to be fast on your feet, fast on that steering wheel. Turner Brown then still looking to defend from Iskender Sulfakari, who is his biggest competition in this competition so far this weekend. Like you said, Anthony Pizzonia is under investigation for that incident with the likes of Bruno Blanco and Endo Arata out there on the circuit. Final lap of things now. Dean Hugendorn still leading the way. Doesn't look nervous, doesn't look rattled, and is driving his own race, and crucially hasn't decided to go too defensive within these last couple of laps, which has allowed him to break away slightly from the likes of Turner Brown. Really limited time then for our drivers. We are really on the dying stage of this. Not too much going on for anybody really. Actually questioning if they decided to just kind of settle for where they are in this race. We've got drivers in here who really have made up some good positions. Nothing too dramatic going on. Good race though for Dean Hugendorn for what he got out of it. Will meet the checkered flag as your heat winner, ahead of Brown, ahead of Sulfakari, who crucially have lost their winning streak so far this weekend, because Dean Hugendorn is your race number 1. Takes that goal, takes that race win, and wins from 3rd place.
Indeed, first win of the weekend for Dean Hugendorn. Can add that one to the tally and the CV going into their races later on today. Hugendorn claiming that first one then ahead of Turner Brown. It's Iskender Sulfakari, Dan Alleman from Lucas Sell, Sebastian Eskandari, Lucas Bonhomme with a 6th place gain, finishes in 7th place from Mateo Rivals, Asher Osteen and Juan Garciase rounding out the top 10. Asher Osteen with a 9th place gain to finish in P number 9. A solid result from them. There's your full classification then on your screen. 11th place is Manuel Maguez, also with a 9th place gain ahead of Casper Reipold. 12 places gain for Henrik Constant Kumpin ahead of Charles Sayers 7. Remy Samchuk with an 8th place gain from Tony Cachavero's 8 places. Santiago Diaz de la Vega with a 10th place gain to finish in P17. Giardello from Runitz, Zhang from Kupen, from Fomachev running at the top 22. Pedrotti running out the 23 runners in that race. Pitonia, Endo, Arata, Bruno Blanco and Roland Nagy, all retirements from that race. The one non-starter of Enia Pizzuto. Well, there you can see the drivers just being seen to. Of course, a couple of the drivers involved in that incident. You have Fusion Motorsports, Antonio Pizzonia, Endo Arata of Ward Racing, of course, Paralin's Bruno Blanco. Still being seen to there at Marshall Post 3. I think we saw him maybe sitting up there, which is very good to see. Significant hit into the wall there at turn number 5. But there on your screen, Dean Hugendorn, first win of the weekend, adds it to the tally. Solid start to his race, but look at the start here from Iskender Sofakari. Had no power on the go, swamped by the field.
Looked like he tried to swipe into that mid part of the track and actually just looks like he gets slightly confused, gets sandwiched between Alleman and Dean Hugendorn, and then ends up really on the back foot heading towards turn number 3. Had to defend through that second part of 2. We lost the likes of Egon Pedrotti at turn number 3, really had to cut the track, go over the grass, which would have affected his next few corners as he had dust all over his tyres, as did some drivers who got involved with this incident. The likes of the 247 Roland Nagy got caught out on the grass, spun round and resulted in a DNF for him. This was it. You can see all these drivers, just to see if them get caught out onto that rumble strip, onto the grass, just clips the back end, gone out of the race. Dean Hugendorn made moves into turn number 5, used the brakes to get the car rotated, really didn't waste any time, as did Dan Alleman when he had to concede that place to Turner Brown, who almost lost it as he caught too much rumble strip, got into that bit of a dip that is on the corner, which holds a bit of dust. Was lucky to get away with that one. It did open things up slightly for the likes of Iskender Sulfakari. You can see it again, really lucky just to catch things. This is it then when some of the barriers went a bit flying. This was Endo Arata, Pizzonia and Bruno Blanco that really got involved with each other on that incident. Really hoping all 3 of those drivers walk away from that crash okay, because it was some heavy impact. Impactful race though by the likes of Dean Hugendorn for Williams, for Prema, for Kart Republic. Heat win ahead of the likes of Turner Brown. Iskender Sulfakari breaks both of those drivers' winning streaks.
It certainly does. Well, we'll turn our attention back to the senior grid now. Qualifying heat C versus E will be coming up next, but between now and then there will be a little bit of a clean-up operation happening down there. You can see all the marshals working to clear the track, repair the barriers as well. We saw from some of those replays the center connectors between the actual barriers themselves. You've got the red and white barriers and you've got the black center bit that kind of locks it in. One of those got flung out and then was collected by another kart. Gonzalo Planta out there. He's keeping an eye on the repairs as well out there as well. So he'll be looking through all of those moments just to make sure they're all good. Nicole, we're flying through these qualifying heats now. You know, we're going into that second half of the day. We'll have the most important second heat for the Academy coming up. We'll have all of those qualifying heats later on today as well. That's where we'll start to see, it's at this point of the weekend where we see fresh tyres get deployed now for the drivers, whether or not they're going for the left-hand side, the right-hand side, anything like that. But we are expecting to see those moments coming up very, very soon. There, though, on your screen, Jacob Mikulev starting this one on pole position, the driver from Malta for the Kart Republic team. Solid day, technically, has not lost a race on circuit after going very quick in time qualifying. Here's what he had to say.
Jacob, it's fastest in group for you and your best qualifying of the year so far. You must be happy with that result?
Yeah, I'm very happy considering the work I've put on track and off track. I think I should deserve it and I'm quite happy.
That work then, Jacob, I'd be really interested to know, what is that? What have you been doing in between each round to be as fast as you are?
I've been working a lot physically, eating good and trying my best whilst I'm driving. Those are the points.
And despite a great lap, it wasn't quite quick enough compared to the other groups. But going into heats, what's it going to take to get ahead of your competitors?
I think to get ahead, I just have to perfect my driving and just perfect every lap, and we'll see from there.
Well, we'll see where that perfection gets you, Jacob. Well done.
Thank you.
Good to chat to him there, and like he's saying, we'll be talking a lot about the Kart Republic OTK battle over the course of this one, and of course the Paralympic battle as well, and the CRG and the Birrell battle. They're all fighting up at that sharp end, but this time around they've got two of them on the front row of the grid. In fact, actually, eat my words, the top 4 rows in this one are all Kart Republic. So for Group C and E, this one is a competitive one for the Kart Republic family. The highest ranked OTK product is Elliot Kaczynski. He's starting this one all the way down to P9 further down the field. There, though, on your screen, James Anagnostiadis. Both himself and Jacob Miklev have had a very similar round of results in this one. James won his first one, then got a P6 after a penalty in his second. Miklev got a penalty in his first, then won his second one. So there you go. They've had a bit of a similarity on that one. One driver who I am going to keep an eye on, though, is starting on the second row of the grid. Lewis Francis, a win and a third, is actually probably the best and highest ranked driver on this grid at this moment heading out.
Yeah, absolutely. And all 4 roads at your front 4 rows, all drivers sat in Kart Republic machinery. Really shows the strength of that machinery out there, the strength of it at this Italian Viterbo circuit. But what can the likes of Anagnostiadis, Miklev Francis and Alexander Chartier do from your front 2 rows? We're going to find out shortly, and like you said, good results so far by Anagnostiadis, not just within this weekend, but within the championship. He was your round 1 winner, strong driver who finished the World Championships in 2024 on the podium in junior. He's really lit things up in the senior class, though, and we see him consistently at the front. This weekend as well, he's supported by his sister, Ava Anagnostiadis, who's F1 Academy driver for the Tag Heuer racing team. She's somewhere in this paddock this weekend. Can she maybe bring James an added bit of extra luck, extra support, and can he get another heat win in here? Well,
we'll have to wait and find out, because like you say, he starts on the front row of the grid, but he's got some work to do from this one. Alexander Chartier as well from Canada also has put in some good results in this one. Never been outside that top 5, a P4 and a P2 for him as the whistle blows. Drivers make their way out onto the circuit, so let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup as drama there for, I think, Dmitry Matviev struggling to get his wagon rolling. Well, let's hope we see that get going. But yeah, that's a bit of a shaky one. Right then, let's take you through that full starting lineup then. It is Jacob Miklev starting this one on pole position. Will be joined by James Anagnostiadis alongside. Lewis Francis, his fellow countryman, goes from row number 2. He'll have Alexander Chartier alongside on that row. Dmitry Matviev and Ella Hakkinen with their greatest qualifying so far of the season. Starts this on the 3rd row of the grid. Row number 4 sees Marcus Schulkunis, who's also had a pretty decent qualifying in this one for him. Starting it on row number 4, he'll have Roland Cooklane for company alongside. Elliot Kaczynski had a tough day yesterday. He'll be starting this one on row number 5 with Peter Stella alongside Klara Kowalczyk, and the likes of Clovis Nougare go from the first half of the field on row 6.
What can the second part of your grid achieve then on row number 7? It's Jensen Burnett of Canada with Oliver Kinnemark, who was given a penalty yesterday in his heat. From 8, we have Hugo Marti with Karl Luthardt. From 9, we have Luke Cordner of Germany with Wilmer Svan of Sweden. Number 10, we have Thomas Pradier, who was very quick earlier on in the season. Portimao not had the qualifying he would have wanted alongside Sun and Z. 11 is Maria Neto of Portugal with Maximilian Rafalik, who had a DNF yesterday. 12 is Romeo Roussel alongside Francois Cardal. And starting on the 25th spot of your grid, on the 13th row, is Luna Flusha of Spain for Mercedes, for Iron Dames and Kart Republic, who didn't have a qualifying result she would have wanted yesterday. Actually had a bent back axle before she had even hit the circuit. So Luna got some work to put in today in our heats.
Yes, indeed. Certainly has pushed through in those first few of them. Right then, eyes on the front of the field then. Drivers have got those temperatures into a prime running order. There's a look at your intermediate classification. Daniel Kelleher leading that one with 144 from Ivanikov. Craigie from Cochet, Ramakas from Krutzelov, Aksoy, Costoya, Martinez, and then Lewis Francis, who's there with 91 points to his name, sitting 10th in those points. But he starts this one, P3 on row number 2. Into the tram lines. Lights are not out. We're going round again, and I think just that little bit eager on that inside row this time, Nicole. And there, Nigel Edwards sending the field round once more and holding firm the grid. So drivers now wanting to not have too many of these at this stage of the weekend, because this is where this starts to really close in a little bit. This is where the tyres come into play. This is where it all sorts itself out.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And this is the stage where these drivers have done multiple heats now, and the rubber will be starting to reduce on the tyre significantly. These drivers will really start to feel it through these corners. They'll start to feel the understeer, they'll start to feel the slide. They've got to be careful on how much steering inputs they're putting on and how quickly they're approaching these corners. Of course, these drivers can decide to combat those kind of issues by making setup changes, but a lot of the combating is going to be done on the track. They're really going to have to think about what they're doing, especially when overtaking. They don't want to overshoot things, get too much temperature in the tyre, reduce that rubber. Out of the final sector then, and trying to line themselves up are our grid through the tram lines. Will we go on the second time of asking, are the lights out? No, they're not. Drivers will go round again, and James Anagnostiadis, your driver starting on the front row in second, put his hand up in the air just to say he wasn't happy with something out there out of that final sector. One more opportunity for these guys on track.
Yeah, indeed. Under that watchful eye again, and obviously it's not all down to just the front runners here. Of course, the middle pack have got their job to do, the back of the pack have got their job to do as well. But of course, I can imagine we will see some words being spoken to our front runners here from Gonzalo Panto, who is standing right on the exit of this very corner. They're coming to him a bit fast, and yeah, I think he's just telling them, right, slow it down at the start there. You're going too early on the power. Got to wait until you round that final corner fully. You have got the acceleration line out there as well, the yellow line on the circuit. That is the indicator of where really they should do it, but of course they go a lot earlier than that. It is just a recommendation line, really. That line, though, isn't. The red line there means no overtaking. You should be in 2x2 rolling start formation. You're under yellow flag procedures right now. You should be nice and slow. And crucially, you're not seeing that here. You're seeing them still going really fast here. And trying to hold that pace. So, third time's a charm. Jacob Mikulev, James Anagnostiadis then into the tram lines. Are we racing? This time, yes, lights out, we are going down in towards turn number one. Good start from the outside line. Anagnostiadis sweeps through into the race lead. Caught Jacob Mikulev sleeping there at turn number one as they get going. There's a big amount of dust getting kicked up there, and that is Dmitry Matviev, I believe, who was just trying to get his car back onto the circuit. He has done so. In fact, I don't think it was Matviev. I think it may have been another one of them, maybe even Roland Cooklane, who is trying to get himself back onto the track. But that is a shaky start for one of them. But crucially, they are all still going at the exit of turn number 11, down the hill in towards turn number 12.
Cloud of dust then surrounds that part of the circuit, and what James Anagnostiadis is not going to know when he approaches that sector of the track once more is there could be some dust down there at turn number 5, and it's all getting busy further back in the order. That's between the likes of Carl Leopard, Hugo Marti, Oliver Kinmark. We've got Pradier in there, really all fighting for positions, as are the drivers in that mid-pack of things, which include the likes of Shilkunas, Kulchik and Burnett. Here we go then, it's still James Anagnostiadis. He hits that part of the circuit. You can even see a little bit of dust being kicked out of the back bumpers of these drivers, as it would have been put all over the circuit at that stage. Well held though by the likes of Anagnostiadis, who continues to lead from the likes of Mikulev into turn number 8, 9 and 10, and it's still getting busy further back at the field. That's Luna Flusha trying to fight for position, trying to put her elbows out to really get herself back into the sharp end of the order. Shilkunas now making overtakes into corners, down, and really gets things done. Where is he now sat? Shilkunas, I think he has broken into that top 10 position. That race up then, Anthony Jordan. Really good stuff from James Anagnostiadis. You could see him going out of turn number 16, playing with the car. So I actually think maybe he was clever. He used his head a little bit, leaned the car off slightly, potentially, and that's what helped him to really shoot over the line. More moves going on then at the front end of your order. I think that is between the likes of Peter Stiller and Chartier there in that 4th, 5th and 6th position. And who's still there in that top 10 spot? Ella Häkkinen.
Yep, really strong start to the race on this one. You can see her just at the back of this two fighting now. So Stiller still in control of this one, as Cooklane is on the charge here. He's got the fastest lap of the race, despite the fact that he was off the circuit earlier on. He was the driver who went all dusty on the exit of turn number 4 into turn number 5. Anagnosiadis, though, not out of the woods yet, Nicole. Jacob Miglev is closing in. It is 0.2 of a second is the gap. Purple sector 2 on the last lap for Jacob Miglev. What will it be through sector number 1? Well, Anagnosiadis was faster, but the pace behind on this one, Nicole, is faster. We're getting purple sector 1s from the likes of Häkkinen, Cooklane and Shilkunas as well. All briefly had the moments of holding on to that purple sector 1, so the pace behind is a bit quicker than what we're seeing at the front.
Well, I just thought that Miglev was getting razor close to Anagnosiadis, but he now looks like he's just broken off the back end of him slightly. They're lapping pretty similar sector times. Is slightly faster than the driver ahead, but maybe just dropped a little bit of pace through those sectors. And of course, let's not forget that the temperature of the karts, of the tyres, are going to make it really hard work for these drivers to follow each other too closely. What is the promotion of the likes of Luna Flusha? Then 6 places so far. She sat in 19th place. We could see her previously coming down the start-finish straight, so she really is on the charge, as is the drivers further back in the field. We've got battles really going on further back. Maria Neto is up by 7 places to get herself into 14th. And Marcus Shilkunas, your fastest driver out there on the circuit, is currently sat in 9th place.
Well, that's cementing what I was saying earlier on, how the pace seems to be faster in that mid-pack than what it is at the front. So they're pushing their way forward. And this usually means that we get a big group like that all fighting through in that mid-pack section. Eyes on the front here, though. Anagnosiadis has started to pull away. Peter Stiller, though, who had a brilliant race yesterday with good gains, now is looking to do the same in this one. He's closing in on Luis Francis. That battle is not done yet. In fact, I think it's only just beginning here, Nicole. Peter Stiller is all over the back of Luis Francis' rear bumper.
Well, we've seen great success from Francis so far in this competition through the season. He's had a good run of things, and we always know that he's going to go into weekends with great pace. We've not really seen too much of Peter Stiller so far throughout the European Series. We know he's a good driver, but he's not maybe been this far up the order, but he's sat there within the top 5 and is chasing down Francis there in that Kart Republic. Where will he bite the bullet to promote himself into top 3? Well, he's got more than half a race left, so there is plenty of opportunity. James Anagnosiadis then still continuing to charge away from the rest of the field. This is a replay of Luna Flusha going into turn number 5. Almost gets herself into a little bit of trouble on the back bumper of one of the Tony karts in front of her. Lucky to really back off on the brake and not going too hard, because let's not forget, front fairing penalties are really having to be considered by these drivers. As soon as you drop that nose cone, 5-second penalty, which can loop, you know, at the moment, if you're sat where Luna Flusha is, which is 17th, if she was to get a 5-second penalty, that would basically drop her to last.
Yeah, it certainly would, but we'll keep a close eye on how she progresses through this race, because she's on the charge, the same as Maria Neto as well on the CRG. 10 places gained now for Neto, just outside that top 10, pushing forward. There is Matveev at the moment, has got the company of Ella Häkkinen just ahead. Has also got the likes of Shilkunas accompanied behind, and Marcus Shilkunas has been piling on that pressure in terms of pace as well. So we'll keep a close eye on that one, but Matveev maybe eyeing up a move here on Häkkinen as they head through in towards turn number 5, and we'll keep a close eye on that one, but I think for the time being, Häkkinen just holding on to it. No, I'm going to eat my words on that one. I think Matveev has now got through and into the likes of P7. Flusha on the charge, 9-place gain, starting P25, currently 16th. As we watch this fight here, Stiller still waiting to find the gap on Luis Francis, but not finding it just yet. This is all kicking off. Here's Häkkinen trying to go 3 wide down towards turn 13 on the outside. Oh, that's going to allow the train to go through, and that is how easy you can lose out multiple places into that section if you're just off the racing line and the train goes through. There's absolutely nothing you can do. No,
absolutely not. And when you're in that mid-pack, if you're getting overtaken by one, expect to be squeezed and expect for 2, 3, 4 more karts to drive down the inside, and you're going to end up really on the back foot. Driver that is making a really good go of a bad qualifying is Maria Neto, up by 9th places, started 21st, currently ninth, up by 12 paces, should I say. She did look promising within qualifying. At some point, she was the fastest driver out there on the circuit, but in the later stages, that decision to maybe go out a little bit early just didn't benefit her, and she really did end up with a poor qualifying result. Drivers that are still searching for results. Chilkunas still up there in that 8th spot in the top 10, having a good run of things compared to what was going on in Campillos. Maybe wasn't having results in Spain, went to Portugal, had a good time there, and is, you know, we're seeing consistent progress from Chilkunas now as the European season progresses. As this race progresses, though, drivers really on the limits of things out of turns number 6 and 7. Costilla is still chasing down Francis, but hasn't been able to go for a move just yet.
No, he's not been able to find that real extra little pace he's needed to get that nose down the inside. He is holding a good little gap there, a gap which is doable for a move, but again, I think he's just thinking long game here, because he's already up 6 places. Yes, okay, a 7th place would help him out if he could get it. If he can get up to 3rd place, it's a nice chunk of points. But he doesn't want to risk what he's already earned in this race. He might just stay there in P4 unless the opportunity really does promote itself up ahead. But I don't think Francis is going to allow that to happen, of course. Francis, very talented young man. He's trying to close in on the drivers up ahead of him, but in the meanwhile, they themselves are breaking away. As Anagnostiadis now on lap number 11, Nicole, has just set a fastest lap of the race, 52.652. It's continuing to try and break away from Mikolev, who holds at a half a second gap.
Well, Anthony, that just shows the stability of those Max's tyres. We've said before, they have a really quick start-up time, where in qualifying, it really only takes 1, 2, maybe 3 laps to get good time in. So you're never going to go faster on the tyre than you do within qualifying, but then they really do stabilise and you can keep good pace throughout the racing, and that's what shows how James has managed to put in such a quick time so late on within a race, and continues to, you know, drivers out there continue to go faster in sectors. You've got Peter Stiller has just set his fastest personal sector 1. Drivers continue to go green throughout races. So just a testament to the rubber that's on those tyres is being used by these drivers. The likes of James Anagnostiadis, who really just slams that curb of turn number 8, keeps it on the road, but really does smash the curb going up the hill. Final lap of things then, Mikolev still chasing down at 0.3 of a second as they head through that banked bowl section. The positive and negative camber combated by these drivers, and he has lost a little bit of pace out of there, but looks like he will turn out of turn number 16 as your race winner. Almost loses it though to the likes of Mikolev, who really caught up on that final sector. James Anagnostiadis wins by 0.17 seconds, just under 0.2 of things for the Prema Racing team, for Mercedes, for Kart Republic, and for Australia. Lights the flag from James, really shot off that start, and that has rewarded him a great race win ahead of Malta's Jacob Mikolev and Lewis Francis. It's then Stiller in 4th, and Alexander Chartier rounds out your top 5.
They certainly do indeed. They will make their way back to Parc Ferme, and that is a job well done for James Anagnostiadis. 2nd win of the weekend. Adds those points to his name. He steps up to 2nd in the points with that race win ahead of Mikolev and Francis. It is all Kart Republic manufactured 1, 2, 3 in that one, with Prema Racing taking the win. Peter Stiller, like you say, in P4 from Alexander Chartier, Roland Cook-Lane from Dimitri Matviev, Marco Chilkunas from Maria Neto with a 12th place gain in that one. The CRG looking strong out there, with Maria Neto finishing in P9 ahead of Oliver Kinmark. Klara Kowalczyk in 11th place from Ella Hakkinen. At the end of that one, finishes in P12. Jensen Burnett from Clovis Nougarade. Luna Flusha with a 10th-place gain finishes inside the top 15. Kaczynski from Pradir, Léopard from Sunazee, Rafelik from Svan, Martin from Russell, Korda from Kadal, who round out the 25 runners in that race. Race winner on your screen, James Anagnostiadis, and here's how it all unfolded. Look at this start here, Nicole, right round the outside, turn number 1. Caught Mikolev sleeping there, continues to just absolutely drive away. That was the tense moment there right at the beginning of that race. Roland Cooklane kicking up all the dust in the world, but amazingly kept the power in and managed to finish in a relatively decent result as well of P6. So still a 2-place gain on this one. Battles happening thick and fast throughout that order, but I'm really impressed by a handful of drivers in this one, one of them being Maria Neto. That CRG from Portugal, 12 places gained to finish in P9. That's a really early charge there. The same could be said for the likes of Luna Flusho, who also gained 10 places in that race.
Absolutely, both female drivers really getting their elbows out and showing that they can promote themselves up the order and make some big positions up. James Agnostiadis then didn't have to make up positions, started in second, finished first, so only one overtake for him, and it was a great one indeed to take that race win. Attention, eyes and ears go back on our juniors now though, because they are up for qualifying heat A versus D. 10 laps, 12.9 kilometers of racing for these drivers, and it will be led by Noah Baglin on the start. Let's hear from Noah Baglin, our championship leader, what he had to say after he polled it yesterday.
Noah, it's pole and group. You've really hit the ground running here in Italy, but tell us, new circuit on the calendar, new for many of you drivers. What's it like out there?
Yeah, it's amazing. The track's obviously is so fun to drive, and there's a lot of hairpins, so it's a lot like the driver, not the engine, so it's really fun, and I'll just show what I can do.
And as the driver then, Noah, can you tell me what some of the unique challenges are of this circuit? You've got certain areas that are really on and off camber. To you, what are the challenges of the track?
Yeah, obviously you've got the bowl hairpin, which is very tricky. Obviously you haven't seen this on the calendar for a while, so yeah, it's very tricky, this track, and there's loads of new hairpins I haven't seen for a while, so yeah.
And coming into this weekend as the championship leader in juniors, what's the pressure like? Are you feeling quite relaxed, or are you a little bit nervous heading into things?
No, I think it's okay. The pressure's not that bad because we've still got 2 rounds left, so it's quite easy, to be honest, with the pressure. We just maybe a little bit pressure in the last round if we maintain this championship lead, but yeah.
Well, great to hear from you.
Well, good to hear from Noah Baglin. Outright pole sitter from time qualifying, but has not come away with a qualifying heat win yet. Can he get that one in this race? He'll be starting alongside Will Green on that front row. Bosco Arias and Henry Domain go from row 2. They'll have Samuel Hugon and Denny Babacek, who ran out the top 6 on row number 3. Jean-Mathieu Rousseau and Teo Polican, who likes chocolate ice cream first thing in the morning, does Teo Polican. He starts this one on the 4th row of the grid. They'll have Ludovico Mazzola and Gianmarco Giusto on row number 5. Andrea Mani and Michael McGoy go from row 6. They'll have Mariano Lopez and Gustavo Marquez de Silva on row number 7.
Work to do then for the following drivers on the second part of your order. From row 8, it's Drew Waltz alongside Felipe Sanchez, and on 9 we are supposed to have Jus Mulder, but I believe he's missing, alongside Martin Bertolacini. From 10 is Alex Malotta and Amir Sabarov, and shortly behind on 11 we have Mercedes and France's Manny Nuvolini alongside Zavre Dudkovsky. From 12 is Marcel Jebbo with Vanessa Schilkenator. Shortly behind on your 13th row includes Lillian Scarborough of the USA and Nicola Stanley of the USA, an all-American, all-female lineup. From 14 is Victor Stalmack alongside Emilia Wiszymirska, and going from 15 we have Case Aziza. I said all-female lineup then, Anthony. It's actually Emilia Wiszymirska is on row number 14, not alongside Lillian Scarborough on 13. But we'll go, Case Aziza rounds out your grid on the 29th spot. Some work to do after a disqualification yesterday. Try to restart after lap number 1. So what can Case achieve within this one?
Yeah, that is a no-no, unfortunately. That regulation change from 2024 over to 2025 has caught even some of the best and brightest drivers in this grid. Last year, they were able to restart these karts on any lap of the race. Over the winter, that rule has changed. You can only restart one attempt on the first and only lap of the race. If it's lap 2, you can't do it. Here we go then, into the final corner of the lap. Are we going racing this time? Lights are not out. They're going around again, and I can see why there's gaps all the way throughout that order there, Nicole.
Yeah, intermediate classification though, we'll run you through it quickly as we've got time on this false start. Turner Brown leads with 144 points over Iskender Sulfakari with 141. It's then Dean Hugendorn with 1:35. But of course, these drivers have raced more than our current grid who are out there on the tarmac, the likes of Baglin and Will Green, Henry Domain and Bosco Arias, who have all had good results so far this weekend. Arias has taken a heat win, Domain's had a P2. Will Green has been a man of consistency with 2 fourth positions, but which drivers are going to bite the bullet and get themselves further up in the order? One that is going to want to achieve that is Noah Baglin, who had a 11th place after a penalty yesterday, as well as a 4th, not what he would have wanted out of yesterday's heats, but he's got more opportunities in today's heats. And of course, within this race, he will lead our grid out of turn number 14, has really backed everybody up, now slowed things down. He will meet Gonzalo Planta, who's just signalling to say, keep this pace, keep it slow, keep it steady, as they head out of 15. Will we go racing on this second time of asking? Noah Baglin for Ferrari for Prema will lead the way. Hand on engine, just on that carb, trying to adjust things as they head out of turn number 16. Will we see Green? Will Green go green and take this race lead? Can he do it going into turn number 1 and 2? No, he doesn't, because Noah Baglin hugs that racing line and Will Green has to drop back into 3rd position. We had a little bit of jostling of position in that mid-pack, and we will take you through the order changes just there. Denny Babachak really sat in the sharp end of the field through turn number 6 and 7. Hugs all of that rumble strip to get the run through turn number 8, and all of these drivers clipping that curb through 8 and 9 to get the run down through 10. Settled start from our top 10 to 15 then. Noah Baglin looking over his shoulder to see what the gap is to the Ricky Flynn driver shortly behind him, and to Will Green, who is all over him like a shadow now as we almost complete our first lap of racing.
Indeed, at the exit of the lap then, they will snake their way through that snail section as they wind it up the revolutions now back onto that start-finish straight. It is Baglin who leads the way from Bosco Arias, Green in 3rd from Hugon, Babachek from Domain, Polican from Rousseau, Madola from Justo round out the top 10. There has been some good moves throughout the field. Ahmed Samarov 4 places gained, the same for Victor Stalmack, also 4 places gained. So there have been some moves up and down that order, but crucially you're seeing a long old train there, Nicole, all for those front runners. Baglin not out of the woods yet. Bosco Arias on a 1-place gain is slowly starting to reel him in, but it is Baglin who was the fastest on that opening lap, of course, with the clean air in front, 54.909. From the rest of the field, but the pace behind is looking quick because I'm seeing purple sectors coming in. Unfortunately, Nicholas Stanley, who is circulating down in 28th place, has received a technical flag. There's clearly some discrepancies with the wagon, and I'm just trying to see what would be the cause of that one. It is nose cone. It is hanging off on one end around the final corner. It is not attached at all.
Bosco Arias then really confirming his position in 2nd place and not giving Will Green any breathing room, who's now having to slightly defend from the likes of Samuel Hugon in 4th place. This race, though, widely remains open, and it is going to be a fight right to the end because these two top 4, there is nothing between them. Drew Waltz sets the fastest lap early on. He is your fastest driver within these opening stages, but he is a little bit further down the order. Here we go then, this is the move for 2nd place. Will Green tried to get the move done on Bosco Arias and left the door wide open to who? Samuel Hugon, who jumps up 2 for the price of 1. Hugon now sat there in 2nd place.
That was a tasty little move there for Samuel Hugon, who pushes his way through. There is a technical flag, unfortunately, going in, and yeah, that nose cone is very, very not how the manufacturer intended it to be. He's trying to push it back into place, but you've got to be careful there because, of course, you don't want to accidentally break a bracket or push it back into a bracket. So, oh dear, and that is Green. Will Green at the front of this field is out of this race. He got into 2nd place briefly earlier on, and now he is out of it, and that is a huge shame for Green. His 4th place streak of finishing ends now. And now he finds himself at the back of the field. That is a huge shame for him, but the race continues. How on earth, though, did that happen? Well, I'd be really interested to know, because it doesn't look like those other drivers have lost too much time, the drivers that Will Green was around. But like you said, Anthony, Green is out.
Noah Baglin still continues to lead the way, has his head under the wheel to miss that air. This was it though, so we've got Arias goes down the inside, Denny Babacek is in there. So Babacek just clips Green going into turn number 5 with that nose cone, hits the side of Green. Watch again, there he goes. So it doesn't look intentional whatsoever. Wrong place, wrong time by both drivers, and Will Green falls short through that one. Denny Babacek, though, hasn't been put off. He's still sat there in 4th place. The highest up we've seen him so far within the European season, but you can see his nose cone. You can maybe indicate maybe that has dropped, because I can see a big dent in the front bit of it. Battles between the two Forzas, though. That is the Domain and Russo getting all involved with each other, fighting out, and that is going to bring Justo into there, who heads out of turn number 16, and the same as Denny Babacek. You see a big dent in that nose cone as well, Anthony.
Yeah, indeed. We've been a bit feisty out there, but Giacomo Justo there looking mighty feisty as well, trying to get involved in this fight, and has not found his way through just yet. I've got to say, between Rousseau and Domain, pretty feisty little battle there into those final couple of corners. It's very risky to go wheel to wheel into turn 16, and we have seen moments at that turn over the course of previous weekends, but right now they're all just staying line astern. Babacek now on the defensive here is going to back them all up. Rousseau, Domain, Justo will have the company of Andrea Mani very soon at this rate, and that entire group of cars just behind. Ludovico Mazzola is there. You've got Drew Waltz, Michael McGoy, Tia Polican, all waiting to get involved. This is Rousseau with his move down the inside. Beautiful stuff for Jean Matteo, and just holding firm on that inside line. Not getting it on the entry, crippling it just a little bit, but getting it on the exit. Nicely done.
Well, a bit of camber change throughout that corner. These drivers like to refer to it as a bit of a bowl, so I'd say where Russo was helped there, he went in, and actually where the corner is banked, it allowed him to just slide through as Domain went a bit higher up the bank. He really could slide down the inside and make that stick, helped by that positive camber, but that has brought it into a 4-car train for this battle for 4th position. It's still Babacek that leads the 3 drivers behind him as they head into turns number 13 and 14 once more, and it's all getting busy in the back part of our field as well. We've got the likes of Lillian Scarborough leading a train of karts. That is Avre Dudkovsky, Vanessa Schilkinator getting all busy with each other. Be careful though, drivers, think about those nose cones, because this is a long game and a penalty could drop you almost to last.
Picture, if you're at home, an elastic band being stretched and stretched and stretched right now. That's exactly what you're seeing with this battle for P4. Babacek is backing them all up into each other and is trying to hold off this entire train of karts, and it's all down to Jean-Matteo Rousseau to see if he can try and snap that elastic band, as he's going to look to the inside potentially here at turn number 12. I don't think he's going to get it done, but he might get it on the exit. They go wheel to wheel on this one. Don't go 3 wide here, boys. Domain to the outside. He's going to try and go for 2 for 1. He can't get it, but they both get the overtake done on Denny Babacek. He goes down now into P6. Andrea Mani will have a chance to close in, but that is 2 Forza teammates there working together to pile on that pressure to the lone Temps Racing driver.
You could maybe say that Denny over-defended slightly, sacrificed a little bit too much race pace, and that is why he had to concede not 1 but 2 positions. Front end of your order though, Baglin continues to lead the field by 0.8 of a second. Nothing too heavy for him to think about, driving in his own air, but we've got Hugon being chased down by Bosco Arias for that 2nd place. Arias doing a good job of things so far within this weekend, has had a heat win in there already. This is all continuing to get busy though, Anthony Jordan. Denny Babacek is being given a lot to think about down there in that 9th place, has now lost 3 positions over the course of this race despite being in 4th at the early stage.
Yeah, indeed, but he's keeping them still at bay as well as we go into the final lap of this race. Just so McGoy, Bertolacini, Marquez de Silva and Tia Polican still all scrapping away. Crucially at the front, not said much about him. Noah Baglin clear by just under a second here from Samuel Hugon. but has had a pretty calm race in this one, and finally for him, he can come away with a well-deserved qualifying heat win after going pole overall.
Yeah, a bit of a theme so far this weekend then, Anthony, where those drivers that get in the front of things aren't really challenged. Once they open up those gaps, it becomes too hard for the drivers behind to chase up to them, especially because when the drivers behind get too close, they overheat and it becomes almost impossible to make those overtakes happen. Still dramas out there because warning flags are out for Teo Polakand, but no drama for Noah Baglin, who sees that black and white checkered flag as your race winner, looks over his shoulder to see what the gap was to Samuel Hugon. Well, Noah, it was just under a second. Great race for the Prema driver. Stark comparison to some bad luck that he had yesterday after being given a penalty, after finishing fourth, after a poor start within this one. He's redeemed himself. He got that race start correct through turn number 1 and 2 and brings the Kart Republic home as a race winner.
He certainly does, and that is well needed for Noah Baglin, who helps himself out in the points, but still does not sit anywhere within inside that top 10. Will Green as well. Really tough one for him there for Will Green on the front row of the grid, retiring from that race. But Samuel Hugon claiming second, Bosco Arias claiming third. Three young drivers there standing 1, 2, 3 at the end of qualifying heat A versus D. Jean-Matteo Rousseau and Henry Domain then finish inside the top 5 from Ludovico Mazzola, Andrea Mani from Drew Waltz, Denny Babacek from Giacomo Giusto, Michael McGoy from Martin Bertolacini, Gustavo Marquez de Silva from Teo Polakand, Manny Nuvolini rounding out the top 15 with a 6th place gained. Mariano Lopez from Marcel Sebo, Amir Sabarov from Felipe Sanchez, Case Aziza from Alex Malota, Lilian Scarborough from Samuel Dudkowski, Vanessa Shilkoneta from Emilia Vishamirska, and Victor Stelmach, who round out the 26 finishers. Will Green, Nicola Stanley are two retirements. Jos Mulder, a non-starter from that race. Well, plenty more action coming up very, very soon for the juniors, but seniors will be next. There, though, making his way in, Noah Baglin. Job done. Now, finally, that's a win on the cards for him, and hopefully he'll be wanting to keep that trend over the course of the rest of the day.
Yeah, so it was Baglin versus Green at this race start, but it was Baglin that got out of the gate a little bit faster, hugged that white line through turn number 1 and 2, headed up the hill of 3 as your race leader. Really didn't think about too much for the remainder of the race. It really did get busy between the back parts of our pack into turn number 5. We had overtakes by the likes of the 205 through turn number 5. Retirements then, that was Nicholas Stanley, who pulled in earlier on for a bit of a nose cone problem, rewarded a technical flag and came in the early stages. This is it then. This was the moment that we lost Will Green. The driver from Great Britain got caught out with Denny Babacek of the TEPS team, got spun round through turn number 5 and he was out. Watch it again. It's just the nose of Denny that caught the rear end of Will Green. I would say Will was quite innocent within that incident.
Yeah, indeed. A little bit sandwiched, not really anywhere he could go. He couldn't go forward, he couldn't go backwards, and unfortunately then had that contact from the rear. This was a really good fight. After that moment, of course, Babacek had then got pulled back a little bit in the order. You had everyone closing in. You had this moment here between Jean-Matteo Rousseau and Henry Domain. Beautiful little run there for Jean-Matteo, setting it down the inside of turn 13. Would later kickstart, like say, that chain reaction. This one down here. Case Aziza battling with Alex Malota, Lilian Scarborough, Samuel Dudkowski as well, all in and around that area as they were trying to hold position. This bit, beautiful bit of driving. Watch Domain swoop to the outside now. We can see that Jean-Matteo Rousseau's got the inside. He knows he would push Babacek up. Then he could get the sweep down the inside. That's really smart track positioning from those two drivers. But across the line, this is a smart drive. Noah Baglin lights the flag. Finally for him, gets a qualifying heat win. Well, we will take a short break. Don't go anywhere. The next race coming up very, very soon. It's qualifying heat A versus D for the seniors coming up next.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Meneva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you are only just joining us, you are watching live coverage of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships live here from the Leopard circuit, Viterbo, for that third and middle point of the season round for the championship. It's an all-important one, as the OK grid, A versus D, will be heading out onto the circuit next. Eyes fall on the Spaniard, Christian Costoya, pole sitter in qualifying. Really pushed forward a good result in not only qualifying, but in his qualifying heats. 2 wins out of 2. We caught up with him after that qualifying.
Christian, it's polling group and the time was much faster than I think many people around the paddock would have predicted. Tell us, what's it like out there on the circuit? What did you do that really pushed you forward?
Yeah, I think it was a very good lap. Maybe just the last set we can breathe a bit, but yeah, I have the cover grip, trying to make the speed as possible in the corners. Yeah, and it was a very good lap. Let's see now in the heats if we have the same pace as we have in the quali, and yeah, let's see how it's going in all the weekend.
And Christian, like you just mentioned, heats, it's quite a tight circuit. For you, what do you think is going to go into the racing? Does it being a bit of a tighter track affect things?
Yeah, I think this track is a very difficult to overtake. I think also if you are in the group, it's made a bit difference to make the difference when you are in the middle of there. But we hope we make the pole position and start in front.
Some of you drivers haven't raced around here before too much. It's newer on the calendar. Do you think that helps you as a driver, as a leader?
Yeah, I think compared to the last week, also we have a very good pace. Also on the long way for the finals, and yeah, I hope this weekend you have the same pace in the last laps, and yeah.
Well, fantastic pace in qualifying. We'll see how you get on in the heats.
Thank you.
Well, good to chat there to Christian Costoya after time qualifying, and like you say, continuing that trend into this weekend. He starts on pole position with Boris Lysin alongside Noah Wolf as well, with a brilliant qualifying. Starts this on the second row of the grid and will be joined by Filippo Sala. That is an almighty first few rows. Dean Pedersen and Aston Sharp will join them as well on that third row of the grid. What can they do from there? Row number 4 sees Zach Drummond and Fasao Nardo. They'll have Yindra Pershel and Vengar Clemenson on row 5. Jorn Helder and Efim Duranov will round out the first half of the grid on row number 6.
For company on row number 7, Bo Lowet has Jakob Kiminek. Going from row number 8, we have Zach Green with Sebastian Mins, and on 9 is Oliver Rasmussen with Zhao Jijan. Going from 10, we have San Yubi with Franziska Czygelski, and shortly behind on 11 is Maximo Topagino with Marco Gast. For Spain is Eloy Gonzalez alongside Daniel Picorni, and shortly behind on row number 13 for France is Mathieu Humer and Stylianos Kolovos.
Stylianos Kolovos missing from the grid for this one. We will only see the 25 drivers out on track for this. It's heating up out there, Nicole. Hottest temperatures we have seen so far this weekend. Blue sky is out in force. 29 degrees out there. It is mighty warm, but someone who's used to that conditions is Deputy Race Director Pasquale Lupoli, who is not afraid of a bit of sunshine.
Now, getting a bit technical with the temperature, Anthony.
Oh, go on.
This is the hottest part of the day.
Yep.
So you're going to want to be a driver that hasn't got a race until later on in the day, or you've had your earlier heats already. If you're within this one where you're at the hottest point, you're going to start using so much rubber through those tyres. So I think actually that's going to play out as the heats progress. Some of these drivers within this 29-degree heat are really going to start to struggle, I would say.
I would probably agree with you on that one there, Nicole. It is mighty warm out there. Don't think we're going this time around. Yeah, false start. No one in position there whatsoever.
No, absolutely not. False start for that one, but Christian Costoya will have 2 more opportunities to try and get drivers behind him, the likes of Lysen and Wolf, lined up to follow his lead and head into this race. Of course, Costoya has not been touched so far this weekend, has had 2 wins out of 2, but what challenge are the likes of Boris Lysen, who's had a P2 and a P4, Filippo Sala, who's had a P8 and a P4, and Noah Wolf, who's had a 3rd and a 4th, bring to the Spanish driver?
Indeed, that is going to be the pivotal moment in this one. Costoya has not only been consistent in those races, but has been nailing the starts as well. It's been a real challenge for anyone to try and close in on him.
Well, you'd think that maybe the drivers around him start to think, although we're not in the same team, guys, do we work together to try and back up Costoya, push him back into the pack and make him vulnerable to everybody else? Because so far, nobody has been able to stop him. Will he be stopped with this one, though, heading out of turn number 16? Slower start as they approach the final corner. Hand-on engine then by Costoya. A quick look over the shoulder to see where Noah Wolf is behind him. Are we going to go on the second time of asking? Yes, we are. Lights go green into turn number 1 and 2. Stellar start by Christian Costoya. Is not challenged by any driver around him whatsoever. Is followed by Noah Wolf, who has broken away slightly from the 2 behind him. We've got Filippo Sala trying to go the long way round through turn number 5. Has to try and slot back in and will now lose a few positions after gaining 1 on turn number 1 and 2. Heading up the hill then for the first time and back down after turn number 10. This is the point, of course, where those drivers' carts go really light and they really have to control that understeer. Drivers going defensive into the double apex of 6 and 7 and trying to force each other off onto that rumble strip. Dean Pedersen looking strong within this one. You could see him just hugging his head over his shoulder to see what the gap was to drivers behind. Crucially then, we haven't lost any drivers within these early stages, but it was busy at the back end of our order, and I can see somebody really tailing off the back end of the pack. You can see there, eat my words though, we have lost a driver. That's one of the victory lanes. That's the 160, Mattis Umer, who is now out of this race.
Yeah, and that was on the opening lap, so they were able to do that, but now, of course, no chance to do so. So that is a big, big shame then for Mattis Umer, the first retirement of this race. Eyes focusing then on the rest of them, like you're saying, Costoya nailing the start once again, continuing that trend over the course of this weekend. Has got Wolf there in second place, but has got the gap of 0.5 of a second. This is Filippo Sala, the driver is on the sharp end, as, oh dear, that's Oliver Rasmussen, who's had a moment out there on track and he's tumbled down the order as he rejoins. That's at the exit of turn number 12, so evidently he's had a bit of a spill out there, if that was a mistake, or he was slightly assisted there at turn number 12. We'll have to wait and find that out. Eyes on this one though, Aston Sharp has had a brilliant start to his race. A 3-place gain is closing in on Noah Wolf for P2.
Aston Sharp and Noah Wolf then, 2 drivers who are really, really familiar with each other, have raced against each other over the years back in Great Britain at tracks like Wolfletter International, where we had the World Finals in 2024. What will these 2 drivers do with each other? Moves down the inside though, Zach Drummond overtakes Lysen then to get himself into that 4th position, and the next driver he's going to think about is the other Scotsman of Aston Sharp. The 2 Scottish drivers then, Sharp and Drummond, in 3rd and 4th. Jon Helder under investigation for potentially causing a collision out there on the circuit. Jon is currently sat in 16th place. He's actually lost a smattering of positions so far. He has actually just got himself into 14th. Now that I've said it, as we lost someone straight off the circuit through turns number 6 and 7.
That was Rasmussen earlier on that we called, and yeah, he was assisted there down the inside. Not sure who it was though. It was an orange cart, but that could have been a CRG, it could have been an MP. I'm not too sure, so I won't make a call on that one.
Well, Jon Helder is under investigation. Was it potentially him that was actually into turn number 12? So maybe...
It's an MP cart, now they're orange. So there you go, they could possibly put 2 and 2 together on that one. Investigative journalism there, right there. Costoya leading the points, understandably. 3 wins out of 3 he's looking for right now, 150 points to his name. He is continuing that trend. Sharp, however, is getting ever closer to that rear bumper of Noah Wolf here, Nicole. I'm guessing we're going to see a move. It's going to happen right now. Down the inside at turn number 5. Cool, calm, collected. No drama there between the two of them. Wolf's going to try and fight it back, though, maybe on the exit. No, slots back in to play. The main thing here is they try and break away from the driver behind, because that's Zach Drummond. The three Brits now are second, third and fourth on track, and certainly will not give each other any racing room, because down the inside, that's a huge lunge from Zach Drummond, and Wolf not fighting that at all. He's going to hold on to P4 now.
Noah Wolf then wouldn't even say he left the door open, because Zach Drummond came at him from quite far back. Drummond now will be on the chase to the other Scottish driver of Aston Sharp. These two then are a considerable amount of time behind our race leader of Christian Costoya, who has managed to get himself over a second in the race leader. He is not the fastest driver out there on the circuit, though. That is given to Zach Drummond, who set 52.5, 0.2 of a second faster than the driver ahead of him, who he's going to be thinking about, which is Aston Sharp. Noah Wolf then still sat there in that fourth position. He's on a 53.6 on that previous lap, so actually has dropped off the pace quite a bit, and maybe a little bit shocked by that move that Drummond managed to pull off on him through turn number 12. Biggest hitter within this one then, Anthony, Eloy Gonzalez in 9th place, up by 14 positions.
That is what we like to call probably a fresh set of boots on board there for Eloy Gonzalez. We are getting into that stage of the weekend now for drivers to deploy them. And yeah, for Eloy Gonzalez, he's not had the greatest one in qualifying. He needed these good places, and so far he's got that now. He just needs to continue that train as much as he possibly can through this race. Right, now that Sharp's there in second place, got a gap of 1 second just over it, has just gone fastest lap of the race. Halfway through this race, Nicole, could we see a fight for the lead here?
Well, I wouldn't say for the lead. The second clear is
Whoa, look at that.
Costoya from Sharp. This is between Filippo Sala and Bo Louet then. That is Louet getting himself into 6th place in the Paralin. Paralin's looking really strong both this season and within this race. Sala then had to concede that position, but I'm sure he will be trying to chase Bo Louet down once more. This is the first year for Louet within the OK category, and once more we're seeing into this turn number 12. Like we saw previously from Drummond, you really can go in pretty much from another postcode out there, Anthony. There's a lot of grip out there on the circuit, and you can trust it, you can use it to go in on drivers from quite far away. Drivers that are continuing to use that grip then. Eloy Gonzalez out there in 8th position now, up by 15 places, and defending from Dean Pedersen behind him in 9th.
Yeah, indeed. We'll keep a close eye on that one then, as once more they head through the Snell section on lap number 9 here. They'll be crossing the line to go on to lap number 10. Or on to lap number 9, sorry, I should say. And right now, it's holding firm there at the sharp end, no pun intended. Costoya being closed in by Sharp, but the gap now 1.2 seconds. So again, just fluctuating a little bit between the two of them. Could Drummond have a potential go here on Aston Sharp? Now, he had closed in earlier on in that race, but I think now they're all in a case of, right, get the karts to the end now. We've got them in a position that's good. We're not going to close in. We don't want to overcook these tyres a little bit. Remember, very hot out there, and these tyres do reach a significant temperature. Some of the really fast parts of the circuit, they can top out at around 110 degrees Celsius out there on the surface temp. So they do need to be careful. They don't want to maintain that one, because again, they're constantly fighting the kart through this track. There's not a lot of rest time. You've got the run down the start-finish straight, of course, but through turn 1, you carry a lot of speed through there. That's where they go up to around 110 degrees. You've got the heavy braking zone here as well on the anchors. Now, as Wolf sends it down the inside, I didn't think that was coming, but it did, and he sends it down the inside. Wolf is on the charge back again.
Well, that overtake that Drummond did on Wolf previously was quite impressive, but I'd say Wolf said to Zach then, watch this, because I can do it as well. Gets himself back up into that top 3 spot. How is Zach Drummond going to respond, though, because he is still right on his back bumper like a shadow as they head through the banks corner of 13 and 14. They've dropped off the back end of Aston Sharp then, who is still over 1.2 seconds behind Christian Costoya, who currently has brought his broom here this weekend because he's on the right path to be getting a clean sweep. Yeah, indeed. Well, let's see what happens then as this race progresses. But, like I say, only a lap to go or so, and I don't think Drummond's got anything left in the bag to put anything on Wolf. I think that move has signed, sealed and done it. And Costoya delivering once again another fastest lap of the race, is pushing through nicely. Replay Daniel Picorni retiring from the race. The Hangman Racing driver going no further, and there is his wagon on the trolley. And yeah, that's his race over today. Yeah, unlucky for Daniel Picorni then, out of the race, which really does affect things for these drivers when you've got so many in a grid. You have one bad result, you can almost start to think that maybe I will be going home. Drivers still continuing to look over their shoulders to the ones behind and look at what those gaps are. This is the likes of Lyson, Leopard and Sala then. Leopard has actually jumped up into 6th place now, ahead of Sala, who's lost 3 positions. Bo Leopard is a big mover within this one, has gone up by 7 places. Christian Costoya then, once more, a similar theme at Portimao, a similar theme yesterday, unchallenged, untouched, as he heads through the final stages of the final lap, sat in that parallel. Not too much to think about for the driver from Spain, who is your intermediate classification leader with 150 points so far. Babying that parallel kart home, brings it home once more for the team, for himself, for Spain. Christian Costoya, once more, is your race winner. Yeah, indeed. But let's see what happens as the racing goes on today. Can he continue that trend? Lights the flag for the Spaniard, and that smile you see down there, I can imagine, is emulated underneath that helmet as well. Costoya takes the win then, ahead of Aston Sharp. Noah Wolf rounds out those top 3 as he leads those points with 150 points to his name. It is a solid start to the weekend. Zach Drummond finishing in P4 as well, Lyson in P5, but I'm going to give a special shout out this one. Eloy Gonzalez, 16 place gained into P7. Absolutely superb. There's your top 3 on screen. The rest of the results appearing on your screen in a few seconds. It is, like you say, the top 10 very close as well. Bo Leopard with a 7th place gain. He finished in P6 ahead of Eloy Gonzalez. Filippo Sala, Dean Pedersen, Verstappen Otto, Jorn Helder, Jakob Kamenek finishing in 12th place. Then it's Indra Peschel, Venga Klebenson, Efren Durnanov, Sonia B, Zach Green, Marco Gast, Zhao Zijun, Sebastian Mins, Oliver Rasmussen, Francesek Stajaleski, and Maximo Tovagino, finishing in 23rd place. Daniel Picorni and Matis Almer, the 2 retirements from that race. Well, a big shame for them, but congratulations to this young man here, Nicole. Christian Costoya seems to be a little bit unstoppable here. Yeah, absolutely. I bet there is a big smile underneath that helmet, because he really has been unstoppable, he really has been untouched, and that is going to be giving him a lot of confidence as we head into the rest of the heats and of course into tomorrow's finals. If he can make it going into turn number 1, then really did command that race lead. It was Noah Wolf that early on took that 2nd position. This was the stage that things started to go a little bit wrong for the likes of the Italian Filippo Sala. Tried to hang it round the outside at turn number 5, got caught on the rumble strip and then ended up conceding positions. This was moments through turn number 12 where some drivers just deciding to assist others off of the circuit, but I'm sure that the correct drivers will be under investigation for potential incidents there. Zach Drummond really did charge forward within that race, really decided to go in on drivers from quite far away. This was a move on the 120 who responded with a bit of communication there. Aston Sharp lit things up and decided to overtake Noah Wolf through turn number 5 and was unchallenged for that 2nd position for the remainder of the race. Zach Drummond went in on Noah Wolf from a different postcode then, but later on Noah Wolf did manage to take that position back. Textbook stuff there from the Scotsman, really did get the move done on the brakes, and drivers getting more moves done in the same place as Drummond was Bo Louet. Overtook Filippo Sala up by a smattering of positions, 7th place gain from Louet to get himself into 6th. This was the return favour from Noah Wolff on Zach Drummond through turn number 5. It was impressive from Drummond previously, but Noah said to him, do you know what, I can do good things as well. Used the most of the curb on the inside of the corner, clipped it, used it, hooked the kart round him, got himself back into 3rd place.
Indeed, and continue that trend all the way throughout, and so did that man there, Christian Costoya, over the line, 3 out of 3 for the Spaniard. With 2 more races to go later on today for those groups. Well, we're going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with more racing. OK Junior qualifying heat B versus E. It's coming up next. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are here live watching the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships here live from the Viterbo circuit in Italy. We are nearly at the halfway point of the day. We're going into now qualifying groups B versus E. These are the last 2 races before we go into the lunch break, and then, of course, back for the second half of the day with Academy and then the rest of the races. But let's quickly fire you through the full starting lineup then for this one. OK Junior Heat B versus E, and it's Eli Christian starting this one on pole position with Dan Alleman starting alongside Kalesia with Turner Brown. They go from row number 2. Devon Waltz and Sebastian Eskandari on the 3rd row of the grid. They will have Benjamin Magnac and Bruno Blanco on row 4. Emiliano Hernandez and Casper Reipol go from row 5. They'll have Alexander Lazarus and Mateo Rivals on row number 6, with Savalado Sanchez-Sadlowski and Giorgio Giovanello rounding out row number 7.
Row number 8 includes Julian Frasnelli and Enea Pizzuto, and on 9 we have Jesse Phillips alongside Asher Ostein. For company, on row number 10, Jaguar de Troja has Manuel Miguez, and on 11 we have Pietro Baguti with Egon Pedrotti. Sat on number 12 is Luke Tao with Tony Cacciafero, and shortly behind on 13 is Angelina Simmons with Nathan Kappen. On the final 2 rows of your order, from 14 is Nilas Malik with Georgi Fomishev. Rounding out your grid on the 15th row, all alone on 29th, is Samuel Del Gallio of Italy.
Indeed. Well, we'll see what happens in this race as communications on board there. You've got Talia from CRG, one of the main people in charge there, joined by Brendan as well. Joined as well by Sophie, one of the mechanics, who's actually luckily got a weekend off now this weekend. Her driver unfortunately pulling out to the weekend, but still here watching alongside and assisting the team in any way she can. Drivers getting themselves squared away for this one. Going to be an exciting one, I think, because you've got your favourites once again in this one. You've got Devon Waltz, Dan Alleman, Eli Christian, Turner Brown, Sebastian Eskandari, Bruno Blanco, hopefully, who is out there, which is fantastic to see, of course. Bruno Blanco involved in that slow procedure, that accident that we saw earlier on, has been declared fit and is good to go racing in this one, which is absolutely fantastic to see. And the team's done a brilliant job of getting his wagon repaired as well, because that took a significant knock into the wall, Nicole. Right then, here we go. Drivers heading into that final corner then. It is Eli Christian and Dan Aleman on the front row of the grid. What is going to happen between these two drivers? Lights are out. We're racing down towards turn number 1. It's a good start. It's even next from the two of them, but Aleman sweeps around the outside. It's a beautiful start for the Swiss driver, for the Ward Racing team. He just beats Christian to the whole shot at turn number 1.
Stunning start by Dan Aleman, then used the grip on the outside of the track. As we've got incidents out there on the circuit, I think that's Tony Cacciaferro involved in that one. That looks like there's been some big impact involved with those drivers at turn number 5. Really do hope they're all okay. Eyes back on the racing out there though, because it's Dan Aleman that still leads the way from Christian. Aleman head down to see the steering wheel, really just trying to concentrate, trying to let all of that air go over his head as we go. Immediate red flags then for that incident at turn number 5, which really did look like a big one. So the race will be stopped. The drivers will slow right down out of turn number 15 and 16 onto the tram lines of the start-finish straight. Red is out. We will not continue to go racing. Big incident out there on the circuit.
Yeah, indeed. Well, the medical crews will be on scene there to assist as much as they can, and we'll try and get the reports out there as when we can. I can see two drivers who have not come through, Luke Tal and Nathan Cappin, I believe. But let's see what will happen here, because those drivers are being seen to at turn number 5. And, of course, that'll bring a slight delay to the proceedings on this one. Now, of course, because that has happened on the opening lap, this effectively means it's a full restart. Effectively, that first lap didn't even happen. They will stop all the drivers. If there has been any nose cones, they can be reset. If there is any damage to any of the karts, they will get given a 15-minute repair window to get sorted out for this one. But obviously, we'll be thinking of the drivers who are involved in that incident at turn number 5. A scary moment there for them, but both drivers being seen to by the medical crews and the marshalling teams out there as well. So drivers will take a break. They were out of their karts now. You can see the mechanics already heading out to the circuit to help sort them out, because, of course, it's effectively a full race restart. They will have to do it all over again. Nicole.
Yeah, when we get those bunch-up moments at those starts, especially through turns number 1 and 2, if anybody has experienced maybe a nose cone at the start of things, that will be allowed to be reset. These drivers just have to stand there on the circuit, though, and remain in concentration, really keep themselves in the zone, because if we go racing against once more shortly, they need to be primed, they need to be ready, and they need to make sure that that pace dial is on full volume.
Yes, indeed. Well, of course, this will be quite a lengthy hold, of course, with that one. We can see at the front of the grid, Pasquale Lupoli is holding up a 15-minute board, which means we will not be racing now for another 15 minutes or so. So while that gets squared away and all sorted out, the drivers will take a bit of a chance to cool themselves down a little bit. You can see already Christian's taken his suit off, helmet, rib protector, everything's come off. So he's just trying to cool himself down now, as all the mechanics will head over to the karts to get them back in the original order for the start of this race. They will obviously be checked over to make sure that they're all in fine and working order. If there's any nose cones, they can be put back. That won't include any penalties, so that won't be yeah, you've got a nose cone, you go backwards. It's a full restart, like it never even happened. So I think what we'll do at this moment, we will take a short break. We will be back very, very soon with the OK Junior Qualifying Heat B versus E. Don't go anywhere. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just joining us, we've had a brief delay there due to a red flag during qualifying heat B versus E out on circuit, but we are back and racing once more. We will be heading out onto the circuit. You can see the cars we're just making off there. And we're going to get this restarted. It was a full race restart there, effectively, because it happened on the opening lap. It means there's a 15-minute repair window, which is why we've had that delay. The mechanics have had to run out on circuit, and they've had to run back now. You'll be able to see how fit they are over the course of this one if they were out of breath before they make it back to the mechanic stand. But a scary moment out there for the drivers, and hopefully we send our best wishes to Luke Tal, who unfortunately is not going to be taking part in this race anymore. So we do send him our best. Other drivers then for this one who will get restarted. I think Nathan Cappan, who was involved in that one, is back out in this race. Thankfully, he is okay. His cart's been repaired, and he is back out in this race. So any nose cones that may have happened in those opening couple of laps, gone. They're back to a full race restart. It's like that first lap never really happened in terms of any official results or anything like that. So it is only the one lap to get everything formed back up. Once again, it's Eli Christian and Dan Aleman then, first and second on the front row of that grid. Aleman got the brilliant start earlier on. Can he do the same this time around on this restart? We are about to find out as they head through the likes of turns 15 into 16. They're keeping the pace nice and slow here, keeping the pack all bunched up as they head through. Like I say, Alemany wants to get that jump, but he's got to wait until Christian puts the power down, which he does so now. Into the tram lines, lights around, we're racing down in towards turn number 1. He's not going to get the run on the outside this time around, but he's going to do his level best to go through turn number 2, but it's not going to go his way, and he's going to get swapped down into around P4, and he's going to try and hold off the rights of everyone behind him because he might go down into P5, but he does so. A bit of the eyes on the rest of the field as they all go through. There's a little bit of chopping and changing in the background. There's one car going very slowly, unfortunately, the 389 going very slow out on track. That's Egon Prodotti, who's got a bit of damage to that rear bumper, and he is trying to get it detached from that rear wheel, but crucially at the front, Christian leads the way.
Quite brave by Pedrotti then to not actually get his hand caught when he was trying to push that back bumper out of the gap between the wheel and the axle, wondering if he's managed to get it going again, but by eye out of the commentary box window, I think he's still attempting to get it moved. Let's take you through your top 5 though as they complete the first lap. It's Christian from Kalesia, Devin Waltz is up there in 3rd place, Benjamin Magnac in 4th, and Dan Alleman in 5th. Alleman then on that race restart through turn 1 and 2. He looked like he attempted to do what he did in the previous start, which was hang it round the outside, but it really did not pay off for him, and he had to concede a smattering of positions. Look at this train now, Anthony. It really has turned into a snake of karts. There's about 10 to 15 of them now heading down the hill out of 10 and towards the hairpin of turn number 12. Still led by Christian Alleman, trying to pick off positions, now promotes himself ahead of Benjamin Magnac to get himself into 4th and defends into turns number 13 and 14th to then try and focus on Devin Waltz in front of him. Christian continues to lead from Kalesia out of the final corner. The gap between the two as they head under the gantry is 0.2 of a second. Enough of a gap then, I would say, for Kalesia to actually attempt a move, because we saw it in our seniors previously. You can go in from quite far back now with the level of grip that's out there.
Yeah, you certainly can. I'm going to be keeping an eye on the Benjamin Magnac and Turner Brown battle, because Christian and Brown are leading the intermediate classifications at the moment with 178 points each. However, Brown is currently there in 6th place. Any position gains from here puts him in the lead of the points. So it literally does mean any overtake now will benefit him, and he is right on the rear bumper of Benjamin Magnac right now, and crucially at the sharp end, if Christian loses out to Kalesia as well, it would also benefit Turner Brown. So we'll keep an eye on all of those battles happening thick and fast. It's all kicking off in the background there as well. Everyone pushing forward in these early stages of the race. You see an overtakes happening from Giardello. He has just got himself up to 14th place, the same as Oshtein, now up into 16th place. Eyes on this one, down the inside. Kalesia takes the lead. That benefits himself and one other person. That is Turner Brown, who now takes the lead of the intermediate classification.
Turner Brown then sat further down the order in 6th position, has already had 2 heat wins this weekend, but the pattern was broken in the previous heat by Dean Hugendorn, who broke that winning streak for him. But he has now been benefited by William Kalesia, who has jumped, like you said, Anthony, into that race lead. It's all getting busy. A little bit further back, though, between the likes of Eskandari Hernandez and Bruno Blanco. Bruno Blanco, of course, had a bit of bad luck earlier on in one of the heats with an incident out there on the circuit. Completing more laps then, and some of your quickest drivers out there is actually Egon Pedrotti, who previously we saw was trying to push that back bumper out of the gap between the wheels, so he has managed to achieve that and continues to circulate round the track. Kalesia now pulling away from Ili Christian, 4/10 of a second. He leads the gap from who so has overtaken to get himself into the lead and continues to go faster because he's just gone purple in sector 1.
He has indeed. Well, let's see how this unfolds. There is your classification at the moment. Now Turner Brown up to P5, extending it now to 180 points. He gains a couple more. Every overtake he does increases that lead, and Turner Brown looking like one of the most strongest drivers here this weekend with his results. Let's keep an eye how that progresses on during this next second half of this race. On to lap number 6 now. It's still Kalesia from Christian, Alaman from Waltz, Brown from Magnac, Eskandari from Blanco, Hernandez from Ripoll, the top 10. Big overtakes happening in the background as well. Jesse Phillips is gained now in 6th place, and he's got up into 11th. You've also got the likes of Pietro Baguti on the charge. Angelina Simmons is on the charge as well. Kappen and Nilas Malik also pushing forward nicely through the field, but now Kalesia at the front with the clean air, setting the fastest laps of the race, is clear by 0.6 of a second.
Drivers then mirroring each other as they go through turn number 12, just looking over their shoulder at the gaps behind, and this is a battle now on between one of the Forzas and one of the Fusions going through turns number 14 and 15. That is a little bit further back in your order. Still continuing to circulate then within these drivers. There's no major movers like you just said, Anthony. To replay then. This is Pedrotti really trying to push that back bumper out of the way, try and get it back into position, and it looks like he actually did get it done because he's still out there. He is in 27th position, but looks like he will be able to continue the race. Continuing things on then out of that second sector, mid-pack. That is where it is your busiest. That is where drivers are jostling for position.
Do like that from the drivers as they head down the hill. That's a nice little switch over there. Is that Bruno Blanco on the move? I think it is. Despite that drama we had earlier on, still looking very competitive. Same as Giorgio Diradello as well, making the moves in the background. So it's all still kicking off. Here, though, at the front, Christian now trying to fend off the likes of Dan Alaman. Checks over the shoulder. Look at Alaman tucked right in behind the steering wheel. That is a driver who is poised and ready, Nicole, to go for a move. The question is, when and where will we see it? We can see already how much he closed in under braking through turn 5. I reckon possibly into turn 12, maybe turn 13. In worst case, we see it into turn 5 on the next lap.
Well, eyes on because they're heading down into 12 then. This is a hot spot on the braking to get it done, to go in from quite far back. Doesn't manage to get anything done through there then. Alaman will need to watch Christian, need to consider where he is better than him, which sectors, which corners. It looked like on that previous lap it was through sector number 1 that Alaman was faster than Christian. So if he can maybe set it up through the first sector and have a look going into turn number 5, which is also a hot spot on these conditions. Of course, it is a hairpin, so you can use the brakes more, you can go in from further away and trust the grip. Is this going to be the stage? Not quite yet. He's not close enough. Christian has given himself a little bit of breathing room. We'll chase him through the double apex of 6 and 7. He doesn't want to slide between those two because it will kill the run up towards turn number 8 where they clip the curb. Turn number 10 where the kart goes light on them and then they slide back down the hill. The fast flat out kink of 11 back down to 12. Is this going to be an opportunity? No, it is not. Is there opportunities for drivers a little bit further back down the field, the likes of Bruno Blanco and Jesse Phillips, who is still continuing to pick up positions? The tally is now 8.
Yep, indeed, continuing to push forward, and we've seen that beautiful little move there in the background. We're seeing more here as well from the other of the drivers. Asher Osteen sending it down the inside. Alexander Lazarus in a bit of a tough spot there as we're on the final lap of this race. And still at the front here, Kalijah holding firm. Christian and Aleman ever closing in just that little bit more as there's been some dust kicked up on the start-finish straight there from a previous lap. I don't think we're going to see a change from these two here, Nicole. I think they're going to stay pretty much line astern. It's been a good race for them. Still good points in the bag. But for Turner Brown, who sits there in P5, is in a pretty calm fight right now, looking at the points lead by 6 points to his name.
Yeah, I mean, Dan Alleman sat in that top 4 in the intermediate classifications. He's doing a good job so far this weekend. Does he want to risk it with a potential silly move? I would say not. Kalijah, though, will head out of the final sector. A race win for him, for the Australian driver, for Forza. Nice, calm, cool collected, really did turn up the dial in those early stages to overtake the likes of Ili Christian, who crosses the line as your new race winner, won from 3rd position. Just to check down at the engine there did Kalijah, over the shoulder just to see who's around him, but brought that one home out there on the Esprit kart ahead of Ili Christian in the Tony kart, ahead of Dan Alleman, also on a Tony kart, but for Ward Racing. It's then Devin Waltz and Turner Brown, the 2 drivers from the USA that round out your top 5.
Indeed. Well, we look forward to seeing what they will achieve later on today. Those groups will be out as well. A little bit later on, of course, groups B and E, but they'll be out in separate moments. There is a look at your top 3. Kalijah, Christian and Aleman, 1, 2, 3. Like you say, mentioned over the top 10, Waltz and Brown rounding out that top 5. Benjamin Magnac, Bruno Blanco rounding out the top 7 from Sebastian Eskandari. Jesse Phillips from Emiliano Hernandez. Rounding out the top 10, Asher Osteen from Alexander Lazarus, Kasper Reipold from Mateo Rivals. Big charge for Angelina Simmons, 10 place gain to finish in P15. Uradello from Sachi Sadlowski, Kappen from Miguez, Malik from Fresnelli, De Troja from Cachaferro, Baguti from Delgario, Fomachev from Pedrotti. The 27 finishers in that race. The one retirement, of course, from that red flag incident, Luke Tal, unfortunately no longer here at the circuit, but we hopefully will hear reports of his speedy recovery later on today. Let's have a look at the highlights from that race and say the initial start here for Dan Alleman right round the outside. Really strong start for him, really managing to push forward. This was before the red flag. This was then the restart. Alleman this time around not getting the same start. He's actually getting swamped into the background there. You can see on the exit, a little bit of a direction change, clipping the curb, gets unsettled, falls backwards there. Egon Pedrotti, his own mechanic as well, apparently at the same time as racing, moving that rear bumper off that rear tyre, gets it going again. And stays in the race, and actually had some relative decent pace out there, albeit circulating in 27th place. Crucially then, the start of that one, big moves through the field. Jesse Phillips getting early pace in those early stages of the race. Kalijah with the strong start here from the second row of the grid. Those 2 places gained up into P1, continued to hold it and just drove away from the rest of the field.
Absolutely did, and we had Fusion drivers really on the charge throughout pretty much the whole race. Did get a bit busy in the middle of the pack for the likes of Bruno Blanco. Jesse Phillips was really trying to jump up the order, ended up actually achieving an 8th place gain. With a gain of 2 places though, of course, was William Kalijah, who came home in your top spot for the Forza Racing team. Adds more points to the board for him. Good job out here so far for Kalijah in Italy. Next up, though, is our OK qualifying heat B versus E. 12 laps of racing, 15.5 kilometres of heat of real tough work for the senior drivers, which will be led by Daniel Kelleher and James Adagnostiadis.
Indeed, back on that front row of the grid again for these two. Let's see what happens in this one as the yellow light is flashing at the front of the grid, indicating we've got around 30 or so seconds before those drivers get the green light and they head out on to the circuit in this one. Like you say, in the seniors, it is Costoya who leads those points. Kelleher at the moment is second with 144. Another good result here puts him back into the lead And the ball is back into Costoya's kart to do the work again, to see if we can claim another race win. We'll have to wait and see. Here we go then. Engines fire up. Drivers make their way out onto the track. This is the last race before we go into the middle part of the day, before we go into the break. And it will be Daniel Kelleher and James Anagnosiadis on the front row of the grid. Kenzo Craigie and Alexander Chartier go from row 2. They'll have Jacopo Martinez and Ella Hakkinen on row 3. Row number 4 will see Alpec Soy and Roland Cooklane. They'll have Lev Krutelov and Peter Siller on row number 5. Sky Parker and Clovis Nugarade will round out the first half of the field on row number 6.
Second part of your order then, row number 7 includes Leo Nilsson and Oliver Kinmark. On 8 we have Chiara Batigue with Carl Luthart, and going from 9 we have Paul Androtis with Vilma Svan. 10 is Italy's Gino Rocchio with Sun and Z. 11 is Oscar Gallen with Maximilian Rafalik. Going from your last 2 rows then, row number 12 is Rahim Alabai with Francois Cardel. And on the 13th row, all alone in 25th position, we have Jakub Rajski.
Indeed, so still a packed grid of drivers in this one. All 25 karts out there on circuit as the sun continues to creep up ever higher. The temperature increasing ever more now. We're into the 30 degrees now. Nicole, it's getting ever hotter out there. I wouldn't know that. I've been in the commentary box all day.
It's actually cold
It's
in
actually
here.
quite chilly in here, which means when we leave the box during this lunch break, it might feel a lot hotter, actually, for us. That's not to rub it into anyone who's in those grandstands out there. I can imagine it's very warm out there indeed for everyone. So hopefully everyone is staying nice and hydrated here at the circuit, ready for the second half of racing later on today. Now, we can probably expect at this stage of the weekend, Nicole, we're going to start to see some new tyres come on board for some of the drivers. Some of them will deploy them quite early on in the qualifying heats, and later on after the lunch break, I suspect we will see a lot more. That's where we really start to see it. So we might see some few undulations now in this one. We might see some more drivers really pushing through the field than what we have seen in the early stages of the race. But we'll have to wait and see what happens as Daniel Kelleher and James Anagnosiadis head into those tram lines then to kickstart their last race before the second half of the day later on today. Lights are out. We are racing down towards turn number 1. They're 3 wide in the background, but it's a good start for Kelleher in the lead. Anagnosiadis this time around has not got the pace to get through as they all pinch their way through turns 2 and 3 cleanly. But they all climb the hill through 4 and into the heavy braking zone of turn 5. It's a good start for the field, albeit some of them going a little bit wide on the exit there. Pushing hard is Jacopo Martinez at the first stages of this race, but is still in control of that front group. You can see now that Kelleher is in the lead. Anagnosiadis there into second place. He's got Kenzo Craigie for company just behind him, as well as they head down in towards turn 12.
Razor sharp focus on the start-finish straight then for our race leader. Daniel Kelleher really did get out of the gate very early and got a good start in there, as did the Fusion driver of Ella Hakkinen, who is really challenging now up in the top 6 position. We'll take you through that starting order though. It's Daniel Kelleher from Anagnosiadis, Craigie, Chartier and Hakkinen now in 5th place ahead of Roland Cooklane. James Anagnosiadis now really on the charge behind Kelleher. You can see them going through turn number 5 where we've got moves going on. Hakkinen now on the outside of Kenzo Craigie, gets hung out wide, forced onto the rumble strip, does get back onto the track and continues to circulate, and now really is a shadow on the back of that Prema. Questioning now, Anthony, the way Ella Hakkinen is driving, is she maybe one of those drivers that's deployed some new tyres, because she looks like she's strong out there. As I say it, she has lost position to Roland Cooklane and will now have to defend to Jacopo Martinez going through turns 13 and 14. Kenzo Craigie now looks like he's maybe lost position to Alexander Chartier for that 3rd place. Is that correct? Yes, it is. So Kenzo Craigie now in 4th, and it is Chartier that leads this pack of karts as we've got retirements out there on the circuit. That's the 1 to 5 of Paul Androtis, the Energy course kart, and another DNF now for Sky Parker. She was involved in that one as well.
Yeah, that's a big shame, especially after that really strong performance she had earlier on today as well. So Big shame for her. To answer your question, you said earlier on about tyres on Häkkinen, I don't think she has the problem. She had a really strong start earlier on as well. I think it's just a case of she's just good at these starts now after the great qualifying. She's got that into a rhythm, but I don't think there is any new tyres on board on that one, matching the pace of the drivers around her still, but still holding a very good position right now. Cookleigh looking very strong right now. Has got Alexander Chartier there for company just ahead. Chartier might have to think about maybe a little bit of a defensive lunge here, because the attacking posture of Kenzo Craigie behind is looking mighty challenging for the drivers ahead.
Good pace out there, and purple previous lap is Chiara Petit, who's on the chase up to the likes of Vilma Svan and Carl Luthart. Let's not forget Chiara had a DNF earlier on, so she will be on fresher tyre and will experience more grip out there on the circuit, seeing if she can maybe push forward, because she didn't have the qualifying she would have wanted. Eyes and ears back on this front couple of packs of karts, though it's still Kelleher and Anagnostiadis who are out of camera shots, just out in the front. They're heading under the start-finish straight. Then in third and fourth, it's still Chartier and Cookleigh that are together, and then Craigie and Häkkinen. So almost a bit of a pattern of karts of two going round in this stage of the race as we head towards that halfway mark. Nothing attempted yet by Kenzo Craigie on Ella Häkkinen. Ella there not letting herself get pushed round as they head up towards turn number 8, using all of that rumble strip to really get the run out of the engines. Oscar Gallen there, 52.872 is your time to beat within the race. Gap now between Häkkinen, who we were just speaking about, who was really doing a good job of things in P5. The gap between her and Roland Cookleigh sat there in third. 0.3 of a second now, Anthony.
Indeed, really pushing forward in this one, but we'll keep a close eye on that one. I'm going to keep an eye on drivers further down in the order as well, because Oscar Gallen, like you say, that fuss is up really, really strong before it's on. And it's showcasing the paces always throughout this field. There's no one driver who's really dominating this one. Well, I mean, we have seen that from Costoya. I mean, he's got 3 wins out of 3. But for the juniors and the other seniors, it's a little bit of a case where everyone's just in flux right now, ups and downs throughout the order. You know, you've got drivers who have had P5s and then P11s, and then you've got other drivers who have got, you know, P4s, P2s. So it keeps it kind of consistent between the drivers.
Well, maybe that could indicate this isn't a circuit that's been on the calendar before. It's new to many of these drivers. So I'd actually think that a lot of these drivers are on quite a level playing field where nobody's got more experience than the others, and that's why there's a bit of a fluctuation in results. You've not seen anybody in particular dominate. Not a team, not a driver, other than Costoya, and that's maybe because, you know, there's not been much time for these drivers to go around the circuit and to really be better than each other. It's quite even out here at the third round. James Anagnostiadis then, who you just saw heading into turn number 12, is still chasing down Daniel Kelleher, who is just under 0.8 of a second clear of the field. That's Chiara Petit getting all involved further down the order. She's in 14th place. She, of course, was your first ever female within the past 25 years to pole it at a European Championship round earlier in the first round at Campos. Isn't quite matching those kind of results here at Viterbo in Italy, but she's still in there in the fight. Don't count her out yet because we've got more heats to go. Can she get more points on the board? Ella Häkkinen then, also one of your female drivers within this race, still sat there in 5th position, still chasing down Alexander Chartier for that 4th place, and she is right there as Chartier clips that curb. Ella Häkkinen, though, being overtaken by Kenzo Craigie, now goes down to 6th place. Kenzo jumps up one driver in the order, and he is now your driver who's chasing down Chartier for that 4th.
Indeed, but still in a very good position here is Häkkinen, not needing to worry too much. Has got Martinez company just behind. Martinez is going to pull out the slipstream. He's going to go for the move at turn number 12. Häkkinen might get the up and under here. Has got the toe from behind. Still, it's going to try and push her through. And push her through. He certainly did. The two make contact, but Häkkinen just manages to keep control of the kart and I don't think that's any fault of her own on that one, and that is a very tricky moment. Great stuff for them, but Stiller has now dropped down to 11th place.
No, absolutely not what Hakkinen would have wanted. She did get assisted into that one, and that's brought a new pack of drivers into the fight now, including the likes of Grev Krutulov. Leo Nilsson is in there. They've both just overtaken Jacopo Martinez going through turn number 5. And this is the stage where, Anthony, in the weekend, it starts to heat up within these drivers. They've had their calm bits. They've used their heads through earlier heats. But this is where it gets busy, and this is the moment where it just started to go a little bit wrong for Ella Hakkinen. Martinez down the inside, and then she just got assisted into turn number 13. Ended up in the side pod of Martinez. He got pushed wide, and then that allowed Alp Aksoy to get himself into 6th.
Yeah, indeed. Nice 3-place gain there for Alp Aksoy through turn 13. But yeah, a bit of a shaky one there for those 3. But crucially, all 3 of them still in the race. That's the most important thing they can take away from this one. And now, Hakkinen actually closing back in on Alp Aksoy, so we might see another little fight here. Nicole, can she take that position away once more? Leo Nilsson just behind. Lev Krutulov is holding off on Peter Stiller. Martinez, Svan, Batig and Nogueira battle just behind. That's going to be an interesting one to watch over these next couple of laps. We'll keep a very close eye on that one. This is heading down in towards turn number 12 now. We've got the CRG and the MP machine. This is Clovis Nogueira and Carl Luthard. Ludard's just got past Gino Rocchio and that Tony Kart racing machine. He's going to try and fight it back through turn 13 and 14. Not able to get it done. Stays behind as Oliver Kidmark and that Koski Motorsport machine also trying to get involved here. But again, just not finding the way through. Now, Hakkinen is under investigation for potentially causing a collision there. We'll be keeping a close eye on that one. But right now, you can see the fight still on at the sharp end here. Kenzo Craigie has closed in on Alexander Chartier. The battle for P4 now is on with only 1 lap to go.
Absolutely is. This is going to be your battle, if any, that is going to heat up. Both drivers look over their shoulders to see what the gap is to the driver behind. Well, the gap between these two now is 0.2 of a second. Where is Kenzo Craigie going to bite the bullet? Is Kenzo Craigie going to bite the bullet? Because he doesn't want to risk getting it wrong and ending up causing a collision. Your top 3 though, James Anagnostiadis now is your new race leader. He has just jumped up the order on the timing screens and by eye.
Yes.
Is your race leader. Daniel Kelleher was 0.8 clear. I don't know what's happened there to Kelleher, if there's some sort of mechanical gremlin or if there's some sort of tactic going on. But your Australian driver for Prema is now your driver out there in the front. Roland Cooklane, no change for him. He's still sat there in 3rd, but really intrigued to see how that actually happened.
Yeah, there was a sizable gap between the 2 of them, and yeah, not sure what's happened there, but Anagnostiadis now in the lead of this one, and that's quite interesting because they're both 1st and 2nd in the points right now. It does benefit Anagnostiadis a little bit more. Only 4 points between them as they head to the line. Well, there you have it. Checker flag goes out. Anagnostiadis takes it then ahead of Daniel Kelleher. Roland Cooklane 3rd with a 5-place gain as well. But again, a bit perplexed there, Nicole. What's happened there?
Well, was it mechanical? Was it a driver mistake? Or was it tactics? Really interested to know what played out there. But James Anagnostiadis is definitely your race winner within that one. Takes the win on the late stages, crosses the line ahead of Kelleher, ahead of Cooklane, Alexander Chartier, and then Kenzo Craigie as your top 5. 2 DNFs within that one then. Paul Androitis and Sky Parker were out. They were involved in an incident together. We said previously, real shame for Sky Parker, who's shown some great pace and progress throughout the weekend so far, but just hasn't managed to string it together within the heats with some bad luck. There's your 1st, 2nd and 3rd then, the drivers from Australia, Ireland and Estonia. Great results for all 3. Your 5th to 10th then includes Craigie, Alp Aksoy, Ella Hakkinen, Leo Nilsson, Lev Krutulov and Peter Stiller. The remaining top 20 includes Jacopo Martinez, Vilma Svan, Chiara Batig, Clovis Nogueira, Gino Rocchio, Oliver Rasmussen, Carl Luthart, Francois Cardell, Maximilian Rafalik and Sun Anzi, your biggest mover within that race, going up 6 places as both Francois Cardell and Vilma Svan.
Indeed. Well, big movers there throughout that field. Chiara Batig as well. 13th new grade, Rocchio, Kiwanek, Léopard, Cadal, Rafalik, Sunazi, Gallon, Rashki, and Alibi rounding out the 23 runners. Paul Andriotis, Sky Parker, the only 2 retirements from that race. And here is how it all unfolded. Nicole, look at the start here once again. Daniel Keller this time around had the whole shot into turn 1, able to hold off an attack from the likes of Anagnostiadis all the way to the last couple of laps of that race, where the sneak surprise came through with the 2 changing the lead. This was Hakkinen in the early stages, having to fend off attacks from Kenzo Craigie and the rest as well. She would certainly keep her own fight in the bag, because she was delivering some really good pace in those early stages. Roland Cooklane as well, having a really strong race as well, getting up those 5 places to finish in P3. Strong start for him. Same for Chiara Batig as well, having good runs in those early stages. It was around that time of the race where we lost the likes of Borden Theotis and Sky Parker. That happened pretty early on in the race as well. At this moment here, Martinez down the inside. Stiller now pushing her through in towards turn 2. However, Hakkinen under investigation for causing a collision there, and well, let's see what happens, because of course that will all go to the stewards afterwards, but a very tough situation for the drivers. Racing continuing in that dying stages. Martinez again after that moment was swamped by the pack, as at the front the shock change, and Ignaciades managed to close up a near second gap to Daniel Keller over the course of a lap. And then Keller finishing in second place. Not sure how that unfolded. Was he let through? Was it mechanical gremlins in nature? Was it a mistake out on track? We don't know. But Roland Cooklane finishing that one in 3rd place. Well, that is the morning phase done of qualifying heats. Nicole, we will be back racing with the Academy Seniors for qualifying heat 2 later on. We'll be back in around, I think, about half an hour's time or so for that one. And then we go into the second half of the day, and that's where it really starts to get interesting. It's crunch time for the drivers. Last chance to see if they're going to make it into those 72 that will make it into the superheats. Crucially, who's going to get those 25 championship points, and who will start on pole for those superheats as well.
Well, it's all going to come up, and it's all going to be busy and very, very exciting. Make sure you stay tuned in, because you're not going to want to miss it.
No, indeed. We'll see you in around half an hour's time for the second half of the day here on Saturday. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships live here from the Leopard circuit, Viterbo in Italy. We are halfway through the qualifying heats. It's now getting into crunch time here at the Italian circuit under the blistering sunshine, 30 degrees here at the Italian circuit as we get ready for, like you say, that second half of the racing. And the Academy Senior qualifying heat 2 will be the next one out onto the circuit. Nicole, we're looking forward to this one. We saw a brilliant race earlier on that saw Harrison Whitcomb take the win by about 1.6 seconds. A brilliant drive for him. Crucial to see what he can do. Can he repeat that in this second one?
Yeah, he's really hit the weekend here on the right foot. Absolutely storming stuff from him so far, polling, qualifying, and then a lights to flag win earlier on. Really can't have done anything differently so far. Really will be looking to replicate the same results in his second heat of things. There you can see him on your screens right at the front end of the order with that bright red helmet. There on your screens is Eva Dorritson, your FIA Women in Motorsport Commission back driver for 2025 in the Senior Academy. Let's hear what Eva had to say earlier on this weekend.
Eva, you are representing FIA Women in Motorsport Commission in the Senior Academy Trophy this year. What does that role mean to you personally, and how do you carry out that responsibility when you're racing?
I feel very honored to be here, of course. It is a big event, a big chance also for me. Also good that we have more women in motorsport, that I can represent the women, and that I can see the people in the world that I can drive to and women can drive to.
You were also part of the FIA Girls on Track Rising Stars program back in 2023. That now is the FIA Women in Motorsport. How did that experience help shape your mindset and skill set as you step into one of the most competitive international karting arenas?
Yeah, with the Girls on Track, we went with the Tony Kart Factory team and with the Ferrari Driver Academy. And that's really a point for me from like, oh, I want to do international. That's where I want to go to. And I want to make it further in motorsport.
There's a growing spotlight on young women in motorsport. What would you say, girls watching, you are thinking about getting behind the wheel but aren't sure where to start? What would you say to them?
Search your contacts and go as fast as possible into motorsport. And don't think about what anyone is saying about women in motorsport, because we are here to stay.
Great chat there with Ava Dorritson at the start of this weekend. I did add at the end of that interview, what if you don't have any contacts? The answer to that was, find them. So you're quite ready for this one.
She's not wrong.
No, she's not wrong. There, though, is Harrison Whitcomb starting this one on the front row of the field. Crucial to see what he can do in this one. Really strong performance in qualifying and, like I say, polled it. Really great to see from him, of course, in that first race. Took a lights to flag. Can he do the same in this one? That is the question. It's hot out there, but the track reminds him of home, and let's see what he can do.
Absolutely, and what he does at home, typically, Harrison, is he gets into the lead and he commands races. He is used to being at the front, especially in competitive grids. This is a competitive grid. You've got so much talent. You've got drivers representing their ASNs from all sorts of countries, including France. Jules Avril is out there flying the flag for France, and he will be starting alongside Harrison Whitcomb on that front row. Going back to Whitcomb, though, you know, he really does command races. You see him get into the lead, and he does tend to run away with things at home. Is he going to do the same thing once more here in Italy? We'll shortly find out. Two drivers that also could have a good run of things within this race will meet each other on that second row, and that's Annabelle Kennedy and Gianna Pascal, two female drivers really having a good run of things so far. Both had really strong qualifyings. Annabelle Kennedy really has been on the sharp end of the order so far and had actually a top 5 result earlier on in her first heat.
Indeed, we'll be keeping a close eye on that one, a P3 finish, like you were saying. So very strong performance in that race. Only one penalty given out in that last one, and 2 DSQs. Obviously, the one penalty, nose cone, unfortunately, a very common thing to happen in karting. It's hard to get away from them. Muller was the recipient of that one. 2 DSQs as well. Andre Arekin and Nicholas Vine. Both were trying to restart after lap 1. We did see that, the two colliding together. They got it restarted, or attempted to get them restarted. Even an attempt on the second lap of the race is still no bueno, and you're not allowed to do it. So, yeah, unfortunately for them, both disqualified from that first result, which means more work ahead of them over these next 2 races. Of course, this is their last race today for the Academy Trophy Senior. We will see them out again tomorrow on Superheats and Finals Day, but they will be racing still in their 3rd qualifying heat, and they will go into their final later on that day. Pasquale Lupoli going on to the gantry, primed and ready to kickstart this one for the Senior Trophy. Really crucial to, really looking forward to seeing what happens in this one, especially for the likes of Gianna Pascal. She has done brilliant work over the course of her racing career. P5 finish, but after qualifying in 4th place, she's still one to keep a very close eye on in these races. Engines fire up then, drivers make their way out onto the track. Question is, are all of them going to get started up? This is going to be one of those tricky moments for all the drivers. You can see how some of them, the mechanics are pushing as hard as they can, and I can see there, Ava Dorenson was one that was struggling to get going there. Right, so let's quickly take you through that full starting lineup then. Harrison Whitcomb and Joel Averill go from row number 1. Annabelle Kennedy and Gianna Pascal ran on an all-female row 2. Augustine Sepulveda and Mia Allaire go from row number 3. They will have the likes on row number 4, Antis Marinci and Kimi Ray. Yazuki Sato and Arthur Wang go from row 5. They'll have Bastian Ottenhammer and Devon Haglin on row 6. Andre Arekin and Amador Martinez go from row number 7. Neil Russell and Siri Consiri go from row number 8. Wojciech Woda and Simas Machuska will round out the first half of the field, and they will go from row number 9.
Going from your second half of the field then, on row number 10 is Mircea Marco Petru alongside Italy's Riccardo Ferrari. Ava Dorenson will meet Georgi Samalashvili on row number 11, and then from 12 is Damien Bays with Vasilis Malamis. Going from 13 is Joachim Askeland alongside Rodion Janov, and from 14 we have Jotan Rosenborg alongside Yao Hushi. 15 is Donne Nemeth-Volci with Philip Lenk, and starting on 16 we have Nicholas Vine alongside Nick Skulak. 17th row of your grid will include Simon Bulbarella with Evil Perez, and on your 18th row, starting 35th, we have Otto Sakala of Finland.
Well, reports coming in then from the track, and we're seeing the 412 a little bit late off the grid for this one. That is the likes of Harrison Whitcomb, but he's, I believe, out there still. No, he is missing from the front row. There is Ava Dorenson. She's only just got going here. I am not seeing Harrison.
I am. In going towards turn number 12, I can see Harrison Whitcomb.
But he's not, obviously, on pole position for this one. So that is a disastrous start for Whitcomb. He is missing from there, which means that Annabelle Kennedy will have a clear run in towards turn number 1. Joel Averill will have no one alongside. We're not going around again. That's very lucky for Harrison Whitcomb. It's also very lucky for Ava Dorenson. They're able to get back into formation.
I'm sure at any point in a moment you'll probably be able to see Harrison Whitcomb just dive down the inside of the field, trying to make up those positions to get back into that pole place. He does have a little bit more time to get himself into position. It's only when they meet the line in the final sector that it is cut off point. I'm just trying to search for him by eye. I can't quite find that red helmet that is going round there. So questioning then, Anthony, it looked like he got off the grid at the start, but maybe actually it was the case the engine didn't get fired up properly. Maybe it cut off as he was going out of the holding area. There he is then. He's heading out turn number 12.
And
here he is.
He's
arrived front row, gets himself there in time.
Just in time, because there's the red line.
Now he needs to pull it together, keep concentrated, and don't let that put you off, Harrison, because you've got work to do within this race now.
Yeah, indeed. So let's see what happens then as they focus in. Like you're saying, big movers in those races earlier on. Keep an eye on Riccardo Ferrari in this one. A 12th place gain in that first race earlier on for the Italian. He'll be starting this one in the mid-pack. Let's see if he can do a similar thing this time around as they enter into the tram lines. Little bit spread out in the mid-pack there. The front looks good. Are we racing? Lights out. Here we go. Down in towards turn number 1. It's a brilliant start for Jules Avril right round the outside. Harrison Whitcomb not getting the start he would have wanted that time around. Slots into second place, but is still there at the sharp end, as immediately you can see on the defensive is Gianna Pascal, holding on to third place. But it's a good start for the field as they all make it through turns number 5 cleanly.
Bit of a sluggish start then for Whitcomb. Looked like his mind was maybe elsewhere, probably still focused on missing the start earlier on. Now we have drivers off. That is the 402, who you can see just buried in the wall there slightly. That's Neil Russell off on the grass, so he is out of this race, will not continue. Eyes back on the front end of your order though. Harrison Whitcomb really chasing down Gilles Avril to try and jump back into the top spot of your field. Driver from France though, Avril leading the way nicely as we've got moves out of the final corner. That's for third position. That's Gianna Pascal passing Annabelle Kennedy. Going into turns 1 and 2, this is getting busy then for that 5th place. That's between Augustine Sepulveda, Mio Ula and Kimi Ray. Kimi Ray had a DNF earlier on, Anthony, so needs a good race within this one. Avril now, Jules Avril, your current race leader, is under investigation for a potential starting procedure infringement.
Well, that start was mighty good. Was it a little too good, says the officials, and they will be checking that one out after this race. So that brings the attention then back to Harrison Whittingham here, who will see that investigation flag and probably think the same thing as off the track there. That's a robust way of getting through there for Mia Euler. But for someone who is from Sweden, they're used to a bit of rally cross and all of that. But let's see if we can get that one sorted out here around the Italian circuit. Back over the start-finish line they go. Still Avril from Whitcomb, Pascal, Kennedy, Euler from Sepulveda, Marinci fighting through nicely. And that is a good run still in those early phases. I'm actually going to eat my word. I think it was maybe Haglin who maybe had gone off the track there, because Euler was all fine and clear at the front of it. Simon Spaczuska, biggest mover out there already, Nicole, on lap 3 with the 10th place gain.
Yeah, great stuff by the 408 to jump into the top 10 already. We're only on the early stages. No, Devon Hagelin then had a DNF earlier on, as did Kimi Ray. They're 2 drivers that will have fresher tyres compared to the rest of the field, so keep that in mind as the race progresses forward. Of course, this race is wide open currently. We've got a long way to go, so how will those 2 drivers fare when they have that kind of advantage compared to their competitors? Fastest drivers so far within this one, 2 purple sectors for Wojciech Woda, who sat in 13th place, up by 4 positions, just behind Siri Conseri in 12th. Here is that race restart then. See, just breaking formation in the back end of the field and just questioning if actually Gilles Avril, the French driver, did jump the start compared to Harrison Whitcomb. Of course, it's not up to us, but it was close, I would say.
It was close. The main thing you got to take from it is that, was he ahead before the lights went out? That's the main thing. From that angle, we have no idea. So, yeah, it's a bit tough to call on that one. Eyes on this, though, and Gianna Pascal and Annabelle Kennedy absolutely wheel to wheel here. The battle for third place is on. And we'll keep a close eye on this one. Is Pascal going to defend this one? I can imagine so, as she sits 4th in the points and, well, is right behind Annabelle Kennedy in the points. Only 2 points separates them. The last thing she wants to do is let Kennedy by, and then she's even more points further behind. So she needs to keep this place on. So I suspect we're going to have a nice fight on our hands to the end of this race.
Absolutely, but do they work together to push up to France and Great Britain in front of them? Harrison Whitcomb now definitely on the charge. He is faster than the French driver in front of them as they head up the hill towards turn number 10 and back down through the flat section of 11. Is this the moment where a lunge is going to occur for Whitcomb through turn number 12? Not just yet, continues to sit there as a shadow on France. They'll head back round through the bowl section where these drivers really focus on those fast feet and hands, really don't want to slide through that section and put too much load on those Maxxis tyres. Through the final sector once more and out of turn number 16, Whitcomb isn't quite close enough just yet, and the gap actually increases once more. It's now 0.3 of a second that splits up your front 2. battles going on further back down the order. This is in your top 10, so it goes on between Mia Euler, Burinci, Sepúlveda and Arthur Huang in there. Jules Avril, we just spoke about him. He's under pressure from Whitcomb, but he's dealing with it well because he is your fastest driver on the circuit.
Indeed. Maybe again, he's just thinking about, well, we had the win earlier on. We're in a good spot now. We're second place. He's under investigation. Maybe I just stick here. Maybe we don't risk going for the fight and falling into the clutches of the drivers behind. So that is a very good point we could bring in on that one. There is Augustin Sepúlveda still battling away. This is a moment from him earlier on. And just keeping the curb, and oh dear, yeah, that rear bumper actually looking very, very loose on one side. Now, we saw that from one cut earlier on. It's still fixed. It's not dangling out the back. That's where it starts to get a concern of safety, and you see the technical flags come out. But right now, for Sepúlveda, I think he is in an okay situation still.
Yeah, I would agree. Of course, these back bumpers, they can sometimes come off when driver is hit with somebody else's nose cones. It's quite a common thing to see, but until we see maybe a technical flag for him, Sepúlveda will continue to circulate. These two circulating, no, and definitely battling out for that third position are Gianna Pascal and Annabelle Kennedy. Kennedy not having a look just yet, but she is right there. Maybe needs to have a bit of bravery to try and get something done, because Mia Euler is catching up to these two drivers quickly. And don't forget, Mia Euler has got a little bit of a gap in the air. He will have a cooler engine, cooler tyres, because he's got clean air in front of him, and that will allow him to catch up to those two drivers of Pascal and Kennedy in front, who head out of turn number 4 towards the right-hand hairpin of turn number 5. Still absolutely no attempt by Annabelle Kennedy. Jules Avril continues to go faster. 54.762 is now the time to be out there on the circuit, and is pulling away from Harrison Whitcomb. Sat there in second. The gap now just under half a second between the front two.
Indeed, only that one retirement so far in this race. Neil Russell not clocking up on the screens anymore. Whitcomb purple, sector 2 now in this one, is closing in a bit more on Jules Avril. The gap down to 0.4 of a second. Still fights happening further down in the order. This is a nice little scrap in and around I think they're around the 20th place battle here. We've got Bulbarella there, Anikin, Yuranov and Lenk around that area, as unfortunately going very slowly there out of the Snell section is Vasilis Manabas. But hopefully he'll get himself back squared away. This is back at the front. Here we go. Here's change. Back down the inside. Annabelle Kennedy going for the move on Gianna Pascal. Gets it done. And I think that was well timed, because look who has closed in. Mia Euler is right there. Sweden's hopes is closing in on the battle for P3.
Absolutely, Euler is definitely knocking on the door now, because he has arrived. Watch him as he head through these final sectors. He can be quite brave on these overtakes, and that move completed by Annabelle Kennedy has left Gianna Pascal quite vulnerable to Euler, who of course was your pole sitter in Portimao, has had a strong showing of things so far. Towards sector number 1 then, through that double apex corner of 1 and 2, an uphill climb through 3, through 4 and back towards 5, that right hand hairpin. Is this going to be the moment? No, it's not. This is the replay though by Annabelle Kennedy, nicely set up, put the nose cone down the inside, just put the front end in, allowed Gianna enough time to realise that she was there and backed off. We've got retirements out there then. That is Vasilis Malamis. His hopes of this race gone. 34th position, and a DNF joins Neil Russell as the second driver to not be finishing this race. Dying stages now of this one then. Anthony Euler still right there in the top 5. Can he go for a move on Gianna Pascal? More under investigations going out then, this time to Simon Bulbarella, the 405 for a potential incident out there. Some quite big hitters within this one then, Anthony. Simas Pachuska up by 10 places to get himself into 8th. We've got Yu Hao-shi, she's up by 10 places, and Nicholas Vine up by 12 to break into that top 20.
Yeah, indeed. You've also got, like you say, Bulbarella, who is under investigation, also up 11 places. Otto Sakala as well, up 9 places. So there are some big movers out there indeed, as you are mentioning. eyes on this, though. And Barinci and Huller starting to close in on Gianna Pascal. Time very quickly running out here, though. Nicole, last lap board is going to be out to the drivers. As Jules Avril at this moment in the lead of that one. Overtakes happening thick and fast. Arthur Huang, Yuzuki Sato and Devin Haglin having a good little scrap for position. They've just changed around in 9th, 10th and 11th place out on track. That's the battle that will be coming through your screen now. Down the start-finish straight. On to the final lap of this race now, Nicole. And it's all kicking off nicely at the sharp end, but I don't think Whittingham's got enough in the bag to get this move done on track.
No, I'd agree. He is slightly faster than Jules Avril ahead of him, who, let's not forget, is under investigation, but probably not enough time to try and attempt any kind of move. He's too far behind, really. You would never expect a driver to go in from that far away. Despite that under investigation going to France, he still led a very controlled race, and sector by sector actually opens up this gap now, which has gone up to just under 0.6 of a second. Out of the final sector, these two will go out of turn number 16. France, Jules Avril looks over his shoulder to Harrison Whitcomb of Great Britain, takes that race win. Great result for the driver. Pretty much alights the flag, grabbed that race lead in the early stages through turn number 1 and really didn't sacrifice any speed or any pace throughout things. Masterclass of driving from France. Great stuff.
Yeah, indeed, but obviously has got that investigation flag looming over the head, so we'll keep a close eye on that one, as that will of course head to the stewards for a potential start infringement from the winner. But for now, it is France on top with Jules Avril, who delivers a solid drive there, and now is joint on points with Harrison Whittingham going into tomorrow's qualifying Heat 3. We look forward to that one. There is your top 3. Annabelle Kennedy at the end of that one. Deserving drive. Very successful racer from Australia, and stepping up into the top 3 here in Italy. Gianna Pascal finishing in P4 ahead of Mia Haller. Atis Barinci from Augustine Sepulveda. Siemens Bachuska with a 10th place game, finishing in P8 from Yuzuki Sato. Arthur Huang from Wojciech Woda with a 6th place gain. Kimi Ray from Devin Haglin. Bastian Ottenshammer from Silicon City. Riccardo Ferrari in P16 from Mircea Marco Petru. Yu Haoshi with a 10th place gain, and Nicholas Vine also with a 12th place gain, finishes in 19th place. Amador Martinez finishing in 20th, rounds out that top 20 ahead of Donaldson. Barbarella from Yuranov, Adikin from Sakala, Samalashvili from Stulac, Rosenberg from Lenk, Perez from the likes of Nemad Wojci, who finishes in 31st place. Baez from Ascalon, the 33 finishers, Malames and Russell retirements from that race. Here's a look at the start. We can't really see the real, if there's any in-start infringements or anything like that at the beginning of that one, but you can clearly see right at the beginning, got a brilliant start there for Jules Avril and was able to hold on to the lead from the word go.
Yeah, some of the drivers in that midfield section getting their elbows out, just pushing each other around through 1 and 2, but it wasn't too dramatic at the start. It was only really where Neil Russell got pushed onto the grass where it started to heat up a little bit. We had moves going on from the likes of Mio Uller through turn number 12. Some drivers like Yuzuki Sato getting caught out onto the grass and onto the rumble strip, but no major dramas for anybody out there in the early stages. We had battles raging on between that mid-pack section, but quite a calm and relaxed race for the most part. Once again, some drivers just getting it wrong actually out of the corners, using a little bit too much of the tarmac of the track and then ending up on the grass. Annabelle Kennedy, though, did manage to get that move done on Gianna Pascal in the end to get herself into 3rd, but it was Jules Avril that took your race win.
It certainly did. Very close fight. 6/10 clear from Harrison Whittingham. Annabelle Kennedy, like you're saying, wrapping up that top 3. But a cloud looming over Jules Avril. That investigation will be just looming in the background. We'll have to wait and see those full results later on today. Well, that is all there is for the Academy Trophy today. They will be back out tomorrow for their 3rd qualifying heat. Now we turn our attention back to the OK Junior category, qualifying heat D versus F for this one. Will Green, Evan Purcell on the front row of the grid. And as you see from that picture, they have had a switch of sides. Green will go from the outside of row number 1, going in towards turn number 1 as well. Crucial time for Will Green here. Had the DNF earlier on. Now it's crunch time for him. Now he needs to think, what can we do in this one? We need to push ourselves back in this order. But again, we'll all have to wait and see during this race. For Evan Purcell, he's in a really strong position in the racing. He's in a really good, comfortable place, I would say, with that new team, delivering good results. And so far, this weekend has not gone too bad for him.
Absolutely would agree, as is Maxim Bobrishov. He will be starting on the 3rd row alongside Denny Babacek. Maxim having a great run of things so far, has had a smattering of good results, some good pace out here in Italy, as has Denny Babacek. This is the furthest up in the field we've seen Denny so far this year, racing for the family team of Teps, which of course stands for the names of both him and his 3 sisters. Good stuff so far, but it would be nice to see him maybe just pick off some places, because some places have been lost through these heats so far. But how will Maxim and Denny fare within this heat, qualifying heat D versus F? Like we said then, Anthony, Will Green deciding to swap sides at the front row. He will be starting from that anti-pole side, despite actually qualifying on the pole side of things. How is that going to play out, and why has he made that decision? Because he actually hasn't got a teammate directly behind him. We've seen this change before from Tony Kart, from Forza, but that's because they then have a teammate behind them. This is unique. Will does not have this.
Well, you know, I'm thinking it's just a case of preference on this one. I think it's just a case of preference. He wants to start on that outside line. It's not to benefit or help anyone else out. I think it's purely for himself here to just try and see if he can get the sweeping run around the outside, and then knowing that effectively as the inside line going into the likes of turns 3 and up the hill. Here we go then at the start of this grid. It is Will Green and Evan Purcell. They have switched sides of the grid but still go from the front row of the grid. They'll have Henry Domain and Olivier Sini going from row number 2. Keep a close eye on those two. Denny Babacek and Maxim Bobrishov go from row 3. They'll have Tia Polican and Daniel Miron on row 4. Giacomo Justo and Mark Polapenko ran up row 5. Michael McGoy and Alessandro Truscio go from row 6, with the first half of the field being Gustavo Marquez de Silva and Michelle Orlando.
Well, just seeing out the commentary box window then, Anthony, it looks like we've almost already lost somebody towards turn number 5, somebody over on the grass. It was a spin that caused it, actually. I think it's Leonardo Gorski. You can see it is. The Henza car of Leonardo Gorski actually went off onto the grass, tried to get it restarted, so we've got a retirement before the race has even started within this one.
Yeah, indeed. Rest of the grid then on your screen. You've got Felipe Sanchez and, well, maybe on his own on that row number 8. Martin Bertolacini and Jill Herman on row 9. Amir Sabrov and Wen Yabu. You then have Xavier Dukowski and Priyan Bruneau on row 11, Vanessa Shilkaneta and Dinia Islami on row 12, Nicholas Stanley and Michael Zajac on row 13, Emilio Vishmiska and Marcel Sapella rounding out there. There, though, on your screen, Leonardo Gorski, as we were saying, a breakdown or a spin on the straight. He will not take part in this race. Reaction there telling him that it's getting into that crunch time. This is not where you want to be at this stage of the weekend, because you know you might not be making it into those top 72.
Yeah, that's definitely going to play into things massively for Gorski, and probably will be the stop of a weekend for him. A massive shame, and you could see on the camera he was absolutely devastated with that result. Let's focus on, though, the potential results of the remainder of your field who head out of the final sector for this race start. Led by Will Green, led by Evan Purcell. Will Green, who has switched sides of your grid and will start on that anti-pole side. How will that fare for him? Will he get the jump going into turn number 1? Hopefully we should be able to find out as we head through the tram lines. Are we going green on asking? No, we're not. False start. They will go round again.
Indeed, another one of those false starts. Nigel Edwards, race director, sending them round one more time. Little look at the intermediate classification so far. Turner Brown, leader of that one, 180 points to his name. Kalesia from Chrisen in the points as well, only 2 points separating those two. They are in turn only 6 points down from Turner Brown, 174 and 172 to their name. Alaman Zulfikari. Then you have I believe it's Devon Waltz, it's Drew Waltz, and there you can see the unfortunate moment there for Leonardo Korski. And like we said about the frustration, at this stage of the weekend, yes, there is a lot of pressure on these drivers. There is a lot of frustration comes out when you get results like that. And when you don't even get to start your race, it's a big, big shame for them.
This sport means everything to these drivers as well, and that's going to be absolutely devastating. It's heartbreaking when that happens to you as a driver. Everybody has been there at some point. He's not the first, and he definitely won't be the last. This is it, though. Are we going to go on the second time of asking? Will Green leads the way out of turn number 16, slower than our previous attempted start through the tram lines then. Are we going green on the second time of asking? Yes, we are. Will Green then looks over his shoulder into turn number 1, and it's a slingshot start. He's like a bullet out of that chamber, takes the race lead. Drivers cutting the grass over turn number 3 then. Green leads into turn number 5. We've got Purcell having to defend heavily through turn number 5, through that hairpin section to not give up position. And we've got drama in the background, drivers going over the back bumpers of others, and we've got one of the Koskis off now onto the grass.
Yeah, we certainly do. Not quite sure who that is. Couldn't quite see the kart number. We'll have to wait until they go through the timing beam out on track, but definitely one of the Koskis not making it through on this one. Possibly could have been Michael McGoy. In fact, I think it is Michael McGoy. He has not come through sector number 2, the American in the 214 machine, out of the race, which is a big shame on that one. Eyes on the rest of the field then as they exit out that final corner. You can see the full cut train breaking away here. Daniel Miron, really good stuff for Daniel Miron, 4 places gained, but Priyan Bruno's gained 11, Dinia Ismail's gained 11, Michael Zajak's gained 11. Nicole, I think we're seeing some fresh tyres out there.
Move from Daniel Miron now on Evan Purcell for that 3rd position, and I would completely agree with you, Anthony. This is the point in the day, this is the point in the heats where drivers start to deploy that new rubber to help give them that grip, help give them that advantage. Miron looks over his shoulder to Purcell, sat there in 4th. They are now chasing down the likes of Sini as we lose another driver out by post number 2. Will Green still continuing to lead from Sini, and this gap between the top 4 looks by eye like it's reducing. Battles going on further back in the order. This is from about 5th to 10th place. We've got Denny Babicek getting all involved there in 5th place. He's towing along the likes of Theo Polican. Both drivers previously made moves on Henry Domain, who's dropped 4 places within this race so far. This is a replay at the early stage then, where I think this is where an incident actually occurs.
That is how Michael McGoy goes off. Well, that's actually quite a significant little jump there, and you can see how much his neck went backwards there. That was not only his front wheel clipping, but then when it went up, the rear wheel then clipped it and then just jolted him even more. So very rough ride there for Michael McGoy, and thankfully I think is okay. Gilles Herman is now our latest retirement. Not sure what's happened to him. The Belgian for the VDK racing team has also come to a halt out here, and potentially could be the driver that he made contact with out there if he had damage on board that car. Not too sure.
He could be that driver we pointed out at post 2. That was true. A VDK driver, so that is most likely Gilles Herman sat there now in that Marshall hut.
There we go then. So lap number 4 for these drivers, and there's a big set down the inside. Daniel Miron on a charge here right now. That's a 6th place gain. And I want to point the finger at potentially there's some new tyres on board that machine.
I don't think you'd be incorrect predicting that then, Anthony, because the way Daniel Miron is driving, it just looks like he's got more grip, he's got more confidence in the kart compared to the drivers around him, especially as they head through those hairpin sections. Look at Miron, the way he just kind of pulled away from Sini, sat there in 3rd, who's really starting to have to think about Evan Purcell now. Going through turn number 13 and 14, look at the drivers further back. We said it, this is crunch time. This is the point in the weekend where it's going to heat up for these drivers. It's going to turn into a baptism of fire.
Yeah, it certainly is. And this is all and around the about 15th place battle here on your screen. Sabarov, Marquez, Dina Ismail pushing their way through. You can see the DR Motorsport machine really working hard. This is Babicek and Purcell now fighting. Babicek's going to go down the inside of Evan Purcell, gets the move done through 6 and 7, steps up into 4th place, and once more is on the charge. However, someone who is on the charge, and a bigger one at that, is Brian Bruno, the biggest mover in this race. 12 places gained. He is currently now inside the top 10. And effectively, I want to say, closing in on these drivers here that you're currently watching.
Looking at these times of the drivers then, Anthony, I'd actually question if Denny Babicek has maybe deployed some new tyres as well. He is lapping similar times to Daniel Miron, who is now your fastest driver out there on the circuit. He is faster than your race leader of Will Green, so definitely chasing down. He's faster than Oliver Sini, sat there in third, and Denny Babicek now is definitely going to be trying to follow Miron's lead and try and overtake the drivers Miron has as well. Eyes back on Miron though in that DPK, heading up the hill, really going for it now compared to Will Green. Your intermediate classification still led by Turner Brown of the USA, 180 points to his name. Leads from Forza's William Kalesia and Tony Kart's Ili Christian, but close between these drivers so far. You've not really seen anybody within juniors really run away with things. It's been a bit of a fluctuation of who's been at the front heat to heat.
Yeah, exactly, and it's going to stay a feisty one for them. Oh, that's a tense moment there through that final corner, side by side in the background there. That Pilapenko going for the move on Orlando, I think it was. He made it work, but that is a risky place to get it done because we have seen some real dramas there. Speaking of dramas, I think Will Green's got a little bit of a drama here, and it's in the form of DPK Racing's Daniel Miron, who has slowly and surely closed in on the British driver and is going to put him under some immense pressure, I can imagine, in the dying stages of this race. Still this one in the background as well. Purcell and Babicek, they've not really fought that much since Babicek getting past. And Olivier Sini is happy to be there in third place, I think, at the moment. He's not got the pressure of attacking the drivers in front. He's not got the pressure of defending from the drivers behind. He is just in the middle of that one, just seeing and waiting to see what happens effectively.
The gap now between your two drivers at the front, Green and Miron, is 0.2 of a second, and I would say Miron has got his magnifying glass out, trying to look at where he is faster than Will Green. Will Green sits on the white line, defends from Miron. Miron doesn't use as much of the rumble strip. Will Green trying to do everything he can now through that sector 2, down the hill towards the flat corner of 11 to defend from Daniel Miron, sat in that DPK. Looks over his shoulder, looks at the gap, he's aware he's right there. Doesn't defend through turn number 12, maybe over-defended slightly in the early stage of this lap, but he is aware, and all of that defensive driver has brought into this is Oliveri Sini, who's sat right there in third position. Dying stages of this race though, if Sini wants to get ahead, he's got to pull off something spectacular. Through turn number 1 and 2, nothing just yet, controlling the slide on that tyre. Climbs back up the hill towards turn number 3, completes 4. Is he going to do it through turn number 5? Doesn't quite have the time to have a look, but he is right there like a shadow. When is he going to pull the pin, Anthony?
Well, it's a question whether or not is he going to pull the pin, because he might not. He might just stay there in second place. He's in a good place. He's got those 6 places gained. He's pushed himself up in the order. He sits now 7th in the points. Yes, a win would help him out, but again, with such the gain that he's already got, doesn't want to risk putting himself into the back of the drivers behind. Like you mentioned it, Olivier Sini is right there. He could really close in on this fight if they started scrapping away, and that's not what we're seeing right now. Will Green will see the last lap board. He will push himself forward and see whether or not he will make it to the end of this race. We're about to find out though, as they go through turns 1 and 2. They climb the hill, and drama has struck for Ward Racing, and unfortunately for Wen Yabu, the driver from China, is out of the race on the penultimate lap of this race. But here now is Green and Miron. Change potentially here on the exit of turn 6 and 7. Tried to get the nose down the inside. Did the driver from the Netherlands, but not this time. He now has to think again. Down in towards turn 12. Green goes defensive. Miron will have to go for the up and under here on the exit. He's got the pace, but again goes defensive. Does Green. Miron on the outside. Sini might have a chance of closing in here. Green's done enough, and he's gone over the rear bumper. And Sini does get the opportunity. Olivier Sini will cross the line in P1, is absolutely gifted the win there. Daniel Miron just on the power too early, climbs on the rear bumper of Will Green, and both of them go backwards. But there, Olivier Sini, what can we say? Absolutely superb for the driver from Indonesia, puts it P1 on that Tony Kart Racing machine. You can see that he's got a bit of damage there to his front end as well. But what on earth happened there? You can see it here, right into the corner, bit of front to rear there, catches it there. Oh, the nose cone catches the rear wheel. It drags it up the rear bumper, and unfortunately they lose out so much time. You can see he was trying to get his nose down the inside. That is a harsh one there for both drivers. Another angle, and just see it just latches, and that's enough for Sini to go down the inside. I can imagine that's a big smile on Olivier Sini's face after that one, because that is an absolute gift of a P1 then ahead of Will Green and Daniel Miron, who still finish inside that top three. Babacek finishing in P4 then ahead of Evan Purcell, Henry Domain from Tia Polican, Maxim Bobajov from Mark Pilapenko, Michel Orlando from Gustavo Marquez de Silva, Priam Bonneau with a 10th place gain, finishes in P12 ahead of Amir Sabrov, Martin Bertolacini from Giacomo Giusto, Felipe Sanchez from Vanessa Shilcaneta, and Nicholas Stanley in P18 with a 7th place gain. Dudkowski from Islami, Vishamirska from Zajac, Zabella rounding out the top 23, with Cruchot rounding out the 24 finishers in that one. Wenyabu, Gilles Herman, Michael McGoy, and Leonardo Gorski, all retirements from that race. But there on your screen, Olivier Sini, well, it's a win nonetheless, and it all started with, unfortunately, drama for Leonardo Gorski in that race. The retirement right at the get-go. Not many people are happy with the start of that race. He saw some hands up there in the mid to back pack of the grid. That's around the Bertolacini-Sabrov area of the grid. Front of the field went away pretty well. Drama for Michael McGoy. Heavy hit into the wall. Big contact there for the American. Thankfully, all okay. And we'll continue later on in the day. Denny Babacek and the early charge through the field, bringing the likes of Tia Polican along for company. The driver of the 398 really pushing forward in that early stages. That was the moment for Gilles Herman going off the track there. Yes, we did see him retire from the race later on. That could have been the reason why. And then we were seeing this fight all the way throughout the field. You were seeing Gustavo Marquez de Silva fighting away. We saw, of course, Priam Bonneau in that area, Amir Sabrov, Martin Bertolacini, all in that top section of the race. Drama there. Oh, that's such a shame for the likes of Wenyabu and Gilles Herman. They collided again, unfortunately for the moment. And then there was this moment here, Will Green and Daniel Miron collecting each other through, going Olivier Sini claiming the win, a 2-place gain, and that's the risk you run of waiting to that very last lap of going for the move. You risk moments like that happening. You risk losing out on even finishing in the same result you had. And for Olivier Sini, cool, calm, collected still, nice and composed over the line, and he gains a win. Well, let's get down to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, it's over to you.
Well, we're down here with Will Green then, who just experienced some last lap drama. Will, after being in the race lead at some points, it then sort of fell apart on the last lap. Can you tell us what happened in your eyes?
Yeah, it was a bit difficult because I was on old tyres and some other drivers had deployed the new tyres, so it was always going to be difficult to keep the race lead, but there's just a little incident on the last lap, which, I don't know, it's hard to see. You'd have to watch the replay.
And you had an incident out there in an earlier heat as well. You experienced a DNF. Will, what's the mindset like after that? Are you actually confident going into the rest of the day and potentially tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not helped at all. The DNF is going to make my points a lot worse, but we'll just have to work with it and see what we can do and hopefully start as high as we can up in the final.
And in the early stages of the race, we actually saw on the grid you decided to switch sides. You switched to the anti-pole side. Why did you decide to do that?
Just some team things that we discussed and we just decided to do that. But yeah, it worked out, so I'm not complaining.
Well, not a lot to complain about with the pace that you've got, Will. Well done on a top 3, regardless of the last lap drama. We'll head back up then to the commentary box because we've got seniors up next.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there in Parc Fermé. We'll be hearing from a lot more of our drivers over the next few moments as well. So stay tuned for that one. Senior qualifying heat, D versus F, will be heading out onto the track next. And it starts with the likes of Boris Lysen and Vladimir Vanikov on the front row of the grid for that one. And we look forward to seeing what happens in the seniors, because so far, pretty exciting stuff. Daniel Kelleher leading the points with 188. Anagnosiadis second. Kenzo Craigie from Alexander Chartier. Christian Costoya, though, is the one that we will be keeping a close eye on. 3 wins out of 3. Has 150 points to his name, but he'll be racing a little bit later on today. He'll be in the next senior grid. He'll be starting alongside Jacob Mikulev on that one. For Lysen and Vladimir Vanikov, though, this is going to be a fight for them. Let's see what happens at this moment. Ivanikov is 9th in the points with 132. A win here would give him a good chunk of points as well. We'll have to wait and see what happens there. As you can see, the cleanup operation still underway here at the moment. Multitude of retirements in that race. So we'll keep a close eye on that one. Filippo Sala, Timo Ramikas on the second row for this one as well. Need to keep a close eye on them also, because relatively tough day for them on those qualifying heats. Here's a look at what you've got coming up for the rest of the day. At the moment, we'll be heading into qualifying groups A versus C. They'll be the next ones out onto track. Then we go over to groups D and E, A and F, and then B and C. That'll be the last time we see that full rotation heading out onto the circuit. So this is the last run for them in that early stage of it. And this is where we really start to see those tyres coming into play now for them. And of course, all of this sorts out the order for tomorrow when we go into those superheats and of course those finals. And we will say goodbye to a handful of drivers, of course, in both the senior and the junior categories. Only the top 72 get into those superheats, and then of course only the 36 for that final later on Sunday. So make sure you stay tuned for that one. Championship points, of course, up for grabs at the end of these qualifying heats phase, and the championship is still relatively close in the senior category. Costoya leads it with 144 from Anagnosiadis, and Timo Ramikas third in the points. So these are important races for Timo Ramikas. Needs to be high up in that order, but at the moment does not sit anywhere within inside the top 10. Engines firing up then, drivers making their way out onto the circuit. Let's fire through that full starting lineup. Boris Lysen and Vladimir Ivanikov go from row number 1. They will have Filippo Sala and Timo Ramikas on row 2. It's going to be a busy one for these drivers. Aston Sharp and Louis Cochet go from row 3. They'll have Fastão Arnaldo and Davide Battaro on row 4. Vegard Clemenson and Scott Marsh go from row 5. They'll have Efrem Dudanov and Amelie Koivisto on row 6. Jakub Kaunik and Kenneth Verhan round up row number 7. Sebastian Mins and Roman Kamyab go from row number 8. They'll have the likes of Zhao Zijun and Makar Savalev on row number 9. Row 10, we'll see Franciszek Zielinski and Sebastiano Pavan, who had a real tough one in time qualifying. Row 11, Marco Gast and Jason Branick. They will have Daniel Picorni, Armin Kari Osman, and I don't believe Stelios Kolovos will be out there for this one. We have not seen him at all so far today. I don't suspect we are going to be seeing him right now in this one either. So hopefully, I think it's only down to the 24 runners in this one. And yes, we will see what happens. Like we were saying, points very close. But for Keller and Anagnosiadis, we saw them racing earlier on. At this moment, not seeing them right now on track. Nicole Sutherland joins me back in the commentary box. Nicole, very warm out there. Breaking in now, 31 degrees. It's creeping up even more, despite the fact that we're getting later on into the afternoon.
Well, I think we've underestimated, actually, sat in here with our air-conditioned commentary box, how hot it actually is out there. 31 degrees, and you can feel it. There's no breeze out there, really, for these drivers. really difficult conditions, both for the drivers and for the machinery. I don't envy any of them, really.
No, indeed. But as soon as they get going, they've got their own air conditioning. They just lift up the visor and then they cool down nicely out there. But there you can see it, 31 degrees out there. Very, very hot day here in the centre, the heart of Italy. Into the tram lines. Are we racing? Lights are out. We are racing down towards turn number 1. It's a bad start for Lysen. Look at Ivanikov round the outside. Beautiful start for him on that barrel up machine as they go through. Costoya all over the curb there on that victory lane. Just managed to hold on to position. Ramakas getting involved in that fight. You can see as well for Staminado also with the relatively decent start, but keep an eye on Scott Marsh as well. He's going to want to push himself up into this order, and so far I think he has done just that. Crucially at the front though, it is Ivanikov that leads the way. It's the Forza of Filippo Sala, and then it's Aston Sharp currently in 3rd place.
Well, Italy has turned up the temperature, but Vladimir Ivanikov has turned up the standard, because that race restart was something special. Thibaut Ramakas now under pressure out of the final sector, as are some of the Prema drivers heading out along with Forza drivers further back in the order. It's all getting a little bit busy as we head through turn number 3. Thibaut Ramakas clipping that curb. We've got moves down the inside at turn number 5. This is within that top 5, 6, 7 and 8th position. Look at this train now heading out of turns 6 and 7. The pace that some of these drivers have got really heating up. Thibaut Ramakas looks like he's lost a smattering of positions now, has dropped down by 4 positions to sit there in 8th. We've got a move down the inside now. That is Costoya going in on Clementson, but Clementson returns the favour going through turn number 13. And Thibaut Ramakas, 2 for the price of 1 through turn number 13 and 14. Gets 2 of those positions that he lost back. And who's that brought into the fight as well? Scott Marsh. Scott Marsh has been written an invitation to get all involved. He's now sat there in 8th, chasing down Vegard Clementson in 7th. Back up through the 1st sector, through turns 3 and 4, clipping these curbs. This is the battle at the front though. Vladimir Ivanikov is now under a bit of pressure from Filippo Sala, who for the first time this weekend has broken into the top 2.
Yes, indeed, and I'm going to put that down to potentially some new tyres on board again, Nicole. We're at that phase, and I think Sala has had enough of being in this bad luck situation of being in that mid-pack and just being squeezed backwards. I think he's gone, right, let's throw down the gauntlet, let's put those tyres on, let's push forward. Of course, that's only speculation. He might still be on his old tyres, I have no idea. But let's see if that is the case, because he's right in that slipstream now. Ivanikov knows it as well. He is trying to break away, but look how much tighter there, Sala. If that was new tyres on board, I think that's definitely got to be new tyres.
It's got to be tyres, you know, with the results Sala has had. As we talk about him, say his name, it's like you can hear us because he goes down the inside of Ivanikov at turn number 5. Filippo Sala, after the results he's had this weekend, I think his mentality would be, what else have we got to lose? I need to make up some points here. Let's chuck some new tyres on and see where it gets us. And where does it get you so far? Filippo is in the race lead. 10th of a second splits these 2 up there. Vladimir Ivanikov still sat there in the sharp end for Birol Art. I wouldn't say Vladimir has decided to go new just yet. I think that might have been a mistake with the pace that he has been carrying this weekend. Getting a bit wrong are some of the drivers through the bowl section, all catching each other out 3 abreast towards turn number 15. Scott Marsh then, one of the drivers we've just seen flick up on the screen drive past, has dropped back down into 10th position. Was previously up in 8th, but has lost a few places. Aston Sharp now being overtaken for that 3rd position. That is Arnaldo jumping into the top 3. Question for you, Anthony, the DPK driver, has he done what his teammate of Daniel Miron did in the juniors? Has he gone new tyre as well?
It would make sense, of course. There's a lot of team talk goes on in those tents, and of course the DPK team, very close family, of course, there. The very proud Spanish team racing here in Italy, and like you say, I reckon may have deployed some new tyres on board that machine as well. But again, we'll have to wait and see as it goes on. But his pace is looking mighty quick there, and we're seeing purple sectors coming in from drivers, and the pace has actually come down quite considerably over the course of today. Other drivers who are pushing through nicely in this field, Armin Kari-Osman is currently up 8 places, Jensen Bralick also up 8 places, Makar Savalev up 6 places. They're pushing through the field nicely. There's a look at your points. Ivanikov, who's there in 2nd place, does jump up to 3rd. 176 to the name, but at the moment is not anywhere near to Kelleher and Alan Mosiadis, who is still leading.
Your intermediate classification then, you know, this is something that drivers will be thinking about not only when they are off the track in the awning, they'll be thinking about it when they're driving around. They'll be considering how many places they need to make up, and of course they will be signalled by mechanics on the sideline of where they need to put the cars. Still battles really raging on further back down at the field. This is between some of the drivers quite far down the order, but it's definitely that crunch time within the weekend, and crunch time causes collisions, which Sebastiano Pavan 114 is under investigation for, as Thibaut Ramicus goes in on Aston Sharp very, very bravely through turn number 5, gets the move done, makes it stick. Ramicus now back on the charge after losing positions early on.
Yeah, indeed, but this is good stuff from Ramicus, looking very strong. Cochet, Louis Cochet in the 133, currently in 7th place, under investigation for potentially causing a collision. That will not be well received by him or the Victory Lane team. They'll have to keep a close eye on that by the end of this race to see whether or not they'll be heading to the stewards. There's a look at your front runners going across the line, the big gap between themselves and Fastau and Nardo. Ramicus there from Sharp, Clementson under pressure from Cochet. Lyson just behind as well. He's close in a fight with Scott Marsh. That's quite a nice battle that's happening in 8th and 9th place, heading in towards turn number 6 and 7. Now they've got Amelia Koivisto, Bataro, Savalev, Durdinov and Bralish just behind as well, and they're in a really close little fight now. So there's big battles happening out there still, Nicole, but still there is a lot of thinking going on here, I can imagine, between these drivers of, you know, do we now, okay, so if we have to point these tyres, hypothetically, for some of these drivers who we think have, you know, are they going to, they've had their early push phase, now they're going into the conservation mode, so they kind of really bring it back now and just think, right, let's keep them good for the next race later on.
Yeah, exactly that. They've got more to come. It doesn't stop here for these drivers. Scott Marsh then sat in that 9th position, is now thinking about Boris Lyson ahead of him. These are the 2 drivers that are at the front of that 2nd pack of karts and who will really be battling it out shortly. Battling it out currently, though, are the 2 drivers on your screen of Vegard Clementson and Louis Cochet. Of course, Louis Cochet is under investigation, but that's not putting him off as he chases up the hill, clips the curb of turn number 8, kart goes light through turn number 10, back down the hill through the flat section of 11. Is this the point where he maybe looks down the inside at turn number 12? Not close enough to Clementson just yet, but these are the 2 that are really the key battle currently out on the circuit. 0.2 of a second between them. Looks like it's closed up by eye as they head out of that bowl section through the final part of the track, which is turn number 16, back down the start-finish straight. No major change between them just yet, still 0.2 of a second. More under investigations going out now. Now it's for Gayson for potentially causing a collision. Gayson out there, I think, a bit further down the order compared to Louis Cochet, who we were just focusing on.
Yeah, indeed, we'll keep a close eye on that one too, and of course so will the officials, because all these drivers will be heading to the steward's office after this race. If they see that investigation flag, they know they'll be heading to see members of the FIA, and they'll have to deal with that as and when it comes. Eyes on this one though, and still Clementson and Cochet very close. The 2 teammates here pushing forward nicely. Cochet not able to find the move just yet between himself and Clementson as they make their way over the start-finish line. Lap number 11 we're on now, Nicole. The last lap board will be out this time to the field. And let's see what's going to happen in this early stage. They've still got a while to go in this race. But for Vegard Clementson, now it's just a case of focus and hold on to that position as Cochet will just try any move he can, left, right and centre. Here though at the front, Filippo Sala is in a really strong spot here And this is what I was talking about earlier on. You know, if they have deployed those tyres, they've utilised them in that early stages, got those 2 places, got to the front. But now you can see, hasn't continued to drive away, hasn't continued to really push and break away from Ivanikov. He's stayed there, he's brought the pace down a little bit here. He's lapping around a 10th or so slower than what he was doing in previous laps. I mean, Sala has got the fastest lap of the race on this one. It's got 52.616. His last lap, though, borderline 52.8. So, again, it's just showcasing, bringing it back just by a couple of tenths a lap, just to keep those tyres in pretty good condition. Like we're saying, last lap board is out for these drivers. Big check over the shoulder for Filippo Sala, just to see where Ivanikov is. Not a threat to you at the moment, Filippo, the Italian, who so far this weekend has not claimed a qualifying heat win. Finally, it looks like his luck is turning around for the young Italian. Out of the final corner, checker flag is out, goes to Filippo Sala here at the Viterbo circuit. Ivanikov second from Pastawanado, Ramakas in fourth from Sharp. Cachet, Clementson, Lyson and Marsh. Koivisto rounds out the top 10. A solid drive there. A win from third for Filippo Sala. And finally, for the young Italian, he can really, really think about what he wants to do later on today. Will he push just as hard to get himself up in that order? Right now, he sits now 8th in the points with 148 points to his name. He sits obviously still behind Costoya, who is yet to go out for his next race. But he is already still 2 points ahead. That shows you the advantage Costoya has against the rest of the field. There is your result. Sala from Ivanikov. Pastawanado, 1, 2, 3 at the end of that one. The top 10 we have covered. We'll go over to 11th place. Davide Bataro from Makar Savalev, Efim Duranov from Sebastian Mins. Jason Bralick from Xiaozi Jun, Arnon Kalia Osman from Kalia Fairhand, rounding out the top 18. Sajeleski from Kamyab. The top 20, Sebastiano Pavan in 21st from Jakub Kamenik. Marco Gast from Daniel Picorni, who rounds out the 24 finishes in that race. And of course, the one non-starter, Greece's hopes and dreams. Simas Kolovos not out on track. Well, the seniors will be out later on today. There, though, Filippo Sala. Job well done for now. More races coming up later on for him. Can he maintain that momentum? And Nicole Sutherland will be down there, hopefully chatting with one of our drivers in a few moments' time. But there you can see cool, calm, collected face on board, not too over the moon with it, because of course it's been a tough old day of racing so far. So look at the start of that race. You can see Sala right on the inside here, just managed to get the jump on Boris Lyson. Lyson not getting the initial start he wanted. It was Ivanikov that managed to break away right at the start. You saw the moments here. Cachet and Clementson going absolutely wheel to wheel in those early stages. This was the Cachet moment down the inside. A little bit of fighting between the two of them. You can see how Clementson holding it around the outside, dipping a wheel onto the grass. This was the lead change on lap number 4 of the race. Sala down the inside of Ivanikov. Pushed through nicely. Ramakas as well, under the radar for Timo Ramakas this weekend. So far today has been pushing some good results, finishing that one in P4. Pastawanado, though, with the 4th-place gain, rounds out that top 3 with across the line. Sala taking that first win of the weekend. An absolutely deserved one for the Italian. We will see him out racing later on today, so stay tuned for that one. Like I say, juniors will be coming up next. Out onto the circuit for qualifying heats A versus C. That brings us into the last rotation of races. After that, we'll be going into groups D and E, and that will be the last time we see them out. Then A and F, then B and C. It's the last time we'll see those groups out onto the circuit. So these next rounds of races will be the ones to keep a very close eye on. But like we say, it's still Kelleher and Anagnostianis who lead the way in that intermediate classification in the seniors. They will be out, like I say, later on today. It'll be Costoya who will be watching in the next senior race. That'll be the one to keep an eye on. Like you say, with those juniors, all down to the front row on that one. Baglin and Iskender Sulfakari in the next race. They'll be the one that we'll keep an eye on. But let's head down to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
Quick chat then with our race winner of Filippo Sala. Filippo, a question for you. Did you go new tyre within that race? Because that's what we predicted.
Yeah, now we put new tires. Obviously, we know for the next few heats it will be a bit harder, but I think it's good for the point, good to get back into the standings, and yeah, that's it for the next one.
And the decision to go new tyre, what affected that for you? Why did you decide to do that?
Because in the last heat we didn't have a great result, so we choose to try to win a heat and get back in the standing. Yeah.
Filippo, great to hear from you. Great to hear your insights. We'll see who else decides to go new tyres shortly in the rest of our heats. Let's head up into the commentary box to find out what happens next.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there. And yes, there you go, confirmation. Brand new tyres on board Filippo Sala. Did have a sneaking inkling on that one. Right then, OK Junior qualifying heat A versus C. That's the one that's going to be heading out next. And of course, we are expecting some good things from this one. Baglin and Iskender Sulfakari. Looks to me, reports from the grid have switched sides. Confirmation of it there. Pole swap. And you can see that Baglin will be going from the outside line. That does benefit one driver, Dean Hugendorn, his fellow Prema teammate, who's starting right behind him. Hopefully he'll get the jump on the line for this one, but that means Sulfakari now will have Bosco Arias to accompany just behind, and both of those will want to push forward in this one. Look at the intermediate classifications just very briefly before these drivers head out. It is Brown who still leads that one with 180 points to his name. He's in a really strong spot there. Kalesia second in the points. Chrisen third from Purcell and Sini. Then it's Domain, Alaman, Sulfakari, Waltz and Miron. Iskender Sulfakari, who is on that front row, is the man to watch in this one. 8th in the points. What can he do from P2? We will find out as the engines fire up. Drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's fire you through that full starting lineup. Noah Baglin and Iskender Sulfakari on row number 1. Bosco Arias and Dean Hugendorn go from row 2. They'll have Samuel Hugon and Antonio Pizzonia on row number 3. Row 4 sees Jean-Matteo Rousseau and Lucas Sell. They'll have Ludovico Mazzola and Juan Gaciate on row number 5. Andrea Mani and Endo Arata go from row number 6. Mariano Lopez and Lucas Bonhomme go from row 7. They will have Drew Waltz and Roland Nagy on row number 8. Mika Runitz will be all on his own on row number 9. Jos Mulder not on the grid. Alex Malota and Zhang Jose go from row number 10. They will have Manny Nuvolini and Jarlis Seya on row 11. Marcel Sebu and Remy Samche go from row 12. They'll have Lilian Scarborough and Henry Constant Kumpin on row 13. Victor Stalmack, Santiago Diaz de la Vega and Case Aziza will round out the final 3 drivers at the back of the grid. 28 karts running in this one. Eyes now focus on this race for the juniors. Still a beautiful, beautiful day here in Italy to go racing on. And for Noah Baglin and Iskender Sulfakari, the battle very firmly is on. Iskender Sulfakari now has obviously been switched sides. He'll have a bit more work to do. Baglin helping out his teammate. Crucially, bringing Iskender Sulfakari down a little bit from those points if they possibly can, because he's currently sits 8th in those points there, Nicole, with 141. Baglin and Hugendorn need to make sure they get the results in this one to pull him back just that little bit.
Well, all top 4 have had those wins in there, so they're more than capable. Who is it going to be? We're going to find out shortly. You wouldn't even want to place a bet because they're all equally as fast, all equally as capable. But this is the stage in the weekend where it gets feistier, it gets more exciting, and of course you've got drivers out there that are deploying new tyres session by session and questioning, is there going to be some new names that crop up at the top end of the field who have decided to put on fresh tyre? Noah Baglin then leads the way. Are we going racing? Yes, we are. Green then into turn number 1, and it's a slingshot start from both Prema drivers. Hoogendoorn and Noah Baglin really do get the jump on the rest of the field, as we've got drama on the back part of the track. That is at turn number 3, drivers like Jarlath Sayer cutting the track and all of the dust being flicked up into the air of other drivers. And we've got more drivers off the circuit then. That's one of the Paralympians, one of the Birel Art drivers out of these races on the early stage.
Ludovico Mazzola and Juan Garciase are the drivers off at turn number 3, and I can imagine that is a combination of those drivers who went off at turn 3. They rejoined into the path of oncoming traffic, and that's obviously what's put those 2 drivers into the wall. It's very narrow there after the very fast opening sector through turns 1 and 2, but great work from the marshals, and thankfully both drivers are okay. Eyes on that one, big send down the inside. That is a tasty little overtake there from Lucas Sell on Samuel Hugon, pushing himself up nicely. Hoogendoorn losing out though. Bosco Arias up into P2, hunting down now Noah Baglin, who is half a second up the road.
Well, Sell making that move work for him, and Juan Mateo Russo has also capitalised because Samuel Hugon has now lost 2 positions. This is getting feisty though, because watch Iskender Sulfkari down the inside of Dean Hoogendoorn at turn number 12. Gets the move stick, and Dean Hoogendoorn now loses out to Sell as well. Has to concede not 1 but 2 positions. Sulfkari right there looks dialed in as he chases down Bosco Arias for that 2nd position, is pulling along Lucas Sell with him now as they head out of the final corner. Baglin still continues to lead. It's over half a second that he now leads by. This is a race replay then, heading out of turn number 3. I think this was maybe one of the incidents, but we'll go back to the live racing. Fastest lap goes to your race leader, Noah Baglin, but Bosco Arias did look like he had taken a little bit of chunk out of time. This is another angle of this incident then. You can see Jarlath Sayer cutting the track here at turn number 3. We've got one of the other carts being lost, and this is the point, actually it's further up in the field, that drivers get pushed off the circuit and into those barriers by turn number 4.
2 completely separate incidents there, so I'll eat my words about what I said earlier on. Eyes on this one. Hoogendoorn on the back foot here now. It's got Jean-Mathieu Rousseau all over that rear bumper. Bosco Arias, however, believe is reeling in here. Noah Baglin, the same for Iskender Sulfkari. He's just gone purple on that lap. He's done a 53.9 compared to the 54.1s we've seen from Baglin and Arias. So they're all closing in here down the inside. We're still seeing those lunges coming through. I think that's Hugon in the background as well, also having a nice little scrap. We'll keep a close eye on this. Confirmation of Iskender Sulfkari's fastest lap of the race. Top 3 now, Nicole, starting to just close in.
Absolutely, and Arias and Sulfkari closing in on your race leader of Baglin, the Ferrari driver, the Prema driver, the Kart Republic driver out there in the lead currently, but how long is it going to last? Lucas Sell looking strong there in 4th place, who's chasing down Iskender Sulfkari. Don't count out Dean Hoogendoorn, who's pulling around Rousseau there in 6th place. Still got Samuel Hugon right in the sharp end of the field for one of the first times this season as well in 7th place. All top 7 looking really close actually within this one, Anthony, as we hit that halfway mark.
Yeah, we certainly are. And again, it's all falling into play now. So Iskender Sulfkari, who is in 3rd place, now takes the lead of the intermediate classification by 2 points from Turner Brown, 182 to his name. Any more position gains for Iskender, and he will push himself up even more in that order, but he sits 3rd, and we'll have Bosco Arias to deal with if and when he closes in, of course, because that might not happen. Eyes on this one. Driver's just behind. Big wide moment there for Lucas Sell. Gifts that one to Dean Hoogendoorn, who sends it down the inside. And now Jean-Mathieu Rousseau, who would have seen that unfold in front of him, was probably thinking, well, that's not fair. You didn't waste too much time there. You just kind of got on with it. Now I'm not going to close in. That's not gone too well. Jarlath Sayer, Remy Samchek, and I think Henrik Constantin have had a moment, and Jarlath Sayer looks to be in a bit of discomfort there, I think, with his hands, and that is a big shame for him. Now Henrik Zakubin has continued going, but it's him and it's Seyer and Samchek that have come together. The two drivers now out of the race in 24th and 25th.
Baglin then looks like he's starting to push a little bit harder. I think he's aware now where Bosco Arias is, because he's picked up the pace again on that previous lap. He's pushed in his 2/10 faster than Arias, now sat in second position as we have yellow flags out at that section of the track. The drivers are just leading because that is where Jarlath Seyer and Henry Constant-Company's karts are parked. So no moves available for these drivers through that final sector. Down through turns 1 and 2, and look at Dean Hugendorn now. Dean Hugendorn really has reeled in Iskender Sulfakari right on the tail of him as they head out of turn number 5. Sulfakari could very shortly be under a bit of pressure now as they head back towards the second sector and will climb up the hill. Hugendorn, I wouldn't predict that a driver like that would have deployed new tyres just yet. But he does look confident in the kart. Maybe he has got that extra pace from that, but I wouldn't say that would be a decision just yet. Black and white flags, warning flags out for the 2-1-5. That is the driver of Waltz who's being given a warning flag for incidents out there on the circuit. Eyes focus once more though on this battle between Dean Hugendorn and Iskender Sulfakari. What is the pace of these two drivers? It's a 53.962 for Sulfakari and a 54.046 for Hugendorn. So Hugendorn is slower than the driver ahead. Drivers have said it to us time and time again this weekend, Anthony, off camera, on camera, that when you get too close to the driver ahead, you start to overheat because of the air temperature, because of the track temperature. It makes it hard work both on the tyre and on the engine and on the driver. So you don't see these drivers actually get too close to each other before they make the pass. So if Hugendorn's going to get something going, he needs to do it from quite far away.
No, exactly. And, you know, these karts may be small. They still punch quite a significant hole in the air when they go through. And that means, yeah, you get that, you get effectively the clean air where you can get the tow. But then you don't get the airflow. All you get is the heat off the engine from in front. You get all of that, yeah, and it can warm you up quite quickly. So that's why we see them hold up position quite nicely.
You know, 125 cc, 16,000 RPM, you know, they really do hit the limiter, and they are powerful, powerful engines. Each driver either on a TM, IAMI or a Vortex, and the, you know, the torque that they get out of things is very impressive, and the engines are working hard, as are the drivers. And Dean Hugendorn continuing to work hard as he drives down the hill, still continuing to chase Turkey's Iskender Sulfakari, but he is running out of time as we're on the dying stages.
Yeah, we certainly are indeed in this race. Last lap board will be out this time to the field, and that will go to Noah Baglin, who's still clear by half a second from the rest of the field. This is still the Hugendorn and Sulfakari battle. Sulfakari, if he lost out on this position, he would lose out on the lead of the intermediate classifications, though. As we go on to the last lap of this race, you can still see the trains forming on your screens here as they go through down in towards this one. This is Alex Malota and Endo Arata battling for 8th and 9th place. Malota has just gone through past Endo Arata and is on an 11th place gain going on to this final lap, but with the gap that he's got in front, he knows he's not going to gain any more from that. It's just a case of get this last lap done, and just doing that now is these two drivers here, Baglin and Bosco Arias here, Nicole, getting away pretty nicely at the front of this field. Let's see what happens then in this dying moment, because now he is closing in, now he's got that gap right where he wants it. Arias might go for something, but I don't think it's going to happen. Baglin out of the final couple of corners then will claim another qualifying heat win. Noah Baglin for Prema Racing is in prime position for this race, but let's see what happens in this one for Baglin. He's in a really good spot now, lights to flag. That's exactly what he needed. But Bosco Arias second into those points, Iskender Sulfakari third, and Dean Hugendorn at the end of that one holding on to a P4. Nice little run for that one, Nicole, but I think Baglin could be happy with that.
A busy start to that race, but it did get into a bit of a lull phase earlier on. Like you said, Noah will be happy with that result. Another race win to add to his tally. Started earlier on Of course, he had a penalty earlier on this weekend, not what he would have wanted, but has redeemed himself since being awarded that. And of course, the Prema team having a good run of things once more, because Dean Hugendorn is right there in the fight also. Going into the remainder of the heats and going into tomorrow, I know that they're going to feel confident, they're going to feel strong, as they always do.
Yeah, they certainly will. There is a look then at your top three. Noah Baglin, Bosco Arias and Iskender Sulfakari round out the top three in that one. The rest of the field as well. Hugendorn in P4 from Lucas Sell, Jean-Matteo Rousseau from Samuel Hugon, Alex Malota with an 11th place gain, finishes in P8 from Endo Arata, Mariano Lopez from Lucas Bonholm, Drew Waltz from Antonio Pettonia, Roland Nagy from Lilian Scarborough, Case Aziza, both of those two with a big gain in that race, 10 and 13 places each. Manny Nuvolini from Zhang Jose, Mika Runitz from Santiago Diaz de la Vega in 20th. Marcel Sebo and Victor Stalmack in 22nd place. The retirements from that race, though: Henry Constant Kumpin, Jarle Sayer, Remy Samchek, Andrea Mani, Ludovica Mazzola, and Juan Garciase. Unfortunately, Nicole, all not making it to the end. And at this stage of the weekend, it's not what you want to see.
Not what you want to see, but that's racing. They won't be the first, they won't be the last, and unfortunately, that is just the way it is. Noah Baglin there, your race winner, just on the scales, making sure that he meets that minimum weight, which is, of course, for our junior class, is that 140 kilos, Anthony Jordan. This is your race restart, though, where Noah Baglin grabbed that early on lead, and where we had drama for the likes of Jarle Sayer going over the grass at turn number 3, and where we lost drivers going off the track. Watch this replay, watch it carefully. This is at the further end, a bit further forward. You can see the Paralin just going backwards into the wall, and the Birrell follows him in. Quite some heavy impact on the rear ends of those karts then. This was when Noah just started to push away from the remainder of the field. It was really those early stages that Noah capitalised off of things. Bosco Arias did give it a good go to get himself into second position, overtook Dean Hugendorn, as did Iskender Sulfakari at one early stage, pushed Hugendorn off of the track, and that allowed Sell to jump up the order very briefly as well. We had more battling going on further back in the field between both the Victory Lane and Fusion drivers. Dean Hugendorn, this was the moment that he really chased down Victory Lane's Lucas Sell. Nice and late lunge down the inside of Sell and made it stick. We lost, of course, the likes of Henry Constant Kumpen, Remy Samchek and Jarle Sayer later on out of the final sector. But Noah Baglin was not put off at any stage within that race, because he once again took a heat win.
No, he certainly did. After that tricky start to his racing yesterday with that 4th and 11th, finally, today it's all going his way. That's now 2 wins to his name, with 1 more to go for those groups later on. Senior now qualifying heat A versus C, heading to the circuit. You can see the cleanup operation still currently underway for this one. Well, Costoya, talking point this weekend. No losses so far for the man who put it on pole position. Can he continue that trend into this one? You can see he's just about to pop his helmet on now. This is going to be a tense moment for him because it was at this phase weeks ago that, he managed to get all these results, and then he started to fade back a little bit, holding off those tyres until the superheats the later day.
Costoya then has been unchallenged pretty much within this weekend. Of course, we are at that halfway point in the season, and let's not forget, we've actually lost some big hitters from the grid. Costoya hasn't got to fight with the likes of Joe Turney anymore within this competition. Dries van Langendonk, another big hitter within international karting, is not here this weekend. So Costoya actually being gifted a little bit of an easier run of things, and maybe that is going into play. I'd say the drivers around him, the likes of Noah Wolf, who is on your screen, really need to try and overtake and back him up into the pack if they want to make things difficult for Costoya, if they want to put him off. Let's hear from Wolf then what he had to say earlier on during the weekend.
Noah, your recent podium at the FIA European Championship in the OK class showed incredible pace and composure under pressure. What clicked for you that weekend, and how did you manage those changing conditions?
I think the hard work that my team has put in over the years, I've been very loyal. I've stayed with them through the ups and downs, and all of a sudden the pace is appearing now that you can see all the hard work is paying off. So it's like the pace is there. We've seen it many rounds so far. And just everything clicked together for a reason. I did make a few mistakes the weekend, but I counteracted them with some strong results, and ultimately we'll go again for the win this time instead of a podium.
You've raced against some of the best in Europe this season in OK. What do you think sets elite level direct drive racing apart, and how do you adapt your approach to stay consistently at the front?
To stay consistently at the front is a real challenge because everyone's so close. A 10th here and there can be many positions lost. So I think you don't really focus on always trying to be at the front. You just do the best with what you can, and the result will come with what you've got. If you're doing the best you can, you can't do anything more.
As someone who's won across cadet and junior categories and is now making a name in the senior categories, what's been the biggest technical or mental adjustment stepping up into this level of direct drive karting?
For me, it's the maturity. Everyone races more mature. They think about what they're going to do earlier. So if you're going to prepare for a move, you're thinking a few laps ahead. Well, not everyone. I'm a bit go for it, all guns blazing. But I think it's just the maturity. Everyone gives each other more space than in junior, and it's a bit more respectful.
Well, good to catch up there with Noah Wolf, who, like you say, starting this one, P3 for him on the track. So looking forward to seeing what he can do over the course of this race. Well, let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup then. Christian Costoya and Jakob Mikalev going from row number 1. They will have Noah Wolf and Lewis Francis on row number 2. Dean Pedersen and Dmitry Matviev rounding up the top 6 on row number 3. Row 4 will see the likes of Zach Drummond and Marcus Shilkunas. They will have Indra Peschel and Eric Kaczynski on row number 5. Jorn Helder and Klara Kowalczyk on row 6, with Bolowetz and Jensen Burnett rounding up the first half of the field on row 7.
Zach Green meets Hugo Marti on row number 8, and then Oliver Rasmussen has Luke Cordner for company on row number 9. From 10, we have Sun Yabi with Thomas Pradier, and from 11, we have Maximo Chopagino with Maria Neto of Portugal. Going from 12 on the penultimate row of your grid is Eloy Gonzalez. Watch out for Eloy because he can absolutely overtake, and he will be starting alongside Romeo Roussel. On the final row of your grid, 13th row for these drivers in 626 karts, it's Mattis Umer with Luna Flusha.
Indeed, we're looking forward to seeing what they can do in this one from that position, because like you say, Flusha's had to really work hard in these races so far. Hadn't seen Nicole to step through. Qualifying did not go her way. Drama right at the beginning. She was trying to avoid a mechanic on the pre-grid who unfortunately stepped in front of her car while she was leaving the pit lane.
Well, she said to us, didn't she, Anthony? She said she can hit the mechanic or she can go into the wall, and she'd prefer to avoid the mechanic. Yeah. Did not want to hurt anybody, and unfortunately it looks like so far it might be costing her a good result this weekend, but don't count her out. She can absolutely overtake. She's got some good pace, so keep an eye on that pink Iron Dames liveried kart within this heat.
I'd have taken the mechanic, but no, that's just me. Right, anyway, let's see what happens. I'm joking, by the way. Let's see what happens in this race then as the front row gets going. Christian Costoya and Jakob Mikalev into the tram lines. I think it's a false start. It is a false start. Way too soon on the old loud pedal there for Costoya.
Too eager, these drivers are getting towards the end of their day. Some of them are getting a little bit impatient because they know that they need to make up some points, but Nigel Edwards up there said, no, no, no. Too fast.
Head as well, yeah.
Yeah, you don't.
When Nigel shakes
Anthony,
his head.
I've been there. I've been these drivers on not on this circuit, but on circuits in the UK, and you can see Nigel shake his head, and it's very obvious.
It's just like he's not angry, he's disappointed, and that's the worst feeling, isn't it? When you know he's disappointed at you. Right, but no, for these drivers now, they just need to get themselves primed and ready. Take another attempt at that one, but just bring the pace down. You know, there's no point rushing these from the word go up before you've even gone around the final corner, because you know it's just going to go around again. Just, you know, ease it back a bit. Wait until you fully round that final corner, then punch it. That's what you need to do. That's the main thing, but that seems to be the hardest thing these drivers seem to work out, Nicole. But it looks like they're ready to go.
These drivers know no such thing as slow. It's pure pace, pure speed for every single 26 karts on this grid. Christian Costoya then leading the way out of the final corner. Are we going to go racing this time? Yes, we are. Lights go green. Costoya then hugs that middle line. Slingshot start for the Spaniard. Goes through turns 1 and 2. And Noah Wolf follows him through in P2. Wolf, another good start from the driver from Great Britain in that VAR liveried Virolart kart. It's a calm start from the front end of our order. A little bit busy further back going into turn number 12 to abreast some of them, but nothing major going on just yet. No major movers by eye. Heading down the hill then, Markus Schilkunas looks like he's got himself into a comfortable position. Schilkunas, the driver from Lithuania, has become stronger and stronger as the European season has progressed, and his results still remain wide open. Within this one, he looks like he could be on for a good one, currently sat there in P5. Christian Costoya then still leading the way over the start-finish gantry. He goes. He is your fastest driver out there on the circuit. Let's not forget, he's benefited by that cool air around him. He's not got any dirty air from the karts, so he can manage to keep that engine, those tyres, that Paralin cooler. He's benefited from that. Noah Wolf still sat right there though. Will Wolf be the leader of the pack within this one, Anthony? Will he be the first driver this weekend to slow down Christian Costoya?
That's a great question. And in this early phase of the race, it's highly probable here with him there at 0.3 of a second, but we have to wait and see what the gaps will be. If you're Costoya, you've got the maximum points, you are not deploying tyres now. You just wouldn't. You're in a good place. You would hold on to them. If you're any driver behind, like Noah Wolf, who's had those ups and downs, he's still in there in the points, currently 7th in the points, maybe you think about deploying fresh tyres. But again, I'm not sure if it's the case right now, because you've seen the pace relatively similar, but he is closing in. You can see the gap now, holding at 0.3 of a second, looking competitive, looking composed, but right now, just not going for the move just yet. Miklev there in 3rd place, still has Francis for company. Schilkunas has had a good run in this as well. He's up 3 places. We've not said much about Markus Schilkunas. He's had a really good qualifying this weekend, really shone in the FIA European Championship so far in this one, and so far he's having a really good run. There, unfortunately, Elliot Kaczynski, well, his weekend goes from bad to worse. That's another retirement from his qualifying heats.
We were just throwing around question marks around if Noah Wolf has deployed some fresh rubber. I would say, Anthony, by the times that he's lapping, no, I don't think he has. He's no faster than Christian Costoya out there in the lead. We just said it, Costoya wouldn't have gone new in this stage. He wouldn't have wanted to waste that opportunity as we head into the remainder of today and into tomorrow's races. It's pointless for him. Wolf at the laps that he's doing, 52.7. Costoya's actually on a 52.4. I would say he's on that older tyre. Kart Republic still lapping well though. It's Miklev and Francis that are driving around in 3rd and 4th. Francis is chasing down Miklev, who had a really strong qualifying, the best qualifying he's had so far this year. How will these two drivers fare as the weekend progresses, as this race progresses? Biggest hitter within this race, Anthony Jordan, Luna Flusha. There she is on your screen as I go to talk about her, up by 12 positions to get herself into the top 15.
Yes, nearly had the very close company of Dean Pennison all over that rear bumper through turn 13 at that point, but no, not so far in this one. Look at this train of 4 now heading up the hill in towards turn number 5. This is a nice little run. Flusha closing in on this one, and as they go 3 wide here just ahead. Oh, that's not what you like to see. Jorn Helder, Clara Kowalczyk, Hugo Marti in this fight. Zach Drummond at the front of it now has brought in the drivers behind. So Boloet there, Maria Neto and Luna Flusha will get involved in that fight, and you can see how they've really closed in on this one. It's allowed Drummond to break away now. Maria Neto goes defensive from Flusha. You can see that the DPK machine of Zach Green is just there behind. He's going to try and capitalise on this early moment, but both of them are holding firm, and Flusha finds the inside line on Neto. They go wheel to wheel through 14. through 15 and through 16, but Flusha goes through. That's a committed driver right there.
Neto then really didn't want to give up the position, but clever stuff by Luna Flusha to keep her foot in through turns 15 and 16, use the grip that's out there on the circuit and get that move done. Klara Kowalczyk now making moves work on Jorn Helder for that 11th position. Kowalczyk having a good run of things so far, and her move on Helder has allowed Luna Flusha to capitalise, because Flusha jumps up one more position. Flusha now ahead of Jorn Helder to get herself into 12th position. At what stage can she get into that top 10? But this pack of karts is really busy. You can see Zach Green at the back of it, really trying to work hard to catch up and make some moves stick. The next driver Flusha will be thinking about, though, is Klara Kowalczyk. Kowalczyk sat there in 11th, having a good run this weekend so far. The driver from Poland switched to Kart Republic for 2025. She was previously with the Ricky Flynn team, but has jumped over to Kart Republic, and it looks like it's working a little bit better for her. Move on Zach Drummond then by Hugo Marti. That's a change for 8th place. Marti saying down the inside, thank you very much.
Yeah, and again, I think Marti could be one of those drivers who's gone fresher tyres on this one. 8th place game. We've not seen much of Hugo Marti over the course of this weekend. Now starting to really shine his way through that order. So keeping a very close eye on that one through the course of this one. And Marti now trying to push his way up towards Indra Peschel, who's also up a 2-place gain on this one. Peschel surprised me on this one, not being the dominant force I expected him to be. Showed great pace here in previous runs, and yeah, it's just been Campos really fast, and now finding himself just a little bit on the back foot here, but still showing some great pace nonetheless. But like I say, we've not seen much of him fighting away. You can see him in the back there. He's just, you know, running around in that position, not fighting anyone right now and not gaining or losing anything. He's got obviously Marti Drummond behind, but he's got this one here, Matviev and Shilkunas up the road, who are still fighting away for position, trying to close in on the likes of Lewis Francis, who at this moment is in his own little race right now. He's not closing in on Mikalev, he's not closing in on Wolf, he's not closing in on Costoya. And on that subject, they're not closing in on each other either. It's all gone into that little bit of a lull now for the drivers, apart from down here, because it is still all kicking off between the likes of Jorn Helder, Maria Neto and Dean Pedersen. They are fighting furiously for position down there.
Nothing major this weekend so far for Zach Green. He's had previous good results at Campos and Portimao. Has had good pace, but nothing too spectacular this weekend in Italy. Maybe because he's a bit of a taller driver, so that centre of gravity is thrown around the kart a little bit more, and you use a bit more tyre, as we've got drama out there for Bo Louette and Luna Flusha. Those two drivers got all involved with each other. Flusha got caught out, and now she's lost all of that hard work that's been put in. You can see the nose cone there has really been caved in. Her and Louette caught each other out. That's devastating stuff for Luna Flusha, who's now really slowed down. I don't know if there's maybe a mechanical gremlin for the Spanish driver, but that is heart rate for this weekend. Luna, it's just not been her weekend. And, you know, I'd be really devastated if she had deployed fresh tyres on that one. If she did, that's all that hard work gone and wasted using those tyres, and that would be a huge, huge shame for her. She's going to keep going in this race, but yeah, that big gain that she made ends in tears. Not sure what had happened there between those two drivers, but we'll have to wait and see for that one as we're nearing the dying stages of this race, Nicole, and we can get a look at it. So Flusha to the inside, oh yeah, just clips the rear bumper, and then goes into the back, and that's an unfortunate one. That's just that eagerness of trying to get the nose down the inside. Unfortunately, the gap just closing. You can see that front nose massively dented in. It's definitely rolled and dropped backwards. You can see how it's wobbling around. That's a big shame. Yeah, and it could be the question, if she had gone new tyre, was she maybe just a little bit overconfident going through these corners, overcooked it slightly, and that's maybe what caused that incident between her and Bo Louette, who has now dropped to 16th position. He was on the charge as well, but now sits behind Thomas Pradier, outside of your top 15. Indeed, that is a huge shock there for her, but for Christian Costoya, is still in control of this race as they're cutting back to Luna Flusha, who is now in the fight down in 19th place. Jensen Burnett just in front, Oliver Rasmussen just behind.
And right now, not able to do much about it. Eyes on this one here. Oh, well, Shalkunis has closed in on Lewis Francis. That's going to be a nice little fight for them in the dying stages of this race. As across the line they go, they see the last lap board go out. Are we going to see a change between Francis and Shalkunis? One would like to see, but I don't think we are at this moment in time. I think the gap's just a bit too long for Costoya here. Continuing that winning pace here right now is the Spaniard. He's looking at 200 points going into the last race later on today, where he could come away with 250 points. He had a dominant weekend in Portimao in the points. 25 points he claimed in both the qualifying heats and the super heats. He got the 50 points in the final. Can he do the same here in Italy with one more race to go today? Christian Costoya takes the win across the line. 200 points to the Spaniard's name ahead of Noah Wolf, Jakub Mikulev from Lewis Francis, Marcus Shalkunis, the top 5 from Matveev, Heschel from Marti, Drummond from Kowalczyk, who round out the top 10. Can anyone stop this young man in 2025? Absolutely dominant performance for the Spaniard. A superb drive, and he will continue that trend on, I am sure, going into that last race today. And of course, those super heats and finals tomorrow. There's your top 3 on your screen as they make their way back into Parc Ferme. We'll be down there chatting with some of our drivers. I can imagine Costoya will be the one we will speak to. Top 10 we've gone over. Jorn Helder finishing in 11th place from Maria Neto. Dean Pedersen from Zach Green. Thomas Pradier in 15th place from Boluet, Romeo Russell and Jensen Burnett, who round out the top 18. Oliver Rasmussen finishes in 19th place ahead of Luna Flusha, who is now also under investigation for potentially causing a collision. Luke Corner in 21st place from Eloy Gonzalez, Sonia B, Matty Salmer and Maximo Tovagino rounding out the top 25. Kaczynski, the only retirement from that race. There comes Christian Costoya. Assistance from the mechanics, lifts that cart onto the trolley. Job done for now. Celebrations all around, but for Costoya, it's a cool, calm and collected day despite the fact the air temperature in the 30 degrees. Here's how it all transpired for the qualifying A versus C. Costoya, again, uncontested at the front, push forward, brilliant run for him, no drama throughout. I thought Noah Wolf was going to have a chance of closing in on him. The gap closed in, it wasn't going to be enough. The early and only retirement, Elliot Kaczynski, out of the race. Big shame for him, going no further in this one. You saw the main overtakes happening thick and fast throughout the field as well. You saw how close and competitive they were. Jorn Helder getting involved in around that top 10, 11 area. It would later be closed in by the likes of Luna Flusha, who gained up all those places, one after another, side the way through the field. I've got to imagine that she had deployed fresh tyres in that one, and if she had, that would have been a massive disappointment for her, because after that incident with Boluet, would have put her right on that back foot once more. Biggest gain in those races, really throwing it downwards. There was the changes. Hugo Marti getting past Zach Drummond. That was early on. That was the moment there for Luna Flusha. Under investigation for that one with Boluet, potentially causing a collision. And unfortunately, I think that moment, dropping that nose cone, if there is going to be anything, there'll be at least another 5-second time penalty going her way. Doesn't mean that fight was over on that one. Kept fighting back in around the 19th place area. Fighting with Jensen Burnett and Oliver Rasmussen. Rasmussen would get back past, though, dropping her to 20th place. Checker flow going out. Costoya gaining another win as we head down to Parc Ferme with Nicole Sutherland.
I'm with our race winner, Christian Costoya. Then Christian, Anthony and I in the commentary box questioned who would and wouldn't have gone new tyre. And actually, it turns out both you and Noah Wolf did. Can you tell me what influenced that decision?
It was our decision. I think it was the right way now to put it. And let's see if tomorrow in the pre-finals have the same pace with these tires. And yeah, let's see in the last heat if we can make the same result.
And the conditions here at Viterbo are very different to what we saw at Portimao. At Portimao, we had really heavy rain. Here, it's 31 degrees. Do you prefer either condition more than the other, or are you enjoying racing on this circuit with the heat out there?
I think I enjoy very well this circuit. Also, this an amazing weather. I actually like the hot conditions where it's very grippy the track and everything. I like.
And Christian, you've not actually been challenged by any of your competitors this weekend. Nobody's even really attempted an overtake on you. To you, what is it that you're doing better than everybody else?
Basically, just I think I'm managing better compared to the others. When you are in front, I think you have a bit of, how you can say, breathe compared to the others. You can manage more. When you're in the middle of the group, it's a bit more difficult to manage.
Christian, great to hear from you. Like we said, untouchable so far this weekend. More racing coming up very shortly. We'll go into the commentary box to hear about who we're going to see next.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there in Parc Ferme, as the drivers will be heading out on the circuit very, very soon. It is OK Junior qualifying heat D versus E heading out onto the circuit. This will be the last time we see Groups D and E for the juniors out on circuit. The last hurrah now for Will Green and for Dan Alleman, for Henry Domain and for Turner Brown. For Turner Brown, this is a really, really important race. His last chance to see what he can do. Can he start those super heats tomorrow on pole position? We are about to find out as the field makes its way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup as the field very slowly makes its way out on track. The mechanics will head to their mechanics stand. It is Will Green and Dan Alleman starting this one on the front row of the grid. They will have Henry Domain and Turner Brown on row 2. Like we were saying, really important race for the young American, for the Ricky Verlin Motorsport team. Danny Babacek and Sebastian Eskandari go from row number 3. They'll have Tia Polican and Bruno Blanco on row 4. Giacomo Justo and Casper Reipold round out the top 10. They go from row number 5. Michael Magoy and Mateo Rivals go from row 6. They'll have Gustavo Marquez de Silva and Giorgio Giordello on row number 7. Row 8 will be Felipe Sanchez all on his own. Eddie Pizzuto not out on track. Martin Bertoluccini and Asher Oshtein go from row 9. They'll have Amir Sabrov and Manuel Miguez on row 10. Xavier Drakowski and Egon Prodotti round out row number 11. Vanessa Schilkaneta and Tony Casciafero round out row 12. They'll have Nicola Stanley and Nathan Kappin on row 13. Emilia Vishamirska and Georgi Fomachev round out the 27 kart field. Heading out onto the circuit. Like we were saying, intermediate classification. It is Sulfakari who leads it going into this final rotation of qualifying heats. Turner Brown, who is in this race, his last chance to put the points on the board, is second with 180 points. It's going to be a close fight. Needs the win in this one to make sure he can cover off any attack from Zulfikari later on. But of course, if Zulfikari takes the win, he's going to be in a spot of bother. It's going to be a tough one for them, but we just don't know who's going to be starting on pole position for either Superheat 1 or 2 tomorrow, and who out of the drivers is actually going to make it to those Superheats. Nicole Sutherland back in the box. This is going to be a tough one, but it's all down to Turner Brown in this one. Nicole, what can he do from the second row of that grid?
Well, what can Will Green do starting from the front row as well, because he's had drama this weekend. He had a DNF earlier on. He did redeem it with a top 3 afterwards, but heading under the start-finish gantry as we go green, he sweeps across ahead of Dan Alleman and gets himself into the race lead. Turner Brown follows Green through sections 1 and 2. Head towards the hairpin of turn number 5, and an attempted move down the inside by one of the Forzas catches out Brown then through that corner. Danny Babacek once again in the fight. He's in 5th position in these early stages as we've got drama at the back of the field, and we lose a smattering of karts out of turn number 12.
Oh, well, there you can see they're all tumbling down the order on this one. A huge drama there for a handful of them. We'll get the numbers from that as and when they go through, but 3 drivers not making it through sector number 2. I think one of them may have been Giulio Di Rodello, who's not gone through, possibly Martin Bertoluccini on the DPK, Amir Sabarov and Manuel Miguez as well. Be curious to see a look at the start of this race again on that restart. So just to see what's unfolded. I'm hearing chatter about potential infringements at the start of that one. Just wanted to have a quick look again, if we can, at the start of that race as and when we get an opportunity to. But for Will Green, it is just a case of seeing what he can do during this race. Can he continue that trend? Now, Turner Brown has got himself up to second place. The gap's about 0.3 of a second. You can see him there now going past your screen, down towards turn number 12, tucking in. He's going to try and close in on Green. Easier said than done right now, though, because he's under pressure from Domain just behind.
Brown then sandwiched in between the 2 drivers from Great Britain. Really does need to put in a good couple of sectors to catch up to Will Green. But of course, this is the stage you don't want to go into sector after sector and overheat these tyres, because then you'll experience understeer, you'll experience slide on the kart. So Brown's really got to be careful, and he's got to try and get something done soon, because Will Green is starting to edge away. Half a second Green now leads from, and Brown is now vulnerable to the likes of Henry Domain, who is pulling along Aleman, Babicek, Polikand, Eskandari, and Giacomo Giusto is in the fight as well. Don't count him out down there in 8th, because he will be hunting for a good result. Fastest driver within Sector 1 is Michael McGoy. We saw Michael McGoy had a big moment in one of the heats previously, went into the barrier really heavily. So good to see him out there and still continuing that quick pace, as is Denny Babicek, who's now your fastest driver in Sector 2.
Dan Aleman and Will Green are under investigation for a start infringement. Chatter I'm hearing is coming through now. And I'm curious if we can see that back, because there's word that they may have switched sides of the grid unofficially. They had not gone out on track switching sides, but there's a chance that they were not on the correct side of the grid to each other. That is what I want to see. Now, Will Green, if we can see the start, should have been on the inside line going in towards turn 1. Aleman should have been on the outside line going into turn 1. That's what we want to see if that is the case. So we will wait for that, because if that is not the case, that's going to be a lot of trouble they're in.
Absolutely, especially for Aleman, who sat there in 4th position in the intermediate classification for Ward Racing. That's absolutely not what they would have wanted to see. And of course, Will Green, who's going to be fighting for every single point after a DNF caused by Denny Babicek through turn number 5 on one of the previous heats. He was caught out massively and actually didn't finish the race in the end. Denny Babicek there sat in 5th place, having a good run of things so far this weekend, has consistently been within that top 10, has actually lit things up as we head into the second part of this season, has been receiving a number of coaching days through the likes of Senna van Walchsteen, one of the very well-known names in international karting, a previous world champion in various categories, a European champion, somebody that's right on the sharp end of the field. And he is pulling along the likes of Denny Babicek, who has moved into the junior category for a rookie year in 2025. Back through the bank section of turn number 13 and 14 then, these drivers really trying to maximise the best out of the situation. So this is it. Dan Aleman is sat on pole. Will Green is sat on second. So
but there's no official swap.
They've not said they want to swap officially, but they have. So that's an interesting one. I've never seen that before, Anthony.
No, and crucially, Aleman started the race at the front, so he got the pole start, but obviously Green's in the lead now, so that's a very interesting situation. That was the start. Oh, again, it's just a case of too many karts in the one spot. You can see that initial half spin for the Birrell, and then it just started a chain reaction of drivers all just tripping over each other, and unfortunately for a smackering of drivers, Rodello, Bertoluccini, Sabarov and Miguez all out of the race. Eyes going on here. That Babicek getting involved in a little bit of a scrap. He's got Bruno Blanco behind him. McGoy, Eskandari, Rypold, Rivals, and De Silva all trying to get involved in this fight. And that's a nice, tasty little train we've got there at the other start-finish line.
Well, I think it was actually Babacek overtaking Justo and then trying to stay out of trouble as they got side by side, heading through the second and third sector. Back down towards turn number 5. Is Denny Babacek under threat here? Yes, he is, because he displays some defensive driving going on now. Once more goes defensive into turn number 12 and does actually get a good run off of the corner, gives himself a little bit of breathing room through and towards turn number 10. Will Green continues to lead the way then over half a second. Green is out there in his own air, but let's not forget him and Dan Alleman under investigation. Alleman sat there in 4th. This is a replay then. So this is it. This is the stage where maybe they decided that they wanted to switch to that anti-pole side. You can see the mechanics having a discussion saying, we're going to switch. They move Alleman's kart over to the pole side, but if they've not notified the team, that's not allowed.
They need to discuss that with the chief grid officer, which is Ross Upton, and Ross Upton usually writes a note on his piece of paper. I then usually get a notification in the commentary box saying that the front row has switched sides. None of that happened, which means that was all unofficially done under no official statement. So yes, effectively an illegal switch to the side of the grid.
Well, that could really put a spanner in the works for these drivers this weekend. Over that halfway mark by quite some laps now, and it's still Denny Babacek that leads this second pack of karts. Justo, Blanco, McCoy and Eskandari right in the fight of things. I think this is going to heat up very shortly because these drivers are following each other quite closely now as we head into those dying stages. We've got more battles going on right at the back of the field between the likes of Vanessa Shilkaneta and Emilia Vishmiska. That's for around 21st and 22nd place. Warning flags out now though for Giacomo Justo, the 237, sat in 7th position, chasing down Denny Babacek.
Yes, indeed. Right, it is a close phase then for these drivers. Turner Brown, who is there in 2nd place, has done all he can right now to put himself in the lead of that intermediate classification. For Will Green, he steps to 5th in the points, but he is under investigation. For Brown, if something does come through for Green, he might even gain just a few more points at the end of this one. The last lap board comes out this time to the field. Will Green will see it. It is game on now for the race lead. Is Turner Brown going to go for the lead of this race, all under his own power, because it's their last race of the day before their superheats tomorrow? Why not go for that move, says Turner Brown, because defensive goes Green. Brown sets the fastest lap of the race. It is game on for these last 1,000 meters in this race. He's right on that rear bumper at the top section of the circuit. They'll climb back downhill. Surely Brown has got to go for a lunge here in towards turn 12. Green will go defensive. Brown switches to the outside. He'll get the up and under. He's got the inside line. Through goes Brown. Turner Brown will get the move done all by himself. Domain closes in, but the American now has done exactly what he needed to do. Turner Brown to the front, will be looking to claim 230 intermediate classification points. He is the points leader on this last race of the day. Turner Brown for the USA is looking likely to start on pole position for either Superheat 1 or Superheat 2 tomorrow. A win from P4, it's a solid drive, and the USA can be delighted here with their efforts in Italy. Will Green finishes in 2nd place ahead of Henry Domain. Dan Alleman in P4 from Teo Policam. Danny Babacek from Bruno Blanco. Michael McGoy from Giacomo Justo. And Sebastian Eskandari, who rounds out the top 10. But for Turner Brown, that is exactly what he needed. Will Green and Domain then round out the top 3 with the rest of the results coming up on your screen in just a few moments as the drivers make their way back into Parc Ferme. Top 10 we've gone over. Gustavo Marquez de Silva finishing in 11th place from Matteo Rivals. Egon Prodotti finishing with a 9th place gained for the Italian. 13th place for him, Casper Reipard, and Tony Cacciaferro also with a 9th place gain, finishes in P15. Sanchez in 16th place from Capin, who gained 9 places. Ostin from Dukoski, Vishemilska from Stanley, 7 and 4 places gained apiece. Yilkaneta finishing in 22nd, from Fomachev finishing in 23rd place with a 5-place gain. Retirements, Umadello from Bertolacini, Sabarov from Miguez, who unfortunately did not make the end of that race. But there, Turner Brown in his last race of the day cannot do any more as he puts himself points leader with 230 points to his name. The highlights, there is the first controversial moment of that race. The front two on the grid, Green and Aleman, under investigation for a start infringement, a swap of the side of the grids at the front. You may be thinking to yourself, Anthony, but they are allowed to do that. Yes, you're not wrong. They are allowed to do that, but under the officials' eyes, they must declare that they're going to do that, not under their own steam. And yes, and unfortunately they did not declare it to the officials down there, and that's why the investigation flags has gone out. So we'll keep a close eye on that one as that goes through. Green, though, got the start pretty nicely done. Turner Brown follows suit as well, up into 2nd place. He would later close in, get that move done on the last lap of the race. Drama right at the beginning of it, unfortunately. Girardello, Bertolacini, Sabarov and Miguez all getting caught out in an incident. You could just see how much they tangled up with each other. Nowhere for them to go. A big shame for them right at the beginning of that one. Girardello would be a retirement later on in the race, however, not involved in that initial incident at the start of that race. More moves coming back in the middle of the pack as well. Sebastian Eskandari gaining the positions in that race, slowly dropping back, but still a good fight. This was the lead change. Turner Brown, nice up and under on Will Green through turn 12. Beautifully done. Sees the checker flag, sees the 230 points, sees a potential pole position start for tomorrow's Superheats for the driver from the USA. We look forward to seeing that one tomorrow, but it's not over just yet for the juniors. They have still got more races coming up later on today for the other groups, but we will turn our attention very swiftly onto the senior category. But before that, we will be heading very briefly down to Parc Fermé and to Nicole Sutherland.
Down in Parc Fermé then with Turner Brown, who's just grabbed another race win. Turner, this is one of your best races this year so far. Busy last lap for you. You really did do a good move on Will Green, but can you tell us how it played out?
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough race. Slowly we got better. At the beginning, I was lacking a bit, but towards the end, the car just came in, and, you know, I had enough to go for him at the end, and luckily we got it, so yeah.
And Turner, the conditions out there, it looks really difficult for you drivers to get in the heat wins that you have and manage the temperature. What have you had to do?
You know, it's been really difficult because it's been super hot. Staying cool is the main thing when you're off the track, so it's definitely greasy and hot out there, and it's hard on the tires, so yeah, you really have to drive as smooth as possible.
And Turner, actually a pole position going into tomorrow could potentially be on the cards with the results you've had today. You feeling confident? How's your mindset knowing that?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, the job's not done yet, so I'm definitely confident, but there's still a super heat and a final to go tomorrow, so we'll see what tomorrow brings.
Turner, great to hear from you. Thank you for your insights. I think we've got maybe a little bit more time, and I do have Will Green to my left. Of course, we've just seen Will is under investigation. We'll try and grab the driver from Great Britain. Will, you're under investigation out there for maybe switching sides unofficially. Were you aware of that when you were driving around?
I saw it come up on the board with the first couple of laps, but I was not sure what it was for. And I also saw Dan, he also had the same, so I was a bit confused what it was for, but we'll just have to see.
So when you actually arrived at the grid, were you aware that you were going to switch sides? You arrived at the grid knowing that's what you were going to do?
Yeah, I was, we had discussed it and we decided to do that, so I think, yeah, I knew I was going to.
Well, great to hear from you, Will. We'll see what happens with that investigation. We'll head back up into the commentary box then, because the racing doesn't stop here. The temperature is still heating up. The racing is going to heat up as well.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Indeed, that races will be coming up very, very soon with the seniors, but we're going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with qualifying heat D versus E in a few moments' time. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you're only just joining us, you are watching live coverage of the 2025 season of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship, live here from the Leopard circuit, Viterbo in Italy. And we are moments away from seeing the last race of the day for these groups here. Qualifying heat D versus E for the senior category. It's the last chance these drivers have got to put points on the board. And it starts with your man on pole position, Boris Lysen of Poland, who has had a relatively tough day. At this moment, doesn't sit within the top 10 in the intermediate classification, but this race could put him up into that order, and we'll have to see what happens for him later on today. Anagnosiadis, though, is in the points. He currently sits third, and he is on the front row of the grid for this one. So this race is going to be mighty, mighty important for him. Engines fire up then, drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. Boris Lysen and James Anagnosiadis on row number 1. They'll have Filippo Sala and Alexandre Chartier on row number 2. Aston Sharp and Ella Hakkinen round out row number 3. Fastau Arnardo and the likes of Roland Cookling go from row number 4. They will have Vengar Clementson and Peter Stiller on row 5. They round out the top 10. Efim Dudanov and Clovis Nougarade round out the first half of the grid on row number 6. Row 7 sees Jakub Kamenek and Oliver Kinmark go from row number 7.
Part 2 of your grid includes Sebastian Mins and Carl Leopard on row number 8. From 9 we have Zhao Zhizhen with Vilma Svan, and going from 10 we have Franziska Kigelski with Sun and Z. On row number 11, Marco Gast meets Maximilian Raffalig, and then on 12 it's Daniel Picorni versus Francois Cardel. Rounding out your 25 karts grid then for Greece is Stelianos Kolovos.
Let's see how this race unfolds. 2 drivers missing from this grid. Of course, Carl Leopard not out on circuit, so unsure what's happened there for the German driver. Stelianos Kolovos as well. We've not seen all day, so hopefully all okay there. But for Carl Leopard, that's going to be an interesting one for me. I'm going to be curious to see what has happened there to Carl Leopard, because, well, we've seen him racing all day today, and to not see him all of a sudden on the grid, it's going to be an interesting one. Now, I can't see anything that has gone through for him on the documents here, so maybe just a case of missing the grid in that one, which would be a big shame.
Could have just missed the gates. Maybe they were adjusting something on the car and ended up being late, or maybe there's an issue with the driver himself. I'm sure at some point we'll be updated, and then we'll be able to tell both the paddock and the audience watching the stream. But for now, we'll focus on the drivers that are on our grid, and 2 of which who will be leading the way are Boris Lysen and James Anagnosiadis through the final 2 turns then into the tram lines. James Anagnosiadis has his hand up to say he's not happy. We will go round again for another formation lap.
Yes, indeed. Now, for James Anagnosiadis, a really important one on this, as we were mentioning it, as you see Nigel Edwards there, race director, just chatting on the radio there, just communicating with the rest about that start. For Anagnosiadis, like we were saying, yeah, 184 points for him. He's only less than 20 points away from Costoya's 200 points, of course. A win here put him in a really good spot, and the ball goes into Costoya's court here. Costoya would need to win or not finish any lower than about 5th or 6th place in that race to really throw him off. It's when it gets to that later stage, though, where the pressure really starts to kick in for a driver, especially if they've not deployed fresh tyres and every other driver around has deployed fresh tyres. It makes it a little bit more challenging for them.
Yeah, absolutely does. You're going to be on the back foot if you've had to deploy those tyres, if you've used too much of your rubber in your previous heats, and those around you haven't, especially when you've got smaller drivers around you that don't naturally use as much tyre. That comes into play as well. James and Boris then leading the way out of turn number 16. Are we going to go racing this time? Lights on the board, drivers ready, primed and prepped. Are they going to go? Yes, they do. James Anagnosiadis sweeps to that inside, slots right in behind Boris Lysen. The rest of the field do look like they get through cleanly. No, they don't. Big moment out there for the likes of Ella Häkkinen and one of the DPKs who's absolutely buried in the barriers at turns 3 and 4. Fastau Arnardo and Häkkinen then getting involved with each other, and Arnardo looks like he could be out. He does have the opportunity though to try and get it restarted because we are on the opening lap.
We are indeed, but it's an uphill battle for him there because it's all climbing uphill. That's going to be even harder to get that one restarted. There's his one attempt just in the foreground as we watch the battle heading down in towards turn number 13. No, not going to happen. It was an uphill fight, and that's just a no bueno. That's not going at all for him. Big shame there. Filippo Sala, he had a good run earlier on as down the inside. Aston Sharp sends it down the inside. Beautiful run. He didn't look fully in control there going into turn 16. See a snap of oversteer as it went through, but did manage to get the move done on Alexander Chartier. There is Ella Häkkinen, unfortunately puttering around very slowly. I can imagine, is that going to be a retirement? I'm not too sure, but I think she keeps it going for the time being, albeit rocking around right to the back. No, she has retired it, and that is a huge shame for her. I think she's still okay, though. The results that she's accumulated over in this one, I think she's still in those super heats tomorrow.
Häkkinen was actually lucky, to avoid those barriers, to keep her foot in and keep the engine going, because, of course, if she had had to restart it, it would have been an uphill battle like it was for Arnardo. Out there, though, we have got various drivers potentially being looked at by our team, watching the cameras, maybe some of them under investigation for early incidents. This is your battle a little bit further back in the pack though, and this is Filippo Sala, the Italian driver, chasing down Australia's Anagnostiadis for that second place. Boris Lyson though, Anthony, only on lap number 4 has jumped away by just under a second. Take that back, 1.1 seconds now, considerably, considerable chunk faster than the rest of the field, 0.3 faster than James Anagnostiadis. Question for you, tyres?
100%. Yes, oh dear, that's not gone too well at all. Sunazi out of the race. I think it's involved with Maximilian Rafalik as well. In a moment, I think maybe Vilma Svan was also caught out in that incident, but I think has still continued on in this race. But that's a big shame for them. That's at turn number 5. 2 drivers out in the form of Sunazi and Maximilian Rafalik.
Gutting for both of those drivers, especially in the later stages of heats where every point counts and you don't have many more redemption moments. Still going on between your front two though, Filippo Sala absolutely on the limit through turn number 4, smashes that curb to really get the most out of the track, and that engine really chasing down Anagnostiadis. Now, what is the pace between these two? Hundreds between the two actually on those previous laps, 53.17s for both of them. This is the race start then. You watch Anagnostiadis really sweep into things through turn number 1 and 2. See if we can keep an eye on Häkkinen then for that moment. They head through and towards turn number 3. Aston Sharp almost gets caught out, and that's it. Häkkinen then and Arnardo really were side by side right next to the curb of turn number 3, clipped each other. Arnardo came off worse and ended up getting buried in the barrier, but it was those 2 drivers together that caused that incident. Eyes back on James Anagnostiadis, then heading towards turn number 5, having a good run of things as your leader of the intermediate classification with 228 points. And he could potentially be helped out here, Anthony Jordan, because Aston Sharp is now on the chase to Filippo Sala and is bringing Peter Stiller right with him.
And again, Peter Stiller has really impressed me in these qualifying heats, Nicole, because it's not only just been in one of them where we've thought about new tyres, been consistent over the course of the qualifying heats today, constantly gaining those places and finishing inside that top 5, and he's got that 5-place gain right now again in this one, really utilising the setup that he's got there at the moment, and is latching on to that rear bumper of Aston Sharp, bringing themselves along to close in on Filippo Sala. Anagnostiadis right now 228 points. Now that puts the ball back into Costoya's cart, because he would need to gain 28 points as down the inside, changing it around. Peter Stiller gets past Aston Sharp.
Peter Stiller then, like you were just saying, Anthony, stellar stuff this weekend so far. The best we've seen him drive throughout the European season so far. Made the move stick on Aston Sharp, who's joining the OK scene for a first in 2025. more under investigation drivers now include Sun Yabi out there. He's being looked at for potentially causing a collision a little bit earlier on. James Anagnostiadis still leading the way from Sala, from Peter Stiller, from Aston Sharp. Heads out of the final corner. Nothing really major to report between these top 5. Bit of a lull phase within this race as these conditions really split up these drivers. It is starting to get cooler out there, has dropped by a degree, but it's still a whopping 30 degrees out there on the circuit.
Certainly is. Boris Lysen now at the front, continuing to break away. Utilising that, I believe, fresh tyres. Another purple lap out there, 52.6 now for the driver from Poland. And opens that gap up to 1.8 seconds from the rest of the field. And keeping an eye on this fight here. You can see how much Sala tries to close in on Anagnostiadis, but Anagnostiadis just gets so much better drive out of the corners so far in the second half of the day. It's continuing that gap. Or it continues to hold that gap at the moment and not allowing them to really close in here. Sharp, though, in the strong spot, but I'm keeping an eye on Peter Stiller again here. Nicole, I reckon Stiller could be the one to watch to get this move done on Filippo Sala. Big hit off the curb there through turn 4. No changes just yet. They stay the same right now. Other drivers in this race, Maximilian Rafalek has now retired from this race. That's a big shame for this one. Obviously, he was caught out in that incident with Sun Z. Then we had that big movers as well. Marco Gas, 6 places gained. You've got Sebastian Mins, who's got a 6th place gain as well. I reckon he's deployed some tyres on this one. Mins has been in and around that middle to low section of most of these races so far this weekend.
Mins then, one of the drivers that's jumped over to the CRG team for 2025, has been helped early on this season by the likes of Victor Gustafsson. We said earlier on that Denny Babachek is helped by Senna Van Walstein. Mins is one of those drivers helped by Gustafsson, so one of the younger ones being pulled along by a driver with more experience than him. He said earlier on in the season, really likes the CRG. It produces a lot of grip, which he likes when he's driving out there on the circuit. Maybe just his results with a bit of bad luck haven't been able to highlight the enjoyment for Mins just yet, but he's having a good run within this one. Like you said, Anthony, up by 6 to break into that top 10. He is one of your biggest movers within this race, as is Marco Gast, who's also up by 6. And Peter Stiller, of course, sat there in 4th, up by 6 positions as well. All drivers matching each other on places gained.
Yeah, they certainly are indeed. It is at that point of the weekend now where we're seeing those fresher tyres push through the field. Some drivers who have not deployed them just yet, or did deploy them earlier on, now starting to fade back a little bit in the order. So we're at that sort of similar stage to what we were at the beginning of the day, but so far they're keeping it nice and close. Ella Hakkinen replay here right at the start. Now keep an eye on this one. Wheel to wheel with Fastao Arnardo. Big contact into the wall for Arnardo, but thankfully both okay. And luckily there for Ella Hakkinen, able to break away. Still 2 laps to go in this race, as we see Lysen continuing to open up the gap. 1.7 seconds from Anagnostiadis. Keeping an eye on this one, though. Peter Stiller closing in on Filippo Sala here. Nicole, this could be a fight here for 3rd place.
Filippo Sala then currently sat 5th in your intermediate classification. Peter Stiller sat 9th. This is the highest up we've seen Stiller so far in the competition for 2025. Really at the sharp end of the field. We've not seen him this high up at either Campillos or Portimao. If he can maybe catch up to Sala and make something work, the points gained would really help him in that intermediate classification and going into tomorrow's superheats, which he looks like he's going to get himself into if he continues with the charge that he's got. A few battles going on a little bit further down in the order. This is between drivers both in Fusion and Prema karts out there. That's for around the 12th position mark, but nothing too dramatic going on in this race, Anthony. A bit of a calmer one compared to our previous couple of heats.
Yeah, again, simmer down a little bit. It is very hot out there. It's been a long day for these drivers. So many heats to get through, and you can all imagine they're just trying to simmer down, albeit doesn't look very simmered down there at the moment. Jakub Kamenek under immense pressure from Globus Nogueira just behind. Nogueira not going for the lunge, though, down in towards turn 13, staying the same. Lysen at the front, though, on the final lap of this race is looking mighty, mighty strong here. Starts this race P1, currently P1, has not gained or lost anything. He's looking for a lights to flag. I've got a feeling he's deployed tyres in this one. He has pushed as hard as he possibly can. He has matched that pace. He's had the good start. He's continued to be at the front, and he's opened a 1.6 second gap. I think he's bringing it down now because the gap is like coming down like a 10th sector now, and I think it's all good. He doesn't need to fight too hard with Anagnostiadis. He knows he's going to get it to the end because he's only got one more corner to go before seeing the checker flag. Boris Lysen out of the final corner, steps up to 7th in the points, but it's James Anagnostiadis in 2nd place who takes the lead of the intermediate classification. He puts the ball into the court of Christian Costoya. Aston Sharp goes 3rd into the points, Chartier goes 4th, Filippo Sala goes 5th in the points, and it's all they can do. Drops Kelleher down with 188 to 6th in the points as well. But we will see Kelleher out later on today. He'll be in the very last race of the day, Groups B and C for the seniors. So if he can gain 50 points from that one, he also could be heading above the likes of James Anagnostiadis. So it's not signed, sealed and done just yet for the Australian, but he has done all he can in those points to put himself on a provisional pole position in those points for the Superheats. So there's your top 3 though. Boris Lysen from Anagnostiadis, Filippo Sala, you 1, 2, 3. Peter Stiller then in P4, a 6th place gain for him. Finishes ahead of Aston Sharp. Alexander Chartier in P6 from Roland Cook-Lane. Vengar Clementson from Sebastian Mins. Efim Dudanov rounding out the top 10. Kinmark from Kamenik. Nugarade from Zhao. And it's Gast from Svan. Sjelisky from Pakorny. Kadal rounding out the 19 finishers in that race. Maximum Rafalik, Sanazi, Ella Hakkinen, and Fastauanado. Unfortunately, all retirements from that race. Well, we will see those drivers, some of them out tomorrow. Some of those drivers, that will be the end of their weekend, of course, in the points. So we'll get that full intermediate classification results at the end of the day. And you can check that out as well. You can head to the FIA Karting website, and at the end of the day, you can catch up with all the results and who has made it into those Superheats. Let's have a look at the highlights from that one. Good start for Boris Lysen on that inside row. No real drama. Gets it to the end. There was the drama. Big hit into the wall for Fastauanado. A later retirement as well for Ella Hakkinen. The two colliding with each other and just sending each other off the circuit at Marshall Post 2, and Marshall's very quickly on the scene to help assist those drivers. Rest of the racing going through. Peter Stiller, again, I can't put my finger on Peter Stiller so far this weekend. Had amazing pace all the way throughout it, pushing through nicely. 6 places gained for him in that race. It's a very similar one to what we saw earlier on as well, pushing through in those earlier qualifying heats. But across the line, Boris Lysen puts himself up to 7th in the points, but he's got a long way to go because there's still plenty of senior races coming up next out onto the circuit. But we'll turn our attention away from the seniors. We'll be heading back over to the juniors. You can see the cleanup operation currently underway out onto the circuit. It will be OK Junior qualifying heat A versus F that'll be heading out next. We're down to the last 4 races of the day here. The last 2 races per category that'll be heading out onto the circuit. But let's quickly head down to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, it's over to you.
Within that race then, it was James Anagnostiadis who was one of your most dominant drivers, and one of your most dominant drivers this weekend in the seniors, along with Christian Costoya. James, we've been throwing question marks around all weekend about who can stop Christian. You're really high up in the intermediate classifications. Do you think it could be you?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, he's been really fast this weekend, really the one to beat. But yeah, I mean, we'll see tomorrow. I think probably we'll be in the super heat with him, so we'll try our best to, get past him and take the lead. But yeah, it's going to be tough.
And you were actually our round 1 winner. You won at Portimao, and then Christian took the win at Campillos. Coming here to a circuit that's actually really different to both Campillos and Portimao, what have you thought of it so far? Do you like the track?
Yeah, obviously Portimao and Campillos very long, wide circuits, whereas this one's a bit more tight and twisty. But yeah, I like it. I mean, it's got a lot of grip, and yeah, the racing's not as close as it was in Camp Blossom, Portimao, but yeah, it's just all about tyre conservation and yeah, just finishing up top 3.
Well, you've just done that once again in the heats. James, good to see you at the sharp end of the field, and we see how tomorrow plays out with Christian Costoya. We'll go back up then to the commentary box because we've got a number of races coming up next.
We certainly do indeed. That number will be 4 races coming up because we head to OK Junior qualifying heats A versus F, heading out onto the track next. And this is once again going to be an important one for a handful of drivers. Like we were saying earlier on, there has been obviously developments in those results. And in the case, it is Turner Brown who leads the points in that one. For Baglin, he's in a good position at the moment. He had some tough results earlier on. Can confirm, there on your screen, he has switched sides of the grid. That has been confirmed this time around. Purcell, as well on the front row of the grid, also is one to keep a close eye on. He's had pretty good results here, but at the moment, both of those drivers do not sit within inside the top 10. Bosco Arias, however, on the second row of the grid, he does sit inside the top 10. He has 169 points to his name. He's going to be one to keep an eye on in this race. Engines fire up. Drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's fire you through that full starting lineup. It is Noah Baglin and Evan Purcell on the front row of the grid. They have Bosco Arias and Olivier Dicini after a win earlier on, starting it on row number 2. Samuel Hugon and Maxim Bobajov go from row number 3. Row 4 will see Jean-Matteo Rousseau and Daniel Miron. They will have Ludovico Mazzola and Mark Pilapenko on row number 5. Andrea Mani and Alessandro Tuchot round out the top 12 on row number 6. Mariano Lopez and Michelle Orlando go from row 7. They will have Drew Waltz and Leonardo Gorski on row number 8. Gilles Herman will be on his own on row 9. Jos Mulder not taking to the track. We've not seen Jos all day. Then we'll have Alex Malota and Wen Yabu on row number 10, running out the top 20. Manny Nuvolini and Priyan Bruno go from row 11. They'll have Marcel Sebo and Dia Islami on row 12. Lillian Scarborough and Michael Zajac on row 13, with Victor Stalmack, Marcel Scabella, Case Aziza rounding out the 28-car field on the 15th row of the grid. There you can see beautiful, beautiful day here. Umbrellas are up to stay out of the sunshine. Air temperature is still 30 degrees. Nicole, you've been going in and out of the commentary box. You know how lovely it is. I don't. I'm stuck in the air conditioning.
Well, it looks on the grandstand there like we haven't got many spectators, and it's actually because they're all hiding under the building that we're sat in, because that's where the shade is. You walk out of the commentary box and there's a sea of people, a sea of spectators stood down there in the shade watching on eagerly at this race, watching on at the likes of Noah Baglin and Evan Purcell, who are going to lead us into things on this formation lap there. Noah taking all these drivers round a lot slower than we've seen in previous. You can see him there really getting some temperature into those tyres, trying to scrub that sheen off of the tyre as they head through and around turn 13 and 14.
Indeed, moments away from starting this race. Baglin and Purcell have switched sides officially. So let's see what happens in this one as they make their way into that final couple of corners. The train ready to go racing then. The last time today for the junior groups A versus F. Are we going to get a clean start? First time of asking. Let's find out. Into the tram lines. Revs raise. Lights go out. We're racing for the last time today for A and F. It's a solid start for Baglin right round the outside. It's a clean start for the entire field through turn 1. Little bit feisty in towards turn 2. Some drivers tripping over each other, but everyone's going to make it into the braking zone at turn 5. The question is, can they make it all out of it cleanly in one piece? The answer to that is also yes, as they head down in towards 6 and 7 for the first time. That's where it really starts to kick off. One driver getting squeezed onto the exit curb, but crucially, all still running. And at the front, Baglin leads the way comfortably.
Baglin leading the way, but question marks around what the performance of drivers like Daniel Miron is going to be within this race, because he's already deployed those new tyres. How is that going to fare for him. As we've got drama heading towards turns 13 and 14, we've lost the 2, 4, 3, and we've also lost more carts off towards turns number 13 on that small straight. That's Alex Malotta that we have lost at one part of the circuit, but there's another couple of drivers that includes Michelle Orlando out
and
there
Gilles
as
Herman.
well.
Yeah,
so
Gilles Herman is the other. Yeah, and that's
drama
a big
for
shame
Gilles Herman. He had a DNF earlier on in a heat. The driver for VDK really just not having a good run of things in Italy.
I suspect that might be a driver not making the superheats tomorrow, and we'll have to wait and see. Of course, that's only me guessing, but yeah, a lot of points being lost there for Gilles Herman over the course of this weekend. Eyes on the front runners here. This is Olivier Sini and Evan Purcell fighting away. Sini, of course, getting that race win earlier on after that moment out on track. I think would have given a nice confidence boost going into this last race of the day. But at the moment, just holding firm in third place. A big check over the shoulder there for Baglin. Does see Bosco Arias there right behind. Arias right now, and Baglin second and third in the points. They can do no more. They cannot close in on Turner Brown with his 230 points. There is the moment in the background. Oh, Gilles Herman just tangled in. I think that may have been two separate incidents there at the same one. Malotta on his own, and then Herman and Orlando tangling together on that infield straight.
Strange to see, and like you said, Anthony, it's probably most likely that Gilles Herman will not make tomorrow's racing. Just question marks around then the gap between Noah Baglin and Bosco Arias. It's still 0.3 of a second that splits up the Prema from the Ricky Flynn driver out there in the front. Not really too much going on between those two just yet, but we'll update you on what the lap times are between those two. And it is Bosco Arias that is faster than Noah Baglin out there in the lead. So at what stage does Bosco Arias try and pull the pin and go for a move? Because he's going to want to make every point count, as are drivers further back in the field. That's a battle between Evan Purcell and Ludovico Mazzola. So Mazzola jumping now into fourth position. Evan Purcell having to settle to fifth. But for Purcell to be in the top 5 compared to where he was in the previous 2 rounds, good results. Moved over to the Ricky Flynn team, the yellow and orange livery, sorry, the yellow and blue liveried carts, and making a good run of things.
They certainly are. Have sported many drivers into the world of Formula racing in their career, but continuing that trend on here. Overtakes happening thick and fast. Zajak, Islami, Stalmack changing places. Over the start-finish line they go. Lovely shot there. You can see the sun glistening on the NASA panels. There's all those fights still happening right away in the background there. All the way down in last place on this one. Islami now heading to 25th place. Stalmack and Scabella going through. Eyes on this. Bosco Arias, fastest lap of the race, is putting on the pressure now on Baglin. Baglin now having to go defensive here. This would change the points. This would put Bosco Arias ahead of Baglin and could potentially take a front row start in one of those superheats away from Baglin.
Well, Bosco Arias then just signals to Noah Baglin to say go. I'm not going to overtake you just yet. Push forward, because they've got to think about Sini that sat right there in third position. If Baglin starts to back Bosco Arias up, they're going to become more vulnerable to the drivers behind. But is that tactical by Noah Baglin? Does he want to back up Bosco Arias into the clutches of Sini, Mazzola and Evan Purcell? I would say yes.
Well, for Baglin and Arias, closing them up doesn't mean anything in regards to them losing out on points on Olivier Sini. He's 7th in the points. He's miles down from what these guys are.
Change.
And there's the change. Yes, through goes Arias. Baglin's going to fight it back, though, back down the inside. That's a close moment, and now gets a big hit of rear bumper from Olivier Sini just behind. And that's as close as you would like it. So there's the change. Arias gets through. Baglin didn't like that at all, immediately on the attack, but now cannot do anything about it, and Sini goes down the inside. He's going to lose out, though. Mazzola is going to go through. They're 3 wide here in towards 13. That's never going to end well, and it doesn't end well. Unfortunately, Mazzola and Evan Purcell get caught up with each other, and he's absolutely furious. And I'm not going to lie, Mazzola, I can probably completely agree with you on that one.
Yeah, absolutely agree. He was definitely a passenger within that one and was really caught out, especially such a shame after having such a good start of things within the race. But it's done good things for the likes of Andrea Manui and Samuel Hugon. battling it out there a little bit further back down the pack, and we have had moves now between Sini and that is Juan Mateo Russo, the Forza driver, who's got himself into third. So all of that commotion with the Birrells, with Noah Baglin, has allowed Russo to capitalise and get himself into the top 3. Bosco Arias, though, and Noah Baglin still 1 and 2, and Baglin is back on the charge because he's just taken half a tenth out of the Ricky Flynn that is leading. Noah Baglin really lucky to get away with that moment coming out of turn number 12 a moment ago. He was caught out on the rumble strip and just had to back off to not get caught out, as there's drama out there on the circuit. Anthony?
Yep, slow boards are out. An incident on the straight in between posts 3 and 4 out on circuit, which is at turns number 5, 6 and 7. There has been an incident there. There are medics on the scene. You can see them there just dealing with that. This is the move from Olivieri Sini. This was the moment. So look at Mazzola and Purcell on the inside. So yeah, you could just see him trying to go for a gap that isn't there. And unfortunately, contact between the two. Mazzola off the circuit. He very much shows his frustration. And that is a big shame for him there. So there's another angle of it. You can see he's not alongside. And yeah, unfortunately, just the contact is made, and that's such a harsh moment for both of them.
I mean, he had absolutely nowhere to go. He was caught on his back bumper, pushed onto the grass, lucky to keep his foot in, and will continue to go round. And hopefully, there is no damage to the Birrell, but there was really nothing he could do. He was a passenger in that incident with Evan Purcell, but this was it then. This was it. That is Purcell.
Yeah, that's Purcell in the wall.
Purcell, in the course of two laps, has had 2 completely separate incidents. He's now in the marshal post being checked over, but really was put into the wall down that short straight. Unlucky for Evan Purcell, but he's under investigation also for potentially causing an incident, which was probably that moment a little bit earlier on through turns 13 and 14.
Yeah, that's a big shame for Evan Purcell. That race has gone from bad to worse. But there you can see static yellow flags are out. The all clear has been given to Purcell. He's okay out there after that hit into the wall. But we are about to go for a restart here. So, Cole, lights on. 2 laps to go.
Are you getting excited,
Bosco
Anthony?
Arias, Noah Baglin, Juan Mateo Russo. 1, 2, 3. Fight is on. Are we going to see an attack from Noah Baglin? My answer is yes. Yes, I do believe we are going to see it. And he's backing him up right now into each other. He's going to, oh, you can see he's trying to push him. He's trying to throw the dummy, and he's gone for it. Bosco Arias on the restart gets it. Baglin's not happy with it. He said, well, hold on. He braked, then went. So let's see what happens as they go through. But Baglin has not been able to get that charge onto him as they're on the last lap of this race. On this restart, it's a 1-lap sprint to the end. Drama in the background, though. It's gone all wrong for the 255 of Maxim Bobrajov, who tumbles down the order at the end of this race. It's a big shame for him, but Baglin is going to be on the charge here. Surely he's going to try and go for a lunge. I don't think he's going to be close enough here. Bosco Arias nailed that start, and I'm sure Baglin will have something to say about it, though, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. Big move down the inside. That's a robust move down the inside for Samuel Hugon on Andrea Mani, but he gets it done. But at the front, Bosco Arias of Spain, Ricky Flynn Motorsport takes the win, and Baglin's furious at that because he is saying that restart was not on. He slowed down, then bolted, and he's saying he can't do that. And that's going to be a tough one all the way to the end. And that does affect it, of course. You know, with Arias taking the win, it does affect the intermediate classification. That does drop Baglin down to 3rd. And obviously, Baglin's going to think he's probably going to want to protest that one, maybe. I'm not too sure. We'll have to wait and see what happens. But something tells me that race is far from over. And actually, it's just popped up on my screen here now. Bosco Arias under investigation. Oh dear, on that last lap with that restart, he falls under investigation. That is drama at its finest. Well, Bosco Arias takes the win then ahead of Noah Baglin. Juan Mateo Russo 3rd in the points. It's Brown who still leads it, though, from Bosco Arias. Baglin 3rd in the points from Hugon and Russo in that top 5. There's a look at your full results from that one as well. Sini finishing in P4 from Hugon. Manny finishing in P6 with a 5th-place gain from Drew Waltz. Ludovica Mazzola at the end of that one finishes in P8 ahead of Alessandro Tuchot. Mark Pilipenko from Daniel Miron. Leonardo Gorski from Priyan Bruno. Mariano Lopez from Manny Nuvolini. Big run there for Kate Aziza, 13 places gained as finishing P16 ahead of Wenyabu. Lilian Scarborough from Marcel Sebu. Marcel Zapella from Maxim Bobajov. Victor Stalmach from Dinia Islamov. And Michael Zajak, who rounds out the 24 finishers in that race. Retirements, Purcell from Orlando. Herman from Malota. The 4 drivers out of the race during that one, and a big shame for them, and that means a pretty hefty cleanup operation underway out on track. Well, for Bosco Arias and Baglin, Hugon and Rousseau, that's all they can do out there. There is Bosco Arias, winner of that race. Coming in, make sure he's all good. Nose cone gets checked, tyres scanned. Of course, Parc Fermé tyres this weekend. They all get scanned and sent back into the holding bay area. Let's have a look at the highlights from that race. Right from the word go, Baglin with the beautiful start here round the outside, just able to get the hold on the rest of the field. You had a little bit of drama in the background. The real drama would unfold on the exit of turn number 12. Unfortunately, on that opening lap, which would see Malota, Herman and Orlando colliding with each other on that one. The rest of the field, though, all at the beginning stage of that race, relatively clean start. This was that moment on the opening laps where we saw the drama unfold in the background. Now, unfortunately for many, not the results they will have wanted. You could just see how many of them were just tangling up for position there. Mazzola pushing himself forward in those early stages of the race. Would be closed in from the likes of Andrea Manager, Matteo Rousseau fighting through. There was the drama behind. There's Alex Malota trying to get his car restarted. There is Mazzola as well, pushing his way forward. The 236 Birolot Racing Machine driver pushing through in the early stages, wheel banging between the drivers in the background. The DPK machine driver of Daniel Miron, who had a really good race later on and earlier on today, certainly pushed forward. There was the first initial attack from Bosco Arias. There was the second and the change where the drama started to unfold between these drivers. You had this moment here, Purcell and Ludovica Mazzola off the track at turn 13. Both would get going. Later, though, on the next lap, Purcell would find himself in the barriers at the Marshall Post 4. Slow procedure would go out. But we'll watch these highlights here as let's head down to Parc Fermé with Nicole Sutherland.
Down in Parc Fermé then, and this time with Bosco Arias, who's just taken a heat win. Bosco, we saw that you drivers were under yellows at one stage, so you were leading the way, no overtakes were allowed. On that race restart, it looked like you backed Noah up slightly into the pack and he didn't look happy. Was that intentional?
Yeah, it was the last lap, so I have to get a gap so I don't have to close. It's racing, so
Well, at the end of the day, you're all drivers, and he would probably do the same thing to you, Bosco. Thinking about the other races that you've done today, what have you thought of your performance so far? Are you quite happy with what you've achieved?
Yeah, it's a good day because I was very fast all day. We work a lot for this race, and yeah, it's a good day. We have a P1 in the last, so it's better.
That work that's gone into this race then, Bosco, is that on track, off track? Is it putting laps in? What's it been?
It's like, this track is very difficult to overtake, so you have to get the lead fast and just don't do any mistakes and you will be fast.
Bosco, great to hear from you, and another great result both for you and the Ricky Flynn Motorsport Camp. We'll head back up then into the commentary box.
Nicole, can I just interject for one moment there, just very quickly, before we come back up to me? Is Noah Baglin still around there? Can you find him anywhere?
I think he has gone down into the other part of Parc Fermé. I think he might have left the area. We'll try and see if we can see Noah. His car will be down here with his mechanic, Danny. We have got the camera. I don't think the driver is in the area. No, he isn't. So Noah has gone. I know that he wasn't happy when he came into Parc Fermé out of the area. You can see his car in the background, but no driver down here. We'll head back up then into the commentary box. More races yet to come.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there. Yeah, big shame because obviously a bit of drama. Both drivers there firmly standing on their decisions of that restart right at the end. Right then, we turn our attention on to Senior A versus F that is heading out onto the circuit next. These are the last 3 races of the day. The last times we will see groups A and F out onto the circuit. And this is an important one for Christian Costoya. So far this weekend has been unbeatable. He polled it in time qualifying. He has had 4 qualifying heat wins out of 4. This could be his 5th and final win. Can he do it? He needs to do it because right now he has got a big jump to try and get past the likes of the other drivers who have put the work in out there on circuit, and we'll just have to wait and see because it is Anagnosiadis who leads the way in those points. He has done what he can right now, but it's all down to Costoya in this race. Vladimir Vanikov will be starting him alongside it as well. They'll have Noah Wolf and Thibaut Ramekers all around that as well. Still very close in those points, but like I say, it is all down to that young man from Spain, Christian Costoya, on a pole position for this one. He has not chosen to switch sides of the grid. He is still lined, ready to go on that inside line towards turn number 1. It'll be crucial to know if he has deployed fresher tyres on this one. I'm thinking I can see a slight sheen on one of them, but I don't think he has. And it would be understandable if he hasn't, because, of course, well, like you say, he's been at the front. He's not need to battle too hard. He's not need to push too hard. Right then, engines are fired up. Let's see the full starting lineup for this one. Christian Costoya, at the moment, is your theoretical leader of the intermediate classification, and we'll have Vladimir Vanikov alongside him. Noah Wolf and Thibaut Ramekers go from row 2. Dean Pedersen and Louis Cochet will round up row number 3. Row 4 sees Zach Drummond and Davide Bataro. They'll have Jindra Peschel and Scott Marsh on row 5. Jorn Helder and Emilio Koivisto will go from row 6. Bolowet and Kenneth Fairhan go from row 7. They'll have Zach Green and Roman Kamyab on row number 8. Oliver Rasmussen and Makos Sabalev go from row number 9. Sonia B and Sebastiana Pavan go from row 10. They'll have Maximo Tovagino and Jason Bralick on row 11. Elo Gonzalez and Armin Cuddy Osman go from row number 12, with Matis Almer running out the 25 kart field on row number 13. Looking forward to this one, Nicole Costoya, if my maths is correct, needs to finish higher than 10th to secure outright pole position and those 25 championship points.
Absolutely right. You know, Costoya out there on that front row for this start. And I did ask the question earlier on, pre-interview after that last race. He has deployed those new tyres already. So how's that going to affect this race? I would throw some question marks around that. Your quickest driver so far throughout this weekend decided to do that. Maybe, we questioned at what stage would he do that. I didn't expect for him to maybe deploy them until this heat. But he's made that decision, and now he's out there on the front row once again. How will he fare within this race against Vladimir Vanikov, who has, been equally as quick, but not matched those results just yet? Could Vladimir Vanikov be the driver to stop Christian Costoya?
Well, we're about to find out in this one. We said that very same question earlier on, yet we didn't get an answer. Costoya continued that fight, continued that push, but now the fight is very much on in this one. Tension will really start to build for him in this as they exit out of the final corner. It's a little bit early on the old power, and they are going around again. And again, that is showcasing, I think, potential nerves for Costoya. He is thinking, right, I've got to go soon because I'm going to be in trouble in this one, I think. And yeah, unfortunately for him, sends them around again, and that's going to do one thing and one thing only, put more wear on those tyres.
More wear indeed, but maybe a good thing for some of those drivers around that have only just put on those fresh boots. We'll head back round though, led by the Spanish driver once more. He will, I'm sure, slow the pack up a lot more than on that previous false start. Noah Wolf right there in the fight with the Birol teammates he has of Vladimir Vanikov. You can see that they're running different liveries, but they are sat in the same chassis for 2025. On the sharp end of the field for the Birol Art camp, we then have Thibaut Ramekers that meets Noah Wolf on that second row of the grid. Thibaut not had the results you would expect from him so far within this season, being a driver that's finished in the top 3 of the European Championships in 2024. Can he maybe get something going within this heat as Christian Costoya leads them round the final sector once more into the tram lines? Are the lights going to go out? Engines rev under the lights. Here we go then. We are green and we are racing. Christian Costoya into sector number 1. Leads the way. Noah Wolf challenging teammate of Vladimir Ivanikov, but lets him have the position. Ivanikov leads in second from Wolf. Thibaut Ramekers hugs that inside line through turn number 5. We've got drivers off in that first section. I believe that was maybe one of the energies out there. And now drama, because the 8 for... Drama out there, Anthony, really big drama, because the 184 is off the road as well.
Yeah, indeed. So 3 drivers are off the track. Elo Gonzalez is one of them. That's the one you're pointing out there. Sebastiano Pavan, Maximo Tovagino and Jason Bralick are the drivers off the track at turn number 1. They are getting themselves squared away. They are able to get that restarted if they can. Problem is, field's coming round now, and they've got to be careful. The marshals have got to clear the circuit, and I think they have just done that. Over the line they go. It is still Costoya who leads the way. Ivanikov from Wolf, Ramekers from Bataro, Cochet from Pedersen, Drummond from Peschel, and it is Verhan who rounds out the top 10. Crucially, though, for Christian Costoya, nailed that start this time around. He's under no pressure right now, but the drivers behind, Ivanikov, Wolf and Ramekers, are trying to close in as much as they can.
Absolutely are, and a driver that's trying to maybe fight up for some positions once more is Zach Drummond. Has now dropped out of the top 10, sat there in 11th. 4 places lost so far within this race for him. I said drama when we saw the 184 of Eloy Gonzalez get caught up in that incident, because he's a driver that's made up a smattering of positions throughout heats after not having a good qualifying. Within this one, I'm not sure he will be able to replicate that. As we have retirements then, that is one of the energy course drivers pulling into the pit lane. Sebastiano Pavan will not continue this race, and that could actually ruin his weekend. More moves going on further back in the field. I believe that's Eloy Gonzalez trying to fight up positions going into turns 1 and 2. Vladimir Ivanikov now your fastest driver on the circuit with a 53.429. Out there ahead of his Birel Art teammate of Noah Wolf, who you can see sits a lot taller than Ivanikov in the car. It's actually quite surprising that although Vladimir is shorter, has a lower centre of gravity, which will benefit him in these conditions when you have a lot of tyre wear, he's not actually that much quicker than Noah Wolf, who's a lot taller, who will be throwing that centre of gravity around a lot more, and you would expect would chew through that tyre more. More drama and jostling for position going on through turns 13 and 14. That's led by Bo Louette, sat in the Birel, the teammate of our driver out there in the front setting purple laps, Christian Costoya.
Yeah, lovely shot that over the catch fencing there. You see the grandstand still full of people watching along in the racing. The beautiful shot down the start-finish straight as well. Costoya, though, really impressing me, has just been able to keep that momentum throughout this, not had the struggles or the dramas, and is holding on to that lead and is actually extending it now 0.8 of a second. He's doing exactly what he needs. Maximum points for him as the fight continues down here. Now that is green moving through in the background. Now that is all the way further down in the order, I believe. That's Elo Gonzalez, that green getting past, I think, Makar Savalev. And yeah, Savalev down to 19th place. Armin Kari Osman getting past Matis Almer as well. Dropping him back down into 22nd place. Eyes on the field crossing the line now. You can see they've all gone into a lull in this race. It's just a case of, right, last race of the day, look after the tyres, see what we can do tomorrow. This is the best we can do, and right now for Costoya, it's maximum points. He starts on pole, he gains 25 championship points, he extends that championship lead. Anagnostidis second in the points now. He's still ahead of Vladimir Ivanikov and Noah Wolf, who sit just 8 points behind him, does Ivanikov. So Ivanikov there in second place. If he could get into the race lead, that might benefit a little bit, but I don't think enough to change that top running. He would still start alongside the front row with Costoya, but of course we've still got one more race to go later on for the seniors, which has got the likes of Daniel Kelleher in it, who has been on the sharp end of those points as well.
No major changes for track or air temperature just yet. Still a whopping 30 degrees out there on the circuit for these drivers. Really difficult for them all to deal with, and I think it's predicted to be even hotter tomorrow heading into superheats and finals. who will get into those superheats and finals where your top 3 are definitely on the correct path. Costoya, Ivanikov and Noah Wolf, your top 3 currently being chased down by Thibaut Ramikas, who looks a little bit more settled within this race compared to what we've seen from him in previous races where he's got himself into a little bit of trouble and actually dropped further back down the order. Further down the order within this race, we've got a few movers going on. Quara Fearhand is up by 5 places to get himself into 9th. Nothing major to report, he is your biggest mover. We've then got Oliver Rasmussen up by 4 places to sit in 13th. Gap then between Viterbo and Cochet is just over a 10.5 of a second. That is further down your order. They're really trying to battle out for those positions. Cochet sat in 6th, Viterbo sat in 5th, and they are your 2 drivers on your screen heading towards turn number 5.
They certainly are, and Costoya again setting the fastest lap of the race. I mean, he's certainly, well, proving a point here, I think, to the rest of the field, saying you cannot catch me around this circuit now, increasing that lead to now over a second between himself and Vladimir Ivanikov, who's trying to hunt him down. Wolf still in 3rd place. Ramikas still there in P4. Bataro from Cochet, Pedersen and Peschel, which is this battle that we are watching here. Bataro at the front of that fight. Cochet following Dean Pedersen right behind. Peschel a little further behind in this one in P8 again. Still running in that sort of quiet phase of the race. He has got Kiddo Fearhand for company just behind as well, so he's in a fight right now, but eyes focus on this one. Bataro, Cochet, Pedersen. Line astern. Is Cochet going to go for the move? The answer to that is yes. Finds the gap down the inside at turn number 5. Steps up nicely now into P5 on his charge forward here.
Cochet then having a good run within this race will lead these 2 karts right behind him, and this is your hottest battle out there on the circuit currently. Move is on in turn number 12 then. That is Pedersen going down the inside of Davide Bataro for that 6th place. Textbook move there through that hairpin section, hit the corner, really held the brake and got it done. This is a race replay of Louis Cochet's move through turn number 5. Not much to report, pretty standard stuff. Got the kart stopped on the brakes and slotted in very nicely. Door was open, he walked through it. Eyes back on, though, the drivers that have just been jostling for position. Cochet, Pedersen and Davide Bataro in that 5th, 6th and 7th, now looking a little bit more settled. Your new fastest driver out there on the circuit then, Vladimir Ivanikov, 52.623, just under a 10th of a second faster than Christian Costoya, who is still leading the way by 0.8 of a second. Costoya, once more, absolutely unchallenged by anybody in the senior grid.
Indeed, but gap has come down now, Nicole. Less than a second is the gap. Vladimir Ivanikov, with the fastest lap of the race earlier on, has just brought the gap down now just a little bit, but again, still a full second he's got to try and close in with these last couple of laps remaining of this race. We go on to lap 10 now of 12. Time very quickly running out, but for Costoya, I think this is a calm, controlled drive to the checkered flag. Would you agree?
Absolutely would agree. The all-road management-backed driver for Spain out there in the race lead. Now he takes a purple sector 1 and is continuing to actually raise the bar because he's pulling away from Vladimir Ivanikov once more. Though we're on the absolute dying stages of this race for these drivers, they're still continuing to push, and of course Christian Costoya still continues to be your intermediate classification leader with 250 points to his name on the board. Battles on though into turns 13 and 14. This is Eloy Gonzalez really fighting for positions, up by 9 places despite that early lap incident. It's on between him and the likes of Emili Koivisto shortly behind. Textbook stuff from Eloy Gonzalez, and actually a real shame to see him not further up, because to make up 9, make it 10 places after being caught out at the start is impressive stuff.
Yeah, it certainly is. Very close little race for them, and we'll keep a close eye on that in these last couple of laps. But eyes at the front there, and you can still see Costoya breaking away. This is back with that battle further behind. Eloy Gonzalez, like we're saying, hunting down the likes now of Zach Drummond, who leads that train heading down the 13th place battle in towards turn number 12. No changes just yet, but they are 3 wide in the background. That's nicely done. All green in the middle of it all. Kamyab on one side, Helder on the other, and they all get through. And crucially, no contact made between the two of them, and Kamyab capitalises there pretty nicely. That's a place gain for him. Final lap board is out though, and there on your screen, Christian Costoya in the lead. The gap has come down to around 0.7 of a second. But he is still in a really strong position here. Vladimir Vanikov really pushed in the last stages of that race. Was not close enough, though, to get the overtake done. Costoya is looking for an absolute perfect score here this weekend in Viterbo for round 3 of the FIA Karting European Championships. Around the final couple of corners, Spain on top here in Italy. 25 championship points heads to Christian Costoya across the line. Race winner, lights the flag all the way throughout this weekend. Claims 250 intermediate classification points. He secures pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow. He cannot be beaten now by any other driver. That is a job well done, and he will be absolutely delighted with that one. Ivanikov finishing in 2nd place, steps up to 3rd in the intermediate classification, was not able to catch Anagnostiadis. He still sits 2nd with 228 points, but remember there is still one more senior race to go later on, the last race of the day. Wolf finishes 3rd on track, steps up to 4th in the points in the intermediate classification, but again, all of that is subject to change. Ramekers finishing in P4 ahead of Louis Cochet. Dean Pedersen from Davide Battaro. Herschel finishing in P8 ahead of Kenneth Fairhand. Scott Marsh from Bolowet. Zach Drummond from Eloy Gonzalez with a 10th place gain to finish in P13. Rasmussen in P14 ahead of Emili Koivisto, who rounds out the top 15. Kamyab from Green, Helder from Karya, Savalev from Sun. Almer rounds out the 22 kart finishers, the retirements, only 3 of them. Sebastiano Pavan, Maximo Tomagino, and Jason Bralic, unfortunately all not making it to the end of the race, all caught out on an opening lap incident, and big shame for them. We'll see those highlights later on. There though, Christian Costoya, job well done. Head it into tomorrow with a clean sheet of racing. Maximum points, 250 points to his name, and no drama whatsoever for the Spaniard. He can rest easy tonight knowing his job today is done. Superheats to go, and that all-important final. Will he start on pole position for it still? Let's have a look at the highlights from that one. The start, well, Ivanikov certainly gave it a good go around the outside at turn number 2. Wolf found the inside line through turn 3, was unable to utilize it though, slotted into 3rd place. Drama right at the start for Eloy Gonzalez, big shame for him. Drama there as well for Pavan, Tomagino and Bralic. Pavan did able to get going, later would retire though. Save the tyres, deploy them tomorrow. Don't push them too hard in that one. You've still got those potential superheats tomorrow if they make it through. Wolf in the early stages trying his best to try and close in on the 2 in front. Costoya and Ivanikov though broke away. Ramekers as well wasn't able to close into Wolf. The top 4 not gaining or losing any places. They would stay the same. The Cochet, Pedersen, Battaro battle, that was a fun one to watch. Cochet getting the move done. Later, Pedersen getting the move done, and Battaro slotting down into P7, but still with a 1-place gain as well. The recovering Eloy Gonzalez, who you would like to think at the start of that race, if he hadn't have had that drama, could have been a real contender in that last qualifying heat of the day. Across the line though, Costoya is the man of the hour, the man of the weekend in the seniors. He starts on pole, he claims 25 championship points, and he has the best run so far this weekend of any other driver. Let's head down to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, it's over to you.
Down in Parc Ferme then, and with Christian Costoya. Christian, it's looking like a pole for the Superheats tomorrow is highly, highly likely for you. You've hardly seen anybody out there on the circuit today. What's it been like?
Yeah, I think we're just an amazing job from the team. We are doing Let's see tomorrow. It's a very long way, also in the pre-final and the final. At the moment, I think we are very good with the chassis, with the engine. Just tomorrow, just try to make points also for the championship, and we'll do the best I can.
And Christian, between now and tomorrow's racing, you're done for the day. What happens for you now to get yourself ready and continue the momentum into tomorrow's racing? What do you do off track?
So off track, before the races, I think I do a bit with formula medicine, physically and mental, just 30 minutes before to prepare the race, and definitely helps a bit also on the starts and during the race.
Christian, great to hear from you. We'll see if your momentum heads into tomorrow the same way you have finished things today. Penultimate race for today is about to head off. We'll go into the commentary box to hear about who will be on the grid.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Indeed, down to the last groups then of the day, kick-starting with OK Junior, groups B versus C, heading out onto the track, and this will have the likes of Eli Christian of Canada and Iskender Sofakari on the front row of the grid. Again, these are two drivers who have been in and around the fight for the front-running spots in the intermediate classification, but it is still Turner Brown who leads the way. It's Iskender Sofakari with 182 points, is a driver who could pile on that pressure. A 50-point win on this one would give him 232 points. So for Sofakari, the job is simple. Win this race, you get 25 championship points, and you start on pole position for Superheats 1 tomorrow. But that is going to be easier said than done as the light goes green, engines fire up. Let's get this race underway. It is Eli Christian and it's Iskender Sofakari on row number 1. It is their job to get this race started, to control that pace, to see what will happen during this race as the whole field makes its way out onto the circuit. Kalisha and Hugendorn will round out row number 2 as well. Both of those drivers have had good results, but at this moment do not sit inside the top 10 in that intermediate classification. For everyone else, it is Devon Waltz and Antonio Pizzonia on row number 3. They will have the close company of Benjamin Magnac and Lucas Sell just behind on row 4. Emiliano Hernandez and Juan Gafiase round out row number 5. They will have Alexander Lazarus and Endo Arata on row number 6. Sevelodo Sadji-Sudlowski and Lucas Bonhomme go from row 7. They will have Julian Fresnelli and Roland Nagy on row number 8. Row 9 sees Jesse Phillips and Mika Runitz of Denmark. Row 10 and the top 20 will see Jarka Petroja and Zhang Jose. Pietro Baguti and Jarlav Seyer will go from row number 11. Remy Samchek will be all on his own on row number 12. Unfortunately, Luke Tal, after the incident earlier on, is not out on circuit, and we do wish the driver from the Netherlands all the best, and we hope to see him out racing very, very soon. Henrik Constant Kumpin and Angelina Simmons go from row 13. They'll have Nilas Malik and Santiago Diaz de la Vega on row 14. Samuel Del Gaudio rounds out the 28-kart field in this one, as we are ready to go racing once more. Last time we're going to see the juniors out on track today, Nicole. The last time we're going to see this grid out on track, and crucially, Iskender Sofakari, I mentioned it at the start, his job right now, win the race, get the 25 championship points, get the pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow. Can it be done?
Well, it sounds a lot simpler than it is, because he's got the likes of Eli Christian, Dean Hugendorn and teammate William Kalisha right in the field with him, so he's in for an absolute challenge. But we're in for a treat, Anthony Jordan, because I would predict with the names we have in this grid, it's going to be a feisty one. And will we go for a feisty one for the first time of asking? No, we don't. You can see all of the drivers in that mid-pack section really out of those tram lines and coming out of the final section. Give it to these drivers. It's been a long weekend so far. We're in the final stage of these heats. They've done a lot of racing. It's hot out there.
It certainly is. I look at the temperature gauge as the day goes on, and it has not moved from 30 degrees, and that puts a little worry in my mind, because I don't have an air conditioning unit in my hotel room, and every time I go back there, it's very hot. So there we go. But I'm not only thinking about me, I'm thinking of the drivers as well, I'm sure. No, for them, it's been a really hot day. You know, they've been working so hard in the team awnings out there in the paddock. They themselves have only got fans to help them circulate the air in there. Other than that, it's full of a load of mechanics, and it's full of hot air as well.
I think out of everybody in the paddock, we're probably the best off because we've got a brilliant AC in here. The commentary box room is really cool.
Stop rubbing it in, Nicole. It's, you know, the mechanics don't have it. Right, they're going to hate us at the end of this weekend. Into that final sector once more. Christian and Zulfikari, their start was absolutely fine from the front row. It was a little bit shaky in the mid-pack there. They've got themselves dialed in on this one. Hopefully they keep it in the tram lines. Nice and steady on the pace. Last race of the day with everyone watching from the sidelines. Here we go then into those tram lines. Are we racing? Lights are out. Here we go then. Last time today for the juniors. And is it going to be a good one from Christian right round the outside? It's going to try and hold it. Oh no, but there's contact. And is Christian out of the race? Is it like Christian out of this fight? He's not. That's Kalija who's gone off. It's Zulfikari who is still in the fight, but that's a massive one. It is. They got tangled up together, and Kalija's gone off the circuit. That is absolute drama at the finest. But where did Zulfikari go? I think he went down to third.
Oh, Iskender Zulfikari then will update you where he is, but we know where William Kalija is, and that is parked on the side of the circuit. Will not finish this race, and that's absolutely heartbreak for one of the drivers that looked so quick and has had so much potential throughout the weekend. Will probably sit quite high up in your intermediate classification nevertheless, but Kalija within this race is not a contender anymore. He will not put any pressure on the likes of Christian, who leads the way from Waltz. Devin Waltz sat there in second. Where has Iskender Zulfikari ended up then, Anthony Jordan? I'm trying to search for his name within the order. 23rd place. He is now in 23rd position behind Nilas Malik, sat in 22nd. Eyes focus though on your higher end of the order, and that is Devin Waltz on your screen in that Kart Republic, towing along the likes of Benjamin Maniac, who's jumped over to the Forza Racing team for the second part of our season. Hugen Dawn is right there in fourth, hunting down. No places gained for Hugen Dawn just yet, but watch him because we see him really light things up in the second half of races. Busy going into turns 13 and 14 for the back end of our field. That's the likes of Henry Constant Kampen, Roland Nagy and Zhang Huzhai getting all involved within the racing. More names further down the order that have made up good places so far. Santiago Diaz de la Vega up by 11, Remy Samchek up by 8, and Jesse Phillips now almost breaking into the top 10 with a 6th place gain. Remy Samchek though, almost think I've cursed him because as I said his name, he's now under investigation for something out there on the circuit.
Indeed, so that is a big shock there for the field. Down the inside though, nice move. Dean Hugendorn getting another place on Benjamin Maniac, stepping up into 3rd place. He's doing what he can here to try and gain the points. Now he's got 214 points with that overtake. Any more places, he might jump Bosco Arias, who currently sits 3rd in the points with 219, which would secure him, again, a front row start for Superheat 1 alongside Turner Brown. At the moment, Hugendorn will be starting alongside Eli Christian for Superheat 2. The drama, though, for Iskender Zulfikari, I can't believe it at the start. The front row, just devastating for them.
Absolutely is, and Kalija will not even finish. We've had more drama out there for the likes of Jala Tsaya, who's dropped 5 positions. He's currently your last driver circulating right now in 27th. More moves down the inside. As I've said that though, he's no longer circulating. Jala Tsaya has pulled in and retired from the race. It's all going on though. This is Iskender Zulfikari trying to pick off places after that early lap drama. Tries to hang it round the outside on that rumble strip towards turns 13 and 14. Dean Hugendorn still there. Iskender Zulfikari still there, trying to pick off those places. You can see heavy damage to that right-hand side pod. You can see a tyre mark. You can see that it's bent up facing towards the sky, but no real damage for the driver as he's still going round and still got relatively good pace. Dean Hoogendoorn then into turn number 5, down the inside of Waltz and takes second place.
That might be a crucial one for him, but I don't think it's still going to be enough for Hoogendoorn. Still 217 points, second place, still not going to be enough to get third into the point. So it will still look to start on a front row for this one, but not at that moment. Right, let's watch the start. Keep an eye on Iskender Fakari. He's on the outside now of turn number 1. Keep an eye on Kalija. He's on the inside. The two teammates, they go wheel banging. Kalija goes round, wipes out his teammate. That is so unfortunate. And there you see as well, Jarlath Sayer off the track. Rule number 1 is don't hit your teammate. Unfortunately for the two of them, that has happened. That is so unfortunate, and it was lucky that Iskender wasn't collected by the rest of the field there.
Well, just wondering if we put that under a microscope a little bit more, was Kalija actually forced into the corner, and that's what caused him to maybe lose the rear end and be clipped by Iskender? That is maybe a question mark we can consider. Julian Frasnelli now under investigation for potentially causing an incident. Frasnelli sat there in the top 10. He's up by 6 positions to sit into 9th and is chasing Servelod Osachi-Soslovsky of Ukraine. Battles going on then between the two victory lanes. That is Lucas Sell fighting for position with Emiliano Hernandez. Still, though, at the higher end of your order, no change between Waltz and Magnac. Magnac can't quite get close enough just yet. Once again, that's under investigation. Notification comes up for Julian Frasnelli. Is being watched now for potentially causing a bit of contact out there on the circuit. Nothing major going on just yet, as we've got defensive driving going on now into turn number 5. That is Alexander Lazarus, I think, trying to defend from the drivers behind.
Yeah, possibly so. Emiliano Hernandez, Lucas Sell also trying to get involved in that one, but we'll keep an eye on the fights all the way throughout. There you're seeing overtakes, Endo Arata, Juan Garciase getting past Antonio Penzonia, Henry Constant Kumpin fighting through from Jagrat to Troja. Zulfikar is still in that fight. He's the next one who's going to close up on those two, with he's down 17 places right now in this race. But this is Hernandez and Sell fighting away for position. 6th and 7th, or side by side to the two teammates around the final corner. That's as close as you'd like to see it, and Hernandez absolutely denies his teammate through, squeezes him onto the grass and into the clutches now of Servelod Osachi-Soslovsky, who closes in massively on him, and yeah, Sell not happy at all with that.
Well, I think Hernandez said then we might be teammates, but on the track we're absolutely not friends, as we've got other drivers getting all involved with each other. I think those two victory lanes might not be on each other's Christmas card list this year, because they were really getting involved with each other going down the start-finish straight, and that's brought the likes of Servelod Osachi-Soslovsky into things in 8th place. Every driver within your top 10 then, other than your leader Ili Christian, has made up good positions. Actually, every driver in your top 11. As we've got drama then, that's one of the victory lanes.
It's
2, 4, 6
Emiliano Hernandez. Yeah,
out.
And I've got a feeling after that defensive posture, did his teammate get a bit fed up? And was there contact between the two of them? That is pure speculation from my part, but that is too close to home, I think, for those two. A feisty run for them in that final lap of the race, but that is not what you want to see at all. At the front, though, Chrisen leads the way. Well, I thought we were going to see a fight for the likes of Iskender Solfakari. Unfortunately, drama right at the start took that away. Big Zed down the inside there for Roland Nagy, trying to get involved. He's got Iskender Solfakari right in that fight as well. He's trying to get back at as many places as he can. Here is Emiliano Hernandez. This was the moment that they were wheel to wheel through the final corner. Contact made, and Hernandez going defensive, squeezing his teammate off the track at turn on the start-finish straight. Just getting kicked up, and an investigation is underway into that matter. But what happened to Hernandez later on in the lap? Well, it's his teammate again. Oh dear, and yeah, I think he got a bit fed up with him there. Sent him round. A classic pit maneuver there, out of turn 14, and you can see He is frustrated with that. Does the penalty match the crime on that one? Out of the final few corners though, Eli Christian is gonna make it to the checkered flag. Will start on pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. It's Eli Christian who claims a nice chunk of championship points. He gains a good run and a good starting spot for Superheat 2 tomorrow. He will start alongside Dean Hoogendoorn, who will join him on that front row of the grid. Bosco Arias will join Turner Brown on the front row for Superheat 1 tomorrow, but for Eli Christian of Canada, it's a job well done today, as he will head to sleep tonight knowing that he's done as much as he can for those Superheats and finals tomorrow. It is Christian Hoogendoorn and Devin Waltz then, 1, 2, 3 at the end of that race. But there is your intermediate classification. All of that is, of course, provisional, pending any post-race investigations that may come out, that may change later on in the evening. So make sure you stay focused on those websites. Of course, you can head to the FIA Karting Championship website. You can keep an eye on all of the updated results and bulletins that go out on there. There is your top 3 on your screen. Here's your full results as well. Magnac finishing in P4 from Alexander Lazarus. Lucas Sell under investigation for colliding with his teammate Emiliano Hernandez. You've got the likes of Sevolodo Sadlowski, good race for him inside the top 10 in P7. Lucas Bonhomme as well in P8. Julian Fresnelli and Jesse Phillips rounding out the top 10, all of them gaining a good chunk of places throughout those races. Endo Arata finishing in 11th place from Antonio Pizzonia. Remy Samchek with a good race there. 11 places gained to finish in P13 from Juan Garciate. Roland Nagy from Etkenda Sulfakari. Not the race Sulfakari would have wanted. 16th place for him. Best he can do, 6th in the points, but he's still in a really good position to start those superheats tomorrow. Kumpin finishing in 17th place from Runitz and De Troja. Simmons rounding out the top 20 from Jean Jose. Santiago de la Vega, Pietro Beguti, Nilas Malik, and Samuel Del Gaudio rounding up the 25 finishers. Emiliano Hernandez, the last of the retirements. He also under investigation for a defensive posture on his teammate as well. Lucas Sell earlier on in the race. Charles Sayer and William Kalesia also out of the race. The start of it, absolutely dramatic for William Kalesia and for Iskender Sulfakari, the two teammates colliding at turn number 2, and the job that Iskender Sulfakari needed to do wiped out in the blink of an eye. That's such a shame for them. Hoogendoorn though, good run for him. 2 places gained, starting at P4, pushing his way through nicely. This was the moment for Emiliano Hernandez going overly defensive on his teammate Sell. That put him under investigation for that maneuver there. Later, there would be another moment between the two of them, albeit this time felt a little bit harsher. Sell down the inside. This moment here, clipping the rear bumper. Classic pit maneuver, saying, out of my way, I'm coming through. And that is so unfortunate for Emiliano Hernandez, going no further in that final race of the day, but still, I believe, sits in a high spot in those points. Cross the line, Eli Christian has done what he can. 2nd in the points, pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. It's all he could do. It's still good championship points. Still a busy day tomorrow for him. Let's head down to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
Well, you just said it in the commentary box then, Anthony. Eli Christian has confirmed a pole for Group 2 of Superheats tomorrow. Eli, great day of racing for you. You've been fast out there. You feeling confident going into tomorrow's racing?
Yeah, I saw in the last heat, and especially today in general, that I have the speed to be in P1. So tomorrow I'm going to do my best to keep it this way.
And you might not have actually caught it out of your eye, Eli, because you were in the front, but William Kalesia and Iskender Sulfakari had a big moment out there through turn number 1 on that first lap. Was that going through your head at all when you were driving round points-wise?
Of course, when I saw them going out, I was like a little bit happy, since I knew they were in front of me in the points, so Then I also had a gap, so it helped me also for the race. Hopefully they're okay, but I think it was good for me.
Well, hopefully they both are okay. Illy, great to hear from you once more this weekend, and good luck with tomorrow's Superheat pole. We'll head up into the commentary box then, because we're in for a treat. We've got one more race coming up.
Yes, we do indeed. Back to the senior category, the last race of the day here, the last qualifying heat for the seniors and juniors before, of course, we're going to the Superheats tomorrow. It is OK qualifying heat B versus C heading out onto the track next. Points. Costoya cannot be beaten. 250 points to his name. The job is done. James Ignatiadis has 228. His job is done. Vladimir Vanikov is up into third with 220. Noah Wolf is fourth with 205. For Daniel Kelleher in this race, he sits in eighth with 188 points to his name. 50 points added onto that one would put him on 238 points. Again, the job is simple. Can he get that kart to a win? Can he beat Ignatiadis, and can he start on pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow? That is the question, as the driver of the 116 machine will be starting this one on pole position. There he is on your screen of Ireland. Daniel Kelleher is going to be the one to watch in this one, so keep a close eye on his performance in this. We'll have the company of Jakub Mikulev alongside. It's going to be a tough race between those two. Both of them have been looking mighty quick throughout the course of the weekend so far. Same can be said for the two drivers that start just behind it. Kenzo Craigie, Lewis Francis as well. On that second row of the grid will be contenders in this fight as well, but at this moment does not sit in a defensive posture in those points. It is Kelleher who is the highest ranked driver in the standings yet to race, and we're about to see what happens. Engines fire up, drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup for the last race of the day. It is Daniel Kelleher and Jakub Mikulev on row number 1. Kenzo Craigie and Lewis Francis on row 2. They will have Jacopo Martinez and Dmitry Matviev on row number 3. Alpek Soy and Markus Shulkunas go from row 4. They will have Lev Krutulov and Elik Kaczynski on row 5. Sky Parker and Klara Kowalczyk on row number 6 with Leon Nielsen and Jensen Burnett on row 7. Chiara Batigue and Hugo Marti go from row 8. They'll have Paul Andriotis and Luke Corner on row 9. They'll have Gino Rocchio and Tom Spredier on row 10. Oscar Gallin, Maria Neto, Rahim Alabai, Romeo Russell, Jakub Rashki and Luna Flusha will round out the final few rows of the grid. This is going to be a vital one for the front row here, Nicole. Daniel Kelleher has one job, just like we said in the juniors. He's got to win this one. This time, though, he's the man starting on pole position and on that inside line.
And he will be the man that every driver around him, the likes of Craigie, the likes of Mikulev, Francis, Matveev and Martinez, will be trying to put a stop to. Can they put a stop to him? Because the pace that Kelleher has had throughout the weekend has been pretty supreme. Heading up towards turn number 10 then, and the drivers will start to slow down now as they go towards 12, getting themselves into position. Primed, prepped and ready for the final race of today. Conditions are still equally as hot as what they have been earlier in the day with our early heat. Still 30 degrees out there, air temperature. Really tricky stuff for these drivers who have already completed so many practices, so many heats, so many laps, and they will undoubtedly be tired, but they've got to dig deep within this race. Final one for our senior class today. Drivers still getting those tyres warmed. You can see Kenzo Craigie, your 2024 junior world champion, really trying to scrub some temperature into them as they head out of turn 16 and get themselves into order. Revs raised then for our seniors. Do we go green? Yes, we do. There we go then. Kelleher sweeps across that racing line, grabs that early lead, and the Kart Republics behind him do follow him through very nicely. You can see Luna Flusha in the background just jostling through position. Kenzo Craigie then sits on that defensive line from Jacopo Martinez. We can see Markus Shulkunas getting all involved, going through that double apex of 6 and 7. Good stuff from most of our field so far. No major dramas out there. It doesn't look like we've lost anybody just yet. Not much dust being kicked out. Kenzo Craigie looks over his shoulder to Martinez to see, where are you? Shilkunis now having a good early first lap, really has caught up to these top 6, but it is still Daniel Kelleher, the driver from Ireland for KR, that leads the way from Francis.
And we're about to find out if my maths is correct, and if it is correct, I'll be worried. If it's not correct, I'll be fine. At least I'll know. And I was correct, yes indeed. Daniel Kelleher steps up to second in that intermediate classification with a race win here, if he can get it, and he would secure pole position for Superheat 2. Nothing that the rest could do, but let's see what happens here. Feisty battling here. Shilkunis slamming the door closed on Kenzo Craigie there, slots in behind Jacopo Martinez, and now tries to push forward in this race. This is a good run for him now with a 3-place gain. But can Mikalev close in on Kelleher? The gap only 0.4 of a second as Sky Parker picks up a warning flag at the start of this race. Is that who I think it is? Yeah, it is. Lev Krutulov pushing through nicely in that background. He's now got Jensen Burnett behind him. Kenzo Craigie just in front. All kicking off a little bit in those opening stages. Krutulov again down the inside of that final corner, and now Jensen Burnett's going to have the run on Kenzo Craigie. Craigie here, I believe, going a little bit backwards here. Those tyres not at their full potential. Well,
Shilkunis, who has just clipped that curb of turn number 4 really heavily on the back of Martinez, really did go in on Kenzo Craigie and has put him off. Lev Krutulov now wondering if maybe he's deployed some fresh boots, because he's just overtaken Shilkunis as well, and Jensen Burnett has followed through with that. These two drivers then, the driver for Energy Course and Ukraine, the driver from Forza for Canada, maybe they have deployed some new tyres, because they're looking very, very quick in that midfield section of 5th and 6th place. Jacopo Martinez now chasing down Lewis Francis in front of him, but he's got to think about the Ukrainian driver sat right on his tail. Where has Kenzo Craigie dropped down to? It's 9th place now, as we've got a retirement from one of the CRG drivers.
Possibly Jakub Braszki, I believe. He's out of this race, circulating down in 26th place. He started at the back of the grid, and unfortunately will go no further than that, so that is a big shame there. Eyes on this one though. Lev Krutulov now past Jacopo Martinez, up 5 places. Are we seeing a very late deployment of fresh tyres here for Krutulov?
Well, with the fastest lap out there with a 52.977, I would say absolutely. Krutulov there sat in 4th position. Warning flag is out for the 1.17 of Leo Nilsson, the driver for TPK, out there getting himself in a little bit of trouble with our team. Jensen Burnett now mimicking what Lev Krutulov previously did, overtaken Jacopo Martinez, who will now be back with his pal of Marcus Shilkunis.
I think that's another late deployment of tyres there for Jensen Burnett, 9-place gain following Lev Krutulov. They are pushing through this field nicely now as they head down in towards the braking zone. Krutulov again wasting no time, straight through past Francis. Another fastest lap of the race. Big send there.
I'm going to say something now, Anthony, and it might go in the commentators' pile of completely wrong.
Curses as well.
I think Lev Krutulov is going to win this heat with the pace that he's had so far.
Oof, that's a statement there. I'll knock on wood for that one as well, but there we go. Let's see if that comes to fruition. We are only at that halfway point of the race. We're at lap 5 of this one, and Kelleher still leads, but the gap's only 0.3 of a second. And yeah, like you say, Lev Krutulov right there. In fact, now with the rear bumper of Jakub Mikalev, and I suspect will be another lunge down the inside of turn number 5, if I'm not mistaken. In down the slipstream through turn 1, carries the speed. He's got momentum through turns 1 and 2 with those tyres on board. Lines it up. Are you ready? Blink, you'll miss it. Down the inside, textbook stuff. Knew it was going to happen. Lev Krutulov into second.
There we go then, driver from Ukraine, and as he does it on a fastest lap with a 52.556.
There's a broken record in here or something like that. I swear we said that time and time again. Right, can he do it again though? Lev Krutulov now on the charge to Daniel Kelleher. This could be real danger for Daniel Kelleher. If he loses out on this one, I think he's okay. He will still start on pole position for Superheat 2. But he doesn't want to start a rhythm here of going backwards in the order, because then he starts to lose out on vital championship points and potential start on the front row.
Here he is then. Krutulov is your man on the screen once more. it's Kelleher that he's now thinking about. How much faster than is he than Kelleher? It's 0.2 of a second, because he's on a 52.7. Kelleher was on a 52.9. Clips that curb of turn number 4, gets the rev out of things, and look at what the gap is now. It's hardly anything. 0.2 of a second split up your drivers in first and second. Here we go then, back up the hill, clipping the curb of turn number 8. Up the hill where the kart goes light on these drivers and they have to control that understeer. Watch Krutulov, is he going to set it up through turn number 12? Goes down the inside, puts the nose cone in, and now he has arrived as your new race leader.
He does indeed, and that doesn't affect Kelleher in the points. Yes, he does lose out on points, 232 now instead of 238, but he is still ahead by 4 points from the rest. He does not want to lose out on any more places, though. That's the key thing. And Mikalev now, who is closing in, the same, I could say, for potentially Jensen Burnett, who's not managed to really match Krutelov's pace here. Been absolutely astonishing out there so far in that energy course.
Well, Jensen Burnett then on the 9th-place charge is still sat in 5th, hasn't been able to overtake Lewis Francis like Lev Krutulov did previously. Krutulov, broken record definitely in here, I'd say, Anthony, or a parrot, because he's gone fastest. Again, purple sectors for the Ukrainian driver once more. More warning flags going out then, but this time it's for Alp Aksoy, who's 13th on the road for Prema, and chasing down Thomas Pradier, who's up by 8 places. There's a bit of drama going on the track for Aksoy. We've got more battles going on further back down the field. This is Luna Flusha just leading a small train of karts like Maria Neto and Paul Androtis, a teammate of Krutulov in the energy course kart. Talking of Krutulov, pulled away from the field, Anthony Jordan, 0.7 of a second clear from Daniel Kelleher.
I think we're not going to say much more about Lev Krutulov in this race, apart from he takes the checker flag, I think, maybe on this one. I will again knock on wood.
He's got his shopping and he's checked out.
He's got his shopping and checked out, yes, I like that one. But yeah, for Daniel Kelleher, still an important fight on the cards here. Jekka Mikalev there in 3rd place, could still pile on the pressure here. Now, Daniel Kelleher doesn't need to lose any more points right now. If he does lose out on another 2nd place or on a 3rd place, he starts to lose out and starting on pole position. He may be still on a front row, but he'll be starting alongside the front row of Christian Costoya going into that one if he loses any more points. So he's got to be very careful here. But right now, maintaining the pace. But yeah, it looks to me like maybe Mikalev is closing in a little bit here on Kelleher. The pace is staying relatively similar. 52.739, 52.713 for the two of them on that last lap. So actually still Kelleher a little bit faster.
Yeah, Krutulov just looking like he might be backing off slightly now, has gone yellow within these sectors. Maybe just a bit of a tyre preservation thing. He knows now he hasn't got too much more to do, but drivers that have got a little bit to do after being given a penalty in her previous race is Luna Flusha, who is up there chasing down Prema teammate of Alp Aksoy for 14th place. Luna has not had the weekend she would have wanted, has been given various penalties, did not put in a qualifying time. She's being chased down by 2 other female drivers of Sky Parker and Maria Neto. Sky Parker for the More Than Equal programme, for the Richard Mill programme, and Maria Neto, one of your previous Rising Stars winners. She did used to race for the Tony Kart Factory team, has now moved to CRG. There you can see the three of your drivers chasing down Alp Aksoy into turn number 5. Moves on by Luna Flusha then. Is she going to get it done? No, she doesn't. Tries to get it done through turn number 5, but Alp Aksoy managed to keep his foot in and keep himself in that 13th position.
Yeah, he certainly did. Flusha certainly piling on the pressure to Alp Aksoy on the dying stages of this race. Does need to be careful though. Like I say, Sky Parker just there, Maria Neto, Andriotis, Chiara Batig, Nilsson, Clarika Wolczek, all in that area. Trying to get involved in this fight. There you can see as well the CRG trying to get involved. Maria Neto looking to the inside there, but not close enough for the attack. Eyes on the front runners once again as they make their way down in towards turn number 1 and 2. Last lap board is out for the field. Krutulov in the lead by 1.1 seconds. Daniel Kelleher. Jekka Mikalev though has closed in. The gap still holding at around 0.4 of a second. Think he'll be all clear in P2, which means he'll be looking to start on pole position for Super Heat 2 tomorrow, as long as that kart can make it to the end of this lap. He's only got around 700 meters to go of the lap here. and he's doing an absolute sterling job of it. So is Lev Krutulov with the 8 places gained. Brilliant deployment of tyres. A last hurrah for Lev Krutulov here to try and get through into the Superheats tomorrow. Out of the final corner, Lev Krutulov takes his one and only win of the weekend on track, but it's Daniel Kelleher across the line who secures pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. He'll be joined by Vladimir Vanikov alongside on row number 1, and it will be Christian Costoya and James Anagnosiadis on the front row for Superheat 1 tomorrow. All of that, of course, provisional. Krutulov taking the win, but Daniel Kelleher securing pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. That's what he needed, and that is job done until tomorrow. A superb drive for him. Krutulov, though, winning from Kelleher. Mikalev rounding out the top 3 out on track. Francis finishing in P4. Jensen Burnett with a 9th place gain finishes in P5 out of Jacopo Martinez. Marcus Shilkunis in 7th. Elliot Kaczynski in 8th. Dmitry Matviev in 9th. And Kenzo Craigie at the end of that one, holding on to a top 10 finish, but not the result I can imagine he would want. 11th sees Hugo Marti from Thomas Pradier. 5 and 8 places gained. Luna Flusha with 13 places gained finishes in P13. Has she done enough to get into those superheats? I think so. It should be right at the back of the grid again for that one. It's going to be so tough for her tomorrow. Sky Parker finishing in P14 over Alpak Soy. Paul Andriotis from Maria Neto. Chiara Batig from Leo Nilsson. Clara Kowalczyk from Gina Rocchio. Romeo Russell finishing in P22 ahead of Oscar Gallin. Luke Kornda, Rahim Alabai with the 1 retirement right at the start of the race. Jakub Rashki, unfortunately, not seeing the end of it. Lev Krutulov getting congratulated. Job done. Can the fight continue tomorrow, though? That is the question. Daniel Kelleher, though, there on your screen. He's done enough. Pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. The day and the weekend for him only just beginning. Here's a look at the start of that one, and you can see straight away, sweeping right across the track there was Kelleher at the beginning of that one. But the fight was on from Lev Krutulov. Started that race, P9, managed to fight his way through that field, overtake one by one. You can see him there just squeezing through the likes of Dmitry Matviev, later on past Marcus Shilkunis, who would then get the run on the likes of Jacopo Martinez. There was the retirement for Jakub Rashki. Not sure what had happened there, but he knows it's broken. He's not even going to attempt to restart it. And yeah, pulls it out of the track. That was the latest overtake then from him. Later then getting past Lewis Francis. That was another one of the overtakes. And then again later, another lap. He would get past the likes of Jakub Mikalev. That was that move done as well. Then later on, he would get the move done on Daniel Kelleher. It was just a broken record. It kept on going and going and going. Alpak Soy and Luna Flusha getting past Sky Parker in those dying stages. But across the line, Lev Krutulov takes the win. But it is Daniel Kelleher on pole position for Superheat 2 as we head down to Parc Fermé to Nicole Sutherland. Over to you.
It absolutely is Daniel Kelleher who has grabbed that pole in that second Superheat. Daniel, great results for you so far this weekend. You hit the ground running with a pole in qualifying group and now your pole in Superheat B. Feeling happy?
Yeah, very.
And Daniel, tell me about the pace out there on track when Lev Krutulov overtook you. You didn't look like you had been put off. How did you manage the rest of the race?
Yeah, I saw before that all I needed was a second to stay on second in the intermediate, so I just took it easy when I was in front.
And we haven't seen you on pole for a Superheat so far this season. It will be a first for you in 2025. You feeling confident going into things tomorrow?
Yeah, super.
Daniel, great to catch up with you once more. Good luck for tomorrow's racing. That's it then from today's racing here at the Viterbo circuit in Italy. Fantastic stuff from all of our drivers, including Christian Costoya, Daniel Kelleher, Ilya Christian, and of course all of the others that will be starting on the front rows tomorrow in Superheats. Sunday is the big day of things. Sunday is your finals day. We'll head back up into the commentary box to hear about when you can tune in.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there in Parc Fermé. Yes, indeed, day is done. Tomorrow is upon us, though. and it kickstarts with Academy Senior for their last qualifying heat, Heat 3, that starts at 10 to 10 on Sunday morning. Tomorrow morning, make sure you stay tuned for that one. Then we go into the Super Heat. Super Heat A for Junior and Senior. They'll be starting at 10 past 10 and 10:35 until we go into the world of Super Heat B. So OK Junior, they'll be starting at around 5 past 11 before the second half of that one. We'll get the Super Heat B for the seniors. And then we go into those finals, and my goodness, are they going to be humdingers of finals. There you can see the Super Heat starting 11:30 for Super Heat B for seniors. Then the finals kick-starting at 1:30 at local time. 24 laps for the seniors, 20 laps for the juniors. It's going to be an almighty fight for them, but we are just going to have to wait and see who will be starting on pole position for those finals, because at the moment, it is not done and yet until those Super Heats are done and dusted. From myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the coaching box, we will see you bright and early tomorrow morning for round 3 of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships.